Prentice has pushed around a little bit more towards square leg, and Ben Aitchison has come into shorter mid-wicket. This one is outside the off stump from Connors. No shot offered by Libby.
Feels in that position quite a lot, Ben Aitchison, the sort of short mid-wicket, isn't it? And very more than useful fielder, as well as I'm surprised he didn't open the bowling, if I'm honest, unless he doesn't like the feel of a new ball in his hand. Some bowlers don't, do they? I've never asked him that. But then again, when you ask him, it's, well, I'm just happy to be bowling wherever they ask me to bowl, so it's a pointless question.
3 slips wait as Connors bowls. This is a good delivery, and plays forward to this. Jake Libby takes the bat safely inside of the line of the ball as he comes at it, but testing stuff again from Connors. But Libby's unflappable this season. He's carried on his majestic form of 2020. He's brought up his 1,000 runs in red ball cricket for Worcestershire across the last 2 seasons at an average of more than 61. Over 600 runs already this season. This is edged and dropped. Should have been taken. It was Lewis Deploy at first slip. He got both hands to it, and that's going to be disappointing for Derbyshire. A full-blooded drive, a thick outside edge, and Deploy would have had time to see that all the way in, really. Was lowish to his right, but he got 2 hands to it, but couldn't hang on. A real let-off there for Jake Libby and Worcestershire.
Yeah, should have caught that, shouldn't he? As you say, he dived to his right and got both hands to it. It's the both hands to it bit, really should have been claimed.
Connors will try and put that out of his mind, that disappointment in, and bowls. This one's on the money too. And Fell covering up outside the off stump. They pinched a single with that drop slip catch. Libby moving up to 5. So Fell seeing out the over. Worcestershire 19 for 1 after 3 overs, but really it should be 18 for 2, and Libby should be back in the hutch, but got to make the most of that life now. Libby 64 in the second innings up at Trent Bridge, the only batsman, along with Brett D'Oliveira, who showed plenty of guts in that innings of 30. Only offering any resistance, those two, as Worcestershire were blown away. 14 wickets fell on that last day, as Luke Fletcher and Stuart Broad ran riot. And
he's got a book out, Luke Fletcher. I don't know if I mentioned. Good. Billy Godleman's been ruthless here. Dustin,
you're off.
Just take a.
You're on and you're off. Have a blow.
I'm afraid that first over wasn't good enough. 10 runs conceded. So here's Finn Hudson-Prentice from the Digley's End in, and is driven straight back to him by Jake Libby. That is ruthless, isn't it? Your opening bowler, who will bat 11, just the one over at the start of the day. Thanks very much for coming. Might as well go back to your room and have a kip.
Yeah.
He's fielding at mid-wicket now. It's Dustin Melton.
He'll moan about having to pay his subs, won't he?
Yes, well, yeah, he promised me 5 overs.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. Libby waits, and this one is wide of the off stump from Hudson-Prentice, and through to Brooke Getz. Hudson-Prentice, whose MO really is swinging the ball and moving it around as much as he can. Well, I'm not sure how much a brand new ball will swing, but perhaps swing was the problem for Dustin Melton. It was swinging too much, and they thought, right, well, we'll give Hudson-Prentice a go. He's picked up 15 wickets at 20, just under 25 so far this season. He's in again. That one is pushed out into the offside, where it's fielded by Billy Godleman, the skipper. And there's no run, but it's certainly a far better start to the over than poor old Dustin. And we've still got Ben Aitchison in reserve. He's fielding down at 3rd man, just having a look round, surveying the scene. Give him a wave. Yep, there we go. Marvellous. Hudson-Prentice in again, and that off the back foot is pushed into the offside by Jake Libby. I can't think of any other sports where if you were sitting in the commentary box and he waved at one of the participants. They'd wave back.
Did you get a wave?
No, I think he was waving at Griff actually, but
right.
I'm claiming it as mine because at the moment I waved. He said he waved to Griff. I'll get his mum and his dad just to make sure that he gives me a wave next time. Otherwise he'll not get a mention. Libby clips this next delivery from Hudson Prentice into the leg side. Chase on here for Melton. They've run 2. Somebody's got a horn. That's terrific. And they settle for 2 runs. So 2 more to Libby. He moves on to 7:21 for 1. I can't beat the scoreboard. Yeah, beat the scoreboard that time. First time today. I don't think the new scoreboard on the away to our left on the hotel side was in operation last time we were here. I like it. It's easier to see than the other one. This final delivery of the over is pushed into the offside. Hudson Prentice picks it up in his follow through, and it's the end of the over. We've now had, so there we go, 4 overs, 21 for 1, having seen a wicket fall to the first delivery of the match. Sam Connors trapping Darryl Mitchell leg before wicket. Since then, Libby, who's on 7 and Fell, who's on 12, have calmed things down a touch for the home side. Well, the tosser elected to bat this morning. That come on Sammy was Aitchison at that short mid wicket.
And that Sammy is Connors. Here he is, almost level with the small cone of sawdust at the New Road end. Off he goes, past the umpire and balls. This is edged and dropped again. Dear oh dear. Derbyshire in the field are really letting themselves down. It's Tom Fell this time. Is that deploy again?
It is.
At first slip, off comes his cap. He can't believe it. Taking his sunglasses off, put them back on.
That should do it.
And that one was even easier than the one that he shelled off Libby, to be fair. It was straight at him. Again, it was low, just below knee high. Again, 2 hands to it. Again, it's grassed.
It's interesting that this season he has gone into first slip with Wayne Madsen going to second, and Madsen's always been the first slip.
Fell now, can he make the most of his reprieve? He won't get a single here. There's a flying dive at third slip to stop the ball on the bounce. He tried to tickle it down towards the free acreage down at third man. Well, I guess this is what Worcestershire might have feared. A bit of a risk winning the toss and batting. It's been a month since they've had a game here at New Road. The pitches in the previous 2 matches have been tough work for bowlers, so fair to say. But there's something in there for them this morning. Connors, and this time it's not out. Crikey, I heard a noise there.
So did I.
I thought that was edged behind, but it must have been the bottom of his bat on the ground, or his boot or something.
Yeah. It was a poor shot though, wasn't it, really? It was quite an expansive shot, and they just need to calm it down a bit here. The Worcestershire batsmen, because they've had a couple of lives. You don't want to be using them all up.
Well, they're not leaving the drive in the dressing room early on, are they?
No, they're not.
Interesting to see how close that was and how wide it was. We're at a slight angle here, and this is edged, and is this one caught behind? Yes, it is! Finally! Derbyshire get someone behind the wickets that can hang on to the ball. It's the wicketkeeper Brooke Guest who's done it, and Tom Fell has gone. Edged behind for 12. Worcestershire lose their 2nd wicket. Connors has struck again, and Worcestershire, well, they've been living dangerously. The second man has gone. Off goes Fell.
Quite as an expansive. That was more of a defensive shot, wasn't it, really, than an expansive drive on that occasion, and so neither are particularly useful. It would appear, having edged a couple by the batsman, but it's well, the happiest man on the ground will be Leas Deploy, I would imagine, as long as Jake Libby doesn't go on to score big. Because Tom Fell moments after being dropped 2 deliveries later, gets caught, and we thought he'd gone one in between as well. So.
I sold myself there, didn't I?
Well, no, I heard something as well. I was up. I was ready to appeal. I thought he'd edged it. A really good start for Derbyshire. They said in a game that for either side to really make an impression on that middle two, really, isn't it? It's the middle two that they're aiming for. I know they're aiming for Essex, who are in second place, rather, if they're going to let Notts just carry on. The problem that Derbyshire have got is that their remaining games after this are Warwickshire at home, Nottinghamshire at Trent Bridge, and Essex at Chesterfield, which aren't necessarily the three fixtures you choose to finish off a campaign that hasn't started brilliantly. So this is almost must win.
Yeah,
almost must win.
And it's the same for Worcestershire as well. Durham and Warwickshire here to come after this one. Connors bowls, and there's a half appeal for Jack Haynes. They reckoned it might have hit pad first before bat, as
did something, because he's limped away.
Haynes goes on a little wobbly walk out towards square leg. He's okay though. Haynes, who played so well coming into the side up at Edgbaston. He made 87 against Warwickshire in a cracking game, actually, that was spoilt by the weather. That Saturday was washed out, otherwise it would have been a belting match, I reckon. As Haynes waits, this is full on off stump, and he drives it out to mid-off. End of the over. 21 for 2. Haynes has faced just a couple of balls, and Libby has 7. 8 and 24 up at Chesterley Street, Haynes, and 14 and 0 at Trent Bridge. It's always tough for him. He's 20 years of age. It's very, very talented player. Has been knocking on the door of first team opportunities for quite some time. He's got it now, but he will have to sort of learn on the job as well. As Finn Hudson-Prentice starts a new over from the Diglis end, and forward comes Libby. He's beaten outside the off stump, and he goes for another wander and a tap of the pitch. Worcestershire's got a knuckle down here. Not even played half an hour on this opening morning. They would have reckoned it would have been tough for the first hour or so. Get to lunch maybe with 3 wickets down maximum. Or 2 have already gone inside that first 30 minutes. This is a nice stroke by Libby. Might pick up a couple here. He will. There's a diving stop out at mid-on. There's a throw coming in at the non-striker's end, and had that hit, it might have been interesting for Jack Haynes. But it didn't, so safely for a couple. 23 for 2. I have an update for BBC Hereford and Worcester's FM listeners in just a second. Hudson-Prentice bowls. This is flicked in the air from Libby out through square leg as Dustin Melton gives chase. Again, it's a comfortable 2. Libby up to 9. He will be the prize wicket for Derbyshire, and he should be out already. Dropped at second slip by Elias Deploy when he had 4. Deploy has dropped 2 catches. But the one off foul didn't cost Derbyshire too much, as his next ball is wider of the off stump. Trying to test Libby, who's not interested. Unflappable temperament. Beautiful morning here at New Road. A breath of wind. Hudson-Prentice slightly wider of the crease this time. Lovely looking shot from Libby. Deserves a run here, and he gets one. It's a good stop by the Derbyshire captain Billy Godleman at mid-off, but that was a beautiful punch off the back foot from Libby, and through they come for a single. 1 ball left of Hudson-Prentice's over. Now he's asking for some of the sawdust at that far end to come down and be spread on the footholes of the bowling crease. He's jamming it down with the studs of his boots as well. So that quite a few issues from that far end. Hudson Prentice seems happy. Here he comes, right arm, bowls, and forward comes Libby. A hint of pad instantaneously with bat as he came forward. End of the over, 26 for 2. 6 overs gone now. 96 scheduled for the day, of course. Should get no interruptions, hopefully, for the next 4 days. Actually, the weather after a wretched few weeks, well, let's be honest, a month, May's been pretty rubbish weather-wise. Right, so the end of May is turning nice, particularly for today, and special day for Worcestershire County Cricket Club. The first time supporters are allowed into the ground, and there's close to 900 members in today. As Connor starts a new over, onto the back foot goes Libby, turns it into the onside. Ben Aitchison, man of the moment with the ball for Derbyshire. Those career best figures of 6 for 28 against Durham in the last match. He fields at mid-wicket. And there's no run. Elsewhere across the country today, Alistair Cook is out for Essex against Durham. Next ball is fended out into the cover point region by Libby. Ben McDermott does the fielding, and there's no run. Essex 25 for 1. Chris Rushworth again. Who else at the moment for Durham? And Gary Balance has just been dismissed in the Roses match. Yorkshire 7 for 1 early on against Lancashire. Collins past the umpire and bowls. This one keeps a little bit low. Won't be a run here. Libby sort of check drives it out to mid-on. Wide of the fielder position there. 26 for 2. Alex Hughes is the fielder under. Here comes the update for Hereford Worcester's FM frequencies. Yes, and the crowd have seen a dramatic morning here at New Road. Worcestershire 26 for 2. Daryl Mitchell out LBW to Sam Connors to the first ball of the match, and it could have been a lot worse for Worcestershire because they've seen Jake Libby dropped by Lewis Deploy off Connors when he had 4, and Tom Fell also dropped with the same combination, Deploy grassing another one off Connors, but it didn't punish Derbyshire too much because Fell was out at the next over, caught behind for 12, Connors getting his man eventually. So much rest, as it has done for much of the season batting wise, on the shoulders of Jake Libby. He's going nicely, making up for that reprieve that he had on 4. He has 13. Jack Haynes has just come to the crease. He's faced 4 deliveries. He's yet to get off the mark. Worcestershire in trouble here early on. 27 for 2 after winning the toss and deciding to bat first. Fletcher's back with us.
Yeah.
There's Connors bowls, and they'll pick up a run here. Haynes is off the mark. He might even get 4. There's no third man. 2 Derbyshire fielders hair after it, and that's a good relay work in the end. Lewis Deploy will hurl it in from close to the boundary, and they take 3 in the end. So Haynes is away, and the end of the over. We'll pinch the strike. 7 overs gone now. Haynes has 3. Worcestershire up to 30 for the loss of 2. Mitchell for 0, out first ball of the match, and Fell caught behind off Connors for 12.
Sorry it took so long. I was due a quiz at 11:30.
Oh yeah, what was the? I'm not going to get the answer.
Well, I couldn't remember any of the questions.
Oh.
No, is it a plane or isn't it a plane? Our breakfast show presenter is going up in a motorised glider
right.
just after midday to say thank you to the people of Derbyshire and East Staffordshire on BBC Radio Derby's 50th birthday, although that was last week. Here's Hudson Prentice, or the week before, Hudson Prentice, or even the week before that, bowls from the Digless end, and it's allowed to go through to the keeper by Haynes.
Do you want to check your diary? When was it?
It was a while ago now.
Right, okay.
Yeah, it was a while ago. I think I was part of it, but I can't remember.
Must have been a good party then.
Well, because it was when we couldn't have parties.
Oh, I see.
Yeah,
of
so
course,
there was no real party. There will be a party, my word. Will we party? I just hope they have it on a day when I'm not somewhere away with the cricket. It's Hudson Prentice bowls and is driven full delivery out towards the cover boundary for 4 runs by Haynes. Really nice shot, Jack. Haynes, his first boundary, moves on to 7:34.
But even if you are Zoom, it's all the rage, isn't it? Now it's here to stay. It's here to stay, Fletch.
Absolutely sick to the back teeth of Zoom. Dodgy connections and all sorts. Not a huge fan, I've got to say. I think I've scratched my glasses as well. I don't know how I've done that. I thought it was a hair. I don't know where that would have come from, but appears to be a scratch. Haynes on 7, waits and defends this next delivery from Hudson Prentice to Billy Godleman. It's either a very wide mid-off or a square cover. It's more of a wide mid-off. Ben Aitchison is currently going through his warm-ups, which is good news. Not that Sam Connors hasn't bowled well. 2 for 13 from his 4 overs, so Billy Godleman does use his bowlers in short bursts, or has done this season. It's Hudson Prentice is in again, left alone by Haynes, who took a step forward out of his crease and then rather smartly turned and got back over the line, although Broadcast had absolutely no intention of rolling the ball towards the stumps, so he would have been fine. And those footmarks that were troubling Dustin Melton in the solitary over that he bowled at the start of the day have just been given a bit of working on by Hudson Prentice on his way back to his mark. He's got 3 slips, Deploy, Madsen and Critchley. As he bowls that one, he's clipped a little aerially into the leg side, but there is nobody at square leg, and it's gone down to Sam Connors. A deep backward square leg, he does the fielding. Single to Haynes, takes him to 8:35 for 2. Absolute picture, New Road. As ever, but with the crowd in, it really is a picture. They are all dotted around. There's clearly a group. Must be a family group or something like that. There's sort of every other seat at the Digless end along one row. It looks quite peculiar, as this next one's a full delivery and it's clipped nicely into the leg side by Libby this time. And on this occasion they'll come back for a comfortable 2. He moves to 15:37 for 2 at the end of the over. Haynes has 8, but everybody seems to be dotted around, apart from one row on the sort of middle section of the occupied part of the Battle d'Oliveira stand, and there's an entire row where people are sitting every other seat. I like that. Rebels. Rebellious critters. I had breakfast this morning in the hotel with a Worcestershire member who was looking forward to coming in for the first time. He'd been at Trent Bridge last week. He was fortunate to get a ticket there, and he's fortunate to get a ticket here today as well. So, well, no, perhaps he wasn't that fortunate to be inside Trent Bridge last week. As things turned out. Connors to continue.
Here he comes, and bowls to the right-handed Haynes, who suggests he might have had a sniff at that as it came past his off stump, but keeps his bat out of the way. Through it goes to Guest, and there's no run. Haynes has 8 from 11 balls. Libby has 15 from 21. And apart from that drop catch, he's looked pretty much in control. He did spoon that one up towards Finn Hudson Prentice at mid-wicket not long after he was dropped. But apart from that, he's looked pretty neat as Haynes is forward, defending out towards cover point. There won't be a run. But Libby has shown tremendous focus on when he does get a bad ball, he will put it away, regardless of what's happened before.
Have you had any messages? I think we're sorted out now.
I got a message you were a bit quiet.
Me?
So I've boosted you. That's the only message I've got.
Oh, right. No, somebody said that I've had a couple of messages saying that there was no commentary on the stream, but I think it's been sorted now. If anybody could let me know if it's been sorted, that'd be useful.
Let's hope so. 37 for 2. Haynes waits, and he plays at that and very nearly tickles it through to Guest. Terrific bowling again from Connors. He's bowling that teasing line outside the off stump, and at the moment the Worcestershire batsman can't resist it. We've seen quite a number of booming drives from all the batsmen so far, apart from poor old Daryl Mitchell, who only faced one ball out LBW.
It has been sorted. Tony, my summariser of Burton Albion games, has told me it's been sorted, so excellent news.
Thanks, Tony. Haynes again is beaten to one outside the off stump on the back foot this time, playing inside the line. This is terrific stuff from Connors. This is tough. This is not easy for the Worcestershire batsmen. They'd have known that when Joe Leach won the toss and decided to have a bat first. He would have known there'd been something in it early on. Haven't played a game here for a month. Just got to try and ride it out, and with the weather set fair, conditions should get easier. No run to this next ball as Haynes defends it out to the covers.
Thanks to Ian Aitchison, to Denise Aitchison, to Tony Bentley, and to Hugh Lloyd, who've all known. I and Stephen Martin, they've all told me that that we have got commentary on now.
Marvellous.
So, presumably, if they hadn't have heard me ask, they wouldn't have had commentary.
Slight delay here, tweak in the field. There's a deep square leg now in place. Connors, will he try something short? It's shortish, but up onto his toes goes Haynes, who's a tall man, and plays it calmly out to point, and there's no run to end the over. He has 8 from 15 deliveries, 9 overs down now in this opening morning, coming up to 45 minutes played. Worcestershire 37 for 2, Libby has 15. I'm getting some difficulties trying to watch the stream as well at the moment.
Oh, yeah.
The live stream, yeah. It's
live.
literally not playing ball. It's not playing bat and ball, which is disappointing.
Loud and clear now as well, says Mark Beck. That's Dustin Melton again, is it? It is.
It is, here he comes.
Dustin Melton, well, he sort of half came in and then aborted his run-up. So he's going to replace Finn Hudson-Prentice. He's bowled 1 over for 10 so far as the Zimbabwean. 3 slips in place. He's in now and bowls. That one is a thick inside edge down to long leg where Sam Connors does the fielding. So a better start to his second over than he had to his first all those hours ago. Well, 40 odd minutes ago certainly. Sam Connors still capless down at long leg. Ben Aitchison still with his cap on. He already wants a drink. He's signalled to the pavilion he needs a drink. That's how warm it is out there. It is warm. I'm taking my fleece off today. That's the first time that's happened this season. Melton in, bowls, and is driven out into the offside, and it's gone beyond Ben McDermott. Will he? Yes, he will track it in just inside the boundary, but 2 more to Haynes, who moves into double figures. He's on 10, Libby has 16, 40 for 2. And even though they did give Libby a chance when he was on, or a life when he was on 4, they'll still be relatively pleased. I would have thought Derbyshire 40 for 2. They need to carry on.
The thing is, it does look like something could happen any ball, doesn't it?
At the moment, certainly. Melton. Oh, edged and just short, possibly. Oh, Brooke Guest diving to his right. Now, did it carry? That's the question. He was blocked from my vision by Leas de Ploy, who was quite happy that Guest went for it, I fancy.
Yeah, I couldn't tell because I've got deploy and I've got a pillar.
You have
But and I've got the team sheet from the
oh yeah,
from the Essex game flapping in front of me as well. So I ought to get rid of that.
Apart from that, you've got a terrific view.
Other than that,
Yeah.
if I had X-ray vision, I can tell you. My instinct was perhaps it just carried, but I don't know.
Okay. Melton's in again. This one is turned into the leg side by Haynes. It'll pick up a couple. He slips and he still manages to get back for a second fairly comfortably. It's Finn Hudson-Prentice does the fielding out at mid-wicket. We await news of the replay, which we're not going to get, are we? No.
I'm not sure,
No,
Fletch.
no.
Oh, we might get, yeah, we might get a replay.
Oh, okay.
But
this is where people at home, rather bizarrely, have the advantage on us, and that we couldn't really see if that one had carried to Brooke Guest of Haynes when he was on 10. He's on strike again now on 12, and this time he leaves alone. A sharpish delivery that was taken above shoulder height by Brooke Guest, the wicket keeper.
yeah,
Tough chance, Hugh tells me. Tough chance, but dropped. So he was dropped on 10, Haynes. It's make a note of that. That's 3 drops so far this morning. They need to start taking these catches. This next one is left alone outside the off stump by Haynes to go through to Guest. It's the end of the over. Haynes has 12, Libby has 16. Sam Connors is going to continue. Come on, Sammy, says Ben Aitchison. 5 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 13. Sam Connors. Dustin Melton, in comparison, 2 overs for 15. Although he apparently was a little unfortunate not to pick up his first wicket of the season. That would have been his first wicket of the season in his 3rd match. Sadly not to be. Yeah, they've definitely carried. I'm getting information from all sorts of sources.
it was really hard, really difficult catch because it was low to his right. Would have had to have scooped it off the top of the grass, it was so low. First ball of a new Sam Connors over is defended out to mid-off by Haynes. Connors starting his 6th over, 2 maidens, 2 for 13. Very impressive start from him.
3 different batsmen as well who've been dropped now, so not like the same one who keeps giving chances. It's an opportunity for 42 for 4 certainly.
Worcestershire have got to count their blessings here, but also learn from it as well. And Libby covers up to this next delivery, back up the pitch, and there's no run. Yes, Libby dropped slip by deploy for 4. Foul was dropped by deploy off Connors, but a couple of balls later he was caught behind anyway, and then that very hard 3rd chance to Guest a moment to go. Runs here, it might be 4. He's got it fine enough. He has. Dustin Melton is quite wide down there at fine leg, and Libby just keeps it fine enough. That leg glance, and it whistles away to the fence. He moves up to 20 now from 25 deliveries. He's going along at a decent lick. Worcestershire 46 for 2.
There's a chance to score, isn't there, on the side of the pitch towards the pavilion. Is a relatively short boundary.
He waits a crouched stance, and he's up onto his toes and deflecting it out to Aitchison at mid-wicket, who enthusiastically hurls the ball back to Brooke Guest. Needlessly, it has to be said, but you know, that's fair enough. Just let the batsman know you're there. But, Libby's the key man here. Connors turns, inspects the ball as he does so in his right hand. Off he goes now, past the umpire and bowls short, and that's a cracking shot off the back foot by Libby. Beautifully played away, and that'll go for 4 more. Just got enough on it to get it to the rope, out to the covers. That very welcome ripple of applause just rings out around that side of New Road. Brilliant to see and brilliant to hear spectators back here today, and they would have enjoyed that shot. It's a textbook up onto his toes and drive off the back foot. 24 now Libby has, and the 50 is up for Worcestershire with that boundary. 50 for 2.
And the 11th over.
Rattling along. Some of those have been edges, haven't they, for down to third man, but there's been some really good shots as well. Connors bowls, defended back up the pitch by Libby, fielded by Connors on his follow through. End of the over. Connors 6 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 21 now. Libby has pretty much half the runs here for Worcestershire. 24 he has. Haynes has 12. It's 50 for 2. Mitchell out first ball the match for naught. LBW to Connors, and Fell caught behind off Connors for 12. The 2 men to go.
No finer sight in a cricket ground than John Curtis running. He's just gone down to the boundary. I think that might be Sam Connors' last over in this spell. We'll wait and see. Dustin Melton is going to continue from the Diglis end. Battle D'Oliveira stand end here. The New Road starting to change colour. Well, it isn't obviously, but it looks like it's changing colour. This next first delivery of a new over from Dustin Melton. He's allowed to go through to the keeper. Sorry, I just got slightly distracted because not only had John Curtis raced out to speak to somebody on the boundary's edge, he did so without a mask on and was immediately pounced on by one of the stewards. Got to wear your mask.
It's Kadir Ali he's been talking to, chewing his ear off. Second team coach, of course, but for this game he's part of the first team operation.
Melton into Haynes, who drives it out into the offside. Decent looking shot. Billy Godleman chases and puts the slide in, hurls it back, but they get back for a couple of runs. The Derbyshire skipper getting the slide out there. 52 for 2. Haynes on to 14. I think that Wayne Madsen has got a problem with that finger again. He's just going across to Rob Bailey. I think he's saying that excuse me. He's wiping the ball. Perhaps the ball's got a bit of dirt on it, and he was showing. I thought it was his finger had popped open again, unless he's slightly bled on it, which isn't necessarily a good thing in this in the current climate. I don't think you're allowed to bleed on anything. Melton waits, and that is defended out into the offside by Billy Godleman. Sam Connors noticeably has put his cap back on now, and Ben Aitchison rather noticeably is going through his bowling action just to our right, so that would suggest that we'll see Ben Aitchison top of the bowling averages with 15 at 13.66 this season. Picked up 6 for 28 against Durham. Grunt will tell you that Dustin Melton's just delivered another delivery, or sent down another delivery, and it's gone straight through to Brooke Guest as Haynes leaves it alone. I imagine they're playing everywhere else. Be a bit of a surprise if they weren't. I didn't open that page though. Opened many others. I noticed the Latham 11 was playing a Williamson 11 down at Southampton as New Zealand prepare for the Test final. This one from Melton is pushed out to McDermott at point by Haynes, and there's no run.
Haven't they in that game as well made up the numbers with some local Hampshire club players?
Oh, that'd be good,
wouldn't
wouldn't
that be amazing?
Oh.
One of those.
Yeah, that would be good. I think I might have to politely decline. Yorkshire 15 for 4 against Lancashire in the Roses match at Old Trafford. That's a fairly interesting scoreline. This next delivery from Melton is driven for 4 runs. Two fielders sort of looked at each other there, that neither of them would have got there if they'd set off immediately, and then when they did set off, the ball was always going to win the race to the boundary. 4 more to Haynes, he moves to 18, and Worcestershire 56 for 2 at the end of the over. Libby has 24 in this group. Essex are currently 42 for 3 against Durham at Chester Street. So they're struggling a little bit. There are wickets falling all around the country at the moment. Sussex are 30 for 3 against Northants down in Hove. The only two teams haven't lost wickets. Middlesex are 33 without loss against Leicestershire. And we are going to see Ben Aitchison, I think, for the first time. No, we're going to see Finn Hudson-Prentice change ends, rather interestingly. And Surrey 36 without loss against Gloucestershire, so wickets the order of the day so far.
Bears have not lost a wicket either this morning. 32 without loss against Notts up at Trent Bridge.
Missed it completely, sorry.
It's alright.
I'm not allowed to say Notts on Radio Derby, no, I can't say.
Oh, okay.
Except when it's followed by the word forest, which apparently irritates people, apparently.
So it does. Finn Hudson-Prentice, here we go then, replacing Connors from the New Road end. He bowls and forward comes Libby, and there's no run. Like you can't say Nottingham County, obviously.
No, but they're not really
they're cool about it.
They're not the threat, are they? They're not the threat. Yeah, Notts Forest.
No, yes, familiar with that one.
They don't like it.
56 for 2. Finn Hudson-Prentice, headband, beard, hair flopping, and he comes and bowls, and forward comes Libby, again no run, out into the onside. Aitchison picks it up at mid-wicket. 2 slips only now, so a slight victory for Worcestershire, I guess, from 3. The offside area has been strengthened. There's now a ring of fielders there, ring of fielders on the leg side as well, and a long leg as Libby waits. Hudson-Prentice bowls to him, a brilliant delivery, beaten outside the off stump on the back foot, ball that seemed to seam away from him a little bit off the pitch, and Libby goes down and has a look at the offending area, gives it a tap. Cracking piece of bowling from Hudson-Prentice. Needs to keep the pressure on that was created by a terrific opening spell from Sam Connors. Here he comes, bowls forward is Libby, won't get a run here. Straight to Ben McDermott at point. I don't know what makes you feel old, doesn't it? Ben McDermott, son of Craig.
Yeah, absolutely.
Crikey.
Yeah.
1985 Ashes. Remember that?
Yeah,
he was good in that, wasn't he, McDermott?
I was only in my mid-20s then.
Hudson-Prentice past the umpire. Down the leg side, good take by Guest. One for the cameras, got both gauntlets to it. And a side roll to finish. No contact, of course, made by Libby. He's dropping some hints, isn't he?
He continues to. He's bowling in the direction of Alex Hughes rather than of his skipper Billy Godwin. I'm a little surprised, I have to say, that we haven't seen him yet.
If you can't do that when he was just taking your PB,
yeah,
when can you do it? Hudson-Prentice bowls. Runs here for Libby with another lovely looking punch off the back foot through the covers. Back they come for 2. 58 for 2. Libby up to 26. And I don't want to put the mockers on him, which of course I will by saying this, but he does make it look very easy, Jake Libby. He's managed to make this form just go on and on and on and on.
I'm not sure it's possible to put the mockers on. I've often said it. If we had the ability to affect things like that, we wouldn't be doing this.
Exactly.
We'd be doing something far more profitable.
We'd be packing out the Tom Bowlers everywhere, wouldn't we?
Oh yeah. The big teddies.
But there's only so much you can do with X numbers of bottles of scotch, though, isn't there? Really.
I'm not sure. It's going to be Dustin Melter to continue. I don't think that's Twiggy up above us.
58 for 2. Sorry, end of the over. Yeah.
It was. Yeah.
Carried away.
Well, no, you might have to do. Oh no, so we've had a false start here. Another false start. I'm not sure what that false start was all about, really. Alex Hughes going through his bowling action now as well. Well, if he gets on before Ben Aitchison, then
maybe you should roll your shoulders over, Fletch.
there will be questions asked in Parliament, I would have thought. Well, they're quite busy at the moment, aren't they?
Yeah, they are.
Yeah. Here's Melton from the Diglis end, bowls wide of the off stump to Haynes, allows it to go through to Brooke Guest.
Thing is, he's your trump card, isn't it, at the moment, Aitchison?
Well, I
with
would
his
say
form.
so, yeah.
You look what it's doing this morning.
Yeah.
There's plenty there.
Yeah. And he hasn't bowled.
He hasn't bowled.
No, he hasn't bowled. No, we're in the 14th over now. It is.
I mean, does he not like the new ball?
I'm going to have to ask him that now, if I remember. Unless a family member knows he doesn't like the new ball. In comes Melton. This plays over the top of that one, but it's wide of the off stump again. Haynes, as he played the shot, would have been fairly comfortable in the fact that he wouldn't hear the stumps rattle behind him. I'll do one more. Yeah, go on, I'll do one more. I'll risk it. I like living on the edge. Melton to Haynes, who drives it away for 4 runs. Glorious shot out to the point boundary this time. Onto it quickly. He moves into the 20s. He's on 22, and Worcestershire are 62 for 2 now. Oh.
Fletch will disappear for a little bit to drop some hints that he should come on to bowl, I think, and probably after he's updated listeners to BBC Radio Derbyshire. Update for BBC Hereford and Worcester's FM listeners in just a tick. 62 for 2 as Haynes won't get a run here. He pushes it out into the onside. Think about coming through for a single, but the man there, Alex Hughes, is to the ball too quickly. So they are denied. Sussex are collapsing at the moment. 30 for 4 against Northants. 3 wickets in the space of 2 overs. Here comes Melton in full, and Haynes will wait, and there's a mix-up here, shot at the stumps, and he's gone. Jake Libby's run out. What a mix-up. Jake Libby run out at the non-striker's end for 26. Will he join us at a crucial moment for Worcestershire? They've just lost a big wicket. Jake Libby, the man to go. He's looking in terrific touch again. He's made 26, and unluckily for him, run out at the non-striker's end, backing up a drive from Jack Haynes that was fielded in the covers. But Haynes sort of went yes, no, wait, came out of his crease a little bit, feigned to take the run, and then sent Libby back, and the throw came in and hit the stumps, and Libby was well short of his ground. Real mix-up. Worcestershire cannot afford such charity. 62 for 3. It's been a morning of struggle so far, but they had got themselves back onto an even keel before that aberration. And Libby has gone, run out for 26. Worcestershire 62 for 3 now. Oh dear. Just when it was starting to look rosier for the home side, it was a full length ball from Melton, and Haynes drove it off the toe end, fielded in the covers, and Haynes kind of went, it was one of those where he went wait to see what had happened, and then shuffled out of his crease, and there was a misfield initially. Then they decided to maybe then no, and then a direct hit, and Libby couldn't get back. The old adage of never running on a misfield. Ignored. And what a blow for Worcestershire. And what a bonus for Derbyshire. 62 for 3, and they've got rid of Libby. Ross Whiteley's the new man. As Haynes drives, and it's terrific work again in the covers by Matt Critchley. Was it Critchley who had the throw, Fletch? It was, must have been. Similar position. Brilliant work. And Critchley, who had such a terrific game against Worcestershire early on in the season up at the county ground, has come up with something there that might yet prove pivotal in this game. Very early, of course, an hour played in this this first morning, but Libby was looking ominously good from Derbyshire's point of view, and now he's gone. A lot rests on the shoulders of Ross Whiteley, recalled into the side for the first time this season. He's been scoring plenty of runs and taking some wickets in the second 11. He's captain of the twos, and the policy here at Worcestershire is if you do the business in the seconds, you will earn your opportunity in the first team, and Whiteley is the latest man to do that, but he comes in a really tricky position. 62 for 3.
Done your update. Excellent. Hudson Prentice begins a new over from the new road end to Ross Whiteley. That was the first delivery he's faced. It's the one thing you never really want to be, isn't it? The captain of the second team. Because it rather suggests that that's your role at the club, but fair play. If you do skip at the second team and you do well, if you get your opportunity. Ross Whiteley making his first appearance of the season against his former club. Derbyshire boy, well, man, obviously, now. 62 for 3. Derbyshire's morning so far, although the board has been ticking in relation to runs as well as around the wicket. Comes Hudson Prentice, well left by Whiteley to go through to Brooke Guest. Back to 3 slips following the dismissal of Jake Libby. Ball barely touched the stumps at the far end, but touched them enough to dislodge the bail, and Libby was a decent way out of his ground, I fancy. An absolute bonus for Derbyshire. Hudson Prentice, this one is off an edge down to the third man area, the vacant third man area, as Whiteley gets off the mark with the boundary. Soft hands and guided. Pigeons cooing in the eaves of the roof here, somewhere. Certainly somewhere near the effects microphone. always good to hear a pigeon. Hudson Prentice around the wicket again, balls to Whiteley, who gets a little squared up by that one, although that is very much his batting style, Ross Whiteley. Looks very correct to begin with, and ended up pretty much facing Finn Hudson Prentice after he'd played the shot. Just gives the impression of being squared up. I'm not 100% sure that he was, though. See how he deals with this next delivery. He pushes it into the leg side. They go through for a quick single, and it's a very comfortable quick single as the ball is fielded by Ben Aitchison. Whiteley to 5, 67 for 3. Stewart now in deep conversation with David Griffin, which is what you can hear in the background. I think it almost certainly will be a discussion about face coverings, which are in operation here at New Road because the spectators are just a metre apart. There's Hudson Prentice bowls to Haynes, who pushes this out into the offside square, picked up by McDermott. It's the end of the over. An over which, how many runs did they go on? My computer's gone to sleep there. 5 runs came from it. 67 for 3. Worcestershire Haynes has 22. Whiteley has 5, and here comes Ben Aitchison.
At last, we
well,
may
some
be forgiven for saying.
May say. Some indeed may say. What's the oasis moment in this game? Well, it looks like it's escalating now. The conversation. There's a man in a proper shirt and what looks like a rule book. Although the man with the rule book, he's got his face mask over his chin, so I think that gives somebody else the moral high ground there. Anyway,
Aitchison in and bowls to the left-handed Whiteley, who defends it up to mid-on, and there's no run.
Perhaps we were waiting for a left-hander.
Maybe. Yeah.
Seems slightly unlikely, but
this is another period of real importance for Worcestershire now, with the man in form, Ben Aitchison. He'll be feeling supremely confident coming into this game after his career best figures, 6 for 28 up at Durham. 67 for 3. There's the more success here for Derbyshire. Cracking ball outside the off stump, that left. Whiteley through it goes to Guest. Understandably 3 slips and a wide-ish. I'm not sure McDermott is gully, is it? That's perspective tricking me there. He's at point, isn't he? Off he wanders now.
I think so, yeah.
Point.
Yeah, I think so.
So just 3 slips in for the left-handed Whiteley. But plenty of interest. The ball doing a fair amount this morning, both through the air and a bit off the pitch, certainly. As Aitchison comes in and bowls, and Whiteley will get a run here, tucking it off his legs out through to a square leg. Dustin Melton trots around to do the fielding, and that's the single that takes it up to 68. Haynes 22, Whiteley has 6.
By Ben Debenham is just having a look at Ben Aitchison's follow through there.
Well, it's that end again, isn't it? That end that's caused bowlers some issues. And Aitchison, he's halfway through his first over here, and already he's caught the attention of the umpire. Here he comes, arms tucked in, big explosion of movement as he bowls towards Haynes, and there won't be a run up to mid-on. And Haynes goes for a wander. He's got to try and clear his head now, Jack Haynes. Obviously he'll be really feeling it from that run out involving Libby, which responsibility does lay at his door. That mix up, Libby run out at the non-striker's end with a sort of a yes-no, not quite sure what to do with that run, but they went on a misfield, and Critchley threw the stumps down from cover. Aitchison bowls. Solidly forward comes Haynes. No run as it trickles out to Dustin Melton. But he's got to back himself here, Haynes, and he will. Confident young man. Very talented, as Worcestershire supporters and backroom staff know. The word was that he was quite unlucky actually not to force his way into the team at the start of the season. But he's got a clear run now to make the most of his opportunity. Wide ball from Aitchison, very wide. Surprised that not given actually. End of the over. 1 run coming from it. Worcestershire 68 for 3. 22 for Haynes. Whiteley has half a dozen.
There must be something about the first day of games between these two. The last time they played each other in a Worcestershire home game, it was at Kidderminster, which we were at.
That's true.
And both sides were bowled out on the first day, weren't they? 108 and 113.
There were a lot of wickets, weren't there?
Yeah.
I've got that somewhere.
And then all of a sudden...
Is it Reece got 100?
Tom Lacey
Tom
was.
Lacey.
Yeah, 132. Tony Palladino had 58, Wayne Madsen 60 in the Derbyshire second innings. Here's Finn Hudson-Prentice. Begins a new over to Ross Whiteley, who leaves alone. Good leave outside the off stump. Goes through to Brooke Guest. Callum Ferguson, 127.
Yes. I was in my back of my mind thinking, I knew there was a Worcester player with 100.
Yeah,
it was
in what turned into a 4-day thriller after both sides were dismissed on the first day. I was particularly disappointed at the time because the food at Kidderminster was sensational, and I was slightly concerned we wouldn't get to day 4, but we did. Hudson-Prentice around the wicket to Ross Whiteley, who pushes this one out to Sam Connors, who's fielding in the covers.
Yeah, Ferguson 127, Cox 62. Tail wagged a little bit, D'Oliveira 30, Joe Leach a lusty 28 from memory, but yeah, Lost by 82 in the end.
Finn Hudson-Prentice bowled 8 consecutive maidens in that match.
Didn't he get runs as well?
He finished with 3 for 42. Not sure. He's around the wicket to Whiteley again, who leaves alone outside the off stump.
Yeah, he got 31. I thought he got runs.
Yeah.
Perky little innings, that I remember.
Yeah. A useful operator is Finn Hudson-Prentice. No question about it. Very good pick up from the MCC young cricketers, having been released from his initial county Sussex as a youngster.
That was good fun in the gazebo.
It was great, wasn't it? It was round the wicket to Whiteley, leaves alone again, goes through to Brooke Guess. There's a certain amount of deja vu about this over. Yeah, no, it was blisteringly hot, wasn't it? My hotel room had a beautiful view of this pitch. Sadly, the game was at Kidderminster, and this time I couldn't get into this hotel. Although I'm quite pleased because the hotel.
Are you now in Kidderminster? Is that the irony of this?
Yeah, the great irony is it's in the city centre, and it was serving breakfast this morning. Hudson-Prentice again bowls outside the off stump. That one rather dies as it goes through to Brooke Guess. So it's my first cooked breakfast of the season today. Was it? Yeah, I haven't had a cooked breakfast all season.
So you've been having continentals?
Well, sometimes having nothing.
Oh.
I ate yoghurt down at where was I? I was in Birmingham. I ate yoghurt in Birmingham for the first time. I was going to say,
the way you say that sounds like it's the first time in your life.
I'm not a big yoghurt fan, but I was so hungry by the time I got to the ground, and I was eating yoghurt. It's come to this. Hudson-Prentice bowls a full delivery to Whiteley, which he crashes away to backward point for 4 runs. It was a very full delivery, and Hudson-Prentice thought he'd sneaked it under the bat, but Whiteley had other ideas. He moves into double figures. He's on 10 now, and at the end of that over with Haynes on 22. Worcestershire is 72 for 3.
Well, it is a shame in a way, food-wise, but not at Kidderminster, because obviously it was absolutely tremendous. But the yoghurts there were glorious enough probably to convert you forever.
At Kidderminster?
Yeah.
Was it yoghurt?
Oh, amazing.
I wouldn't even have looked at it.
It's a good job I can't remember the brand, but they were sensational. Yeah.
No, I've never been a big fan of yoghurt.
Yeah.
It's amazing what you eat when you're hungry, though.
Players used to, Jack Chantry was part of our commentary team for that game. As Aitchison starts a new over, forward comes Haynes and there's no run, and he used to stock up. He used to come back to the tent with well, it was the I think it was the Sussex games. We did 2 matches, so maybe Jack was with the Sussex games.
Yes,
he used to come back with sort of,
Sally was with us for the...
Yes, Sally Bentley-Reid was with us too.
Yeah. That game.
But yeah, I'm not sure. The yoghurts haven't migrated their way to the press area here.
Good. I'm back off yoghurt again now. I had 2.
That's enough.
I think so.
3 slips go down, hands on knees. Aitchison bowls. Haynes defends it calmly out to Billy Godleman, the Derbyshire skipper, out at mid-off. 72 for 3. Haynes 22. Whiteley has 10. Mention Whiteley's form for the 2s. 59, 92 and an unbeaten century in his last 3 games. That 100, 109 against Lancashire. Captain as well, and bowls. He's picking up wickets too, and as onto his toes goes Haynes. Won't get a run as he drops it short onto the leg side. Ben McDermott scuttles into field, and he offers that variety for Worcestershire. Left armour, of course, might fulfil the role of kind of partnership breaker maybe, should he need to fill in. Joe Leach will have that option. He's now got the chance in at 5 to really build an innings here. 72 for 3. Aitchison past the umpire. Forward comes Haynes. Won't be a run. Godleman does the fielding at mid on again.
It's often you see it, but I've seen it. Hudson-Prentice do it in one of his most recent overs, and Ben Aitchison's done it. They're removing debris from the actual playing area on the pitch. Often you see batsmen do it. I'd leave it there as a ball. It's like the ball's gone out of shape. Excellent. Gives me more a chance of moving it off the straight.
As Aitchison comes in, and Haynes, carbon copy of the last couple of deliveries really. Haynes watertight in defence so far. Goes for a wander towards square leg, and there's no run. Worcestershire need to batten it down here, get to lunch without any further loss, and I suppose if they can get to lunch with only 3 down after winning the toss on a pitch that's definitely offering something early on, I think they'll probably take that. It's just a shame that Libby's not there. Peterson bowls on the drive. That's nicely put away by Haynes. Not a huge amount of footwork, but great eye and hands to the ball and through the line of the ball and out through the covers to the chestnut tree by the marquee. End of the over in stylish fashion. Haynes, he moves up to 26 and it's 76 for 3. Whiteley has 10. Aitchison now 2 overs for 5. 4 runs coming off that last ball.
The one man we haven't seen doing his warm-ups is currently fielding at cover, Matt Critchley. I wouldn't be surprised to see him at some point, the leading wicket taker for Derbyshire this season with 19.
Yorkshire 21 for 6 in the Roses match now.
I don't know, that's unlucky. Hudson Prentice begins a new over, that's left on length, I think, by Ross Whiteley, as it seemed to go over the top of the stumps. Billy Goodman having a conversation with Alex Hughes, who's one of the senior players, Hughes, but is only playing in his 3rd match of the season. Didn't get anywhere near the first team squad, it appeared, at the start of the campaign, but back in the fold now, which is good to see.
Tom Kohler-Cadmore, formerly of this parish, of course, last man out for Yorkshire.
That's another good leave by Whiteley. This ball goes through the guest again. It just dies as it reaches the keeper. It's in a bit of a mess, Yorkshire, eh? It'll be Lancashire's first game with supporters in, I imagine. They'll be enjoying every minute of it, the Lankies. Let's start supporting them again. That's Prentice into Whiteley, and that one's left alone. Outside the off stump, the tea order is taken in front of our effects microphone.
One man I'll be pleased about that Roses match where it's going is Jed Scott, my colleague from BBC Sport. He's in charge of the cricket live text today. Hi to you, Jed.
Does he listen to us all at the same time?
Oh, he does multitasking.
Impressive, that.
Yep.
That's Apprentice. In again, left alone by Ross Whiteley to go through to Guest. Now that is impressive. And I struggle to listen to one at a time. It was about 6 matches today, 7 matches.
Yeah, I don't quite know how they do it. They do a great service, those boys.
Yeah. Persisting around the wicket is Hudson Prentice, and this one is defended by Whiteley out into the offside. Critchley, in that energetic way of his, comes in to do the fielding. 76 for 3. 26 to Haynes, 10 to Whiteley. The men out. Mitchell, first ball of the match. Tom fell for 12, and Libby, who made 26 before perishing to a direct hit from Matt Critchley after a bit of a mix-up with Haynes. Haynes at the non-striker's end as Whiteley leaves alone outside the off stump, and a maiden over is celebrated by Finn Hudson Prentice. He actually punched the air with both hands there. I'm not entirely sure why. Sam Connors bowled a couple earlier on, but it's his first. 7 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 25, and that is very much his stock in trade, is to pin the batsman down, as he was probably reminded about his 8 in a row in the game at Kidderminster. It must be 3 years ago now. Seems a lifetime ago. 76 to 3 at the end of that over. 26 to Haynes, 10 to Whiteley. I was slightly distracted by Ben McDermott doing an exercise where he balanced on one leg. So it's very impressive, I think. Anybody who can do anything on one leg gets my vote.
76 to 3. Aitchison to continue from the Diglas end. Here he comes, sprinting towards us. Now, brilliant ball. Haynes did very well not to edge that. Crikey, that was like a fast leg break. Unbelievable. And that reared off the pitch and flew through to Brooke Guest, who took it above his right shoulder. That came from nowhere. Well, Haynes would have been doing very well to get something on that.
Remarkable delivery. Came out of nowhere, really. There's just been a succession of dot balls, and all of a sudden one takes off.
Here he comes again then, past the umpire, Aitchison. And this is edged but controlled by Libby. Soft hands down to Critchley at third slip. Comfortably on the bounce. We have seen Worcestershire go for full-blooded drives that have actually not been punished. Those were the drop catches that Durst Deploy put down off Libby and fell. But when they haven't really gone for the ball, Worcestershire have actually played that sort of delivery quite well. Edged a few but kept it down in a controlled way. Haynes doesn't play a shot to this one. Forward thrusts his leading pad, keeps his bat high above his head out the road. Through it goes to Guest.
Cry of anguish from Wayne Madsen, because the ball actually came back and went down the leg side after it had passed the stumps, of course, and it was taken to his left by Brooke Guest. I think Madsen thought that was much closer to the stumps than perhaps it was. Always good to let the batsman know that kind of thing, though. You've got away with one there.
Aitchison up to the wicket, bowls, driving his Haynes nicely. That was crisp. Through the covers into the boundary boards. You may well have heard the thud on our FX mic. Dustin Melton gave that up very early on. Actually, pretty much as soon as it cracked off the middle of Haynes' bat. No great flourish, just a push really, but very nicely timed through the gap, and away it goes. He's looking good again, Jack Haynes. He's up to 30. Doing the hard work here. 80 for 3. As we edge towards 12:30. Big half an hour here for both these sides really. As Fletch goes for another update. Subtle warning there, to time check, just trying to get you back for your help at Derby early in the season. I couldn't tell the time or remember when I was supposed to be on. Haynes drives it off the back foot up to mid-on, no run to this next ball. We'll be updating listeners to BBC Hereford and Worcester's FM frequency. Regular updates throughout the day on BBC Hereford and Worcester and BBC Radio Derby. And we're live ball by ball commentary on BBC Sport via the website and app. Just go to the cricket page and you can find the live text courtesy of Jed Scott today, and you can take your pick of the commentaries, as Haynes will get a single here with one that leaps up towards his armpit, but he rides the bounce well, gets on top of it out to McDermott at mid-wicket. Through they trot for a single. A sanitisation break now for the players. 81 for 3. Haynes has 31, Whiteley has 10. The men out this morning, what a dramatic start it was. First ball of the match, Darryl Mitchell, LBW to Connors, with one which just looked like it was going to take out the leg stump. He wasn't trapped bang in front, Mitchell, but looked a good decision. And Mitchell obviously desperately disappointed. It's something that happens to the opening batsman, doesn't it, number one? Taking first strike, it's always a nightmare when it happens, but Mitchell had to go. And then we had a flurry of chances that were not taken by Derbyshire. Drop catches. First Libby off Sam Connors when he had 4, and then Fell also dropped off the same bowler by the same man, Lewis Deploy at first slip. Fell dropped when he had 10, but didn't penalise Derbyshire too much because they removed him a couple of balls later, caught behind this time. Connors deserving his wicket. And then Jack Haynes also dropped, this time by Brooke Guest, a very low chance to the wicketkeeper's right off Dustin Melton. As Connors is it's Alex Hughes, sorry, is into the attack for the first time today. He replacing Finn Hudson-Prentice at the New Road end. Playing his third game of the season, Alex Hughes, yet to take a wicket. He's only bowled 14 overs prior to today. Haynes will retake his guard here. Hughes bowls and drives it up to Finn Hudson-Prentice at mid-on, and there's no run. Haynes took his guard again because Brooke Guest has come up to the stumps for the medium pace of Hughes. Update on the way for FM listeners to BBC Hereford and Worcester. Well, Worcestershire have chugged along to 81 for 3 here under the brilliant sunshine here at New Road. Jack Haynes is going well on 31. Ross Whiteley is with him on 10. The men out. Darryl Mitchell, LBW to the first ball of the match for naught. Wretched start for the home side. Tom Fell, who was dropped a couple of balls early, then caught behind off Connors for 12. Jake Libby, who also enjoyed a life on 4, dropped it. Slip again. Lewis Deploy putting down 2 catches this morning off Connors, but sadly for him, perishing run out at the non-strikers end, backing up Jack Haynes. Fatal hesitation as Haynes drove it into the covers, but a great return and throw by Matt Critchley, who tickled the bails off at the non-strikers end and caught Libby a couple of yards short of his ground. Libby was looking terrific again, but he was gone for 26. Much now rests on the shoulders of young Jack Haynes. He has 31, Worcestershire 81 for 3. Just got to try and bat out these next 28 minutes without further loss. That will be the Worcestershire plan. Derbyshire will know that if they can get another wicket here, at least one, they'd have had a brilliant morning. Haynes waits for Hughes. Forward, bat and pad tight together again, pushing it out to covers, and there's no run. End of the first over. A maiden from Alex Hughes. And 2 Worcestershire batsmen come together. 81 for 3. Sussex have lost their 5th wicket now. Wickets going around the country today in bunches. Sussex 51 for 5 at home against Northants. Ben Brown, the Sussex skipper's out for 9, caught off Wayne Parnell, formerly of Worcestershire of course. Lancashire also amongst the wickets in the Roses match. Yorkshire 21 for 6. Elsewhere, Warwickshire 54 for 1 rather. They've lost their first wicket as Ben Aitchison starts a new over, beats Ross Whiteley's crab-like forward defensive shot at that first delivery. Through it goes to Brooke Guest. Yeah, Warwickshire 54 for 1. Rob Yates, the man who got 100 against the Pears at Edgbaston a couple of weeks ago, he's out. Surrey 50 for 1. They've lost their first man. Stoneman, the man to go there for 22, as Whiteley defends calmly up to mid-off, and there's no run. So Surrey 50 for 1. And Middlesex 52 for 1. And Sussex 57 for 6, as we've mentioned. So the other 2 games in this group, Essex 82 for 3 and Warwickshire 55 for 1 against Nottinghamshire. Essex taking on Durham. And the battle of these two winless in Group 1 at the moment. It's been Derbyshire's morning as Whiteley defends it out to mid-off and there's no run. 81 for 3. With the wickets of Mitchell, Libby and Fell. Aitchison turns at the top of his mark and runs towards us in the beautiful sunshine here at New Road. In he comes, big leap to the crease and bowls. Onto his toes is Whiteley. Plenty of time to play that out to Billy Godleman, the Derbyshire captain, out at mid-off. Cover left-handed Whiteley. There's a mid-wicket. And President on at long leg. Aitchison bowls, and again it's that characteristic sort of punchy shot off the back foot from Whiteley. Broad-shouldered, strong, powerful man. We know what he can do. He's got his chance in the ripple stuff now through sheer weight of runs and the way he's led the second team. In for Ricky Vessels today, and Ed Barnard is also restored to the starting lineup. Down the leg side, there's something on this, whether it's bat or whether it's going to be pad. I reckon that's going to be pad. Umpire Debenham signals touches his knee and signals 4 leg byes, so end of the over. Aitchison 4 overs, none for 10 now. 85 for 3. Dave Fletcher has rejoined us.
Yeah, sorry it was so long. We've got.
There's another quiz.
No, not quiz this time. But we've got a breakfast presenter on a plane at the moment, and he's flying around Derbyshire. So apparently it's chaos. But I have learned.
The line dropped out.
Yes, I'm not sure he's got a line. I did learn that we can say buttocks on the radio, so that was good. So I said it. Here's Alex Hughes beginning a new over from the New Road end. It's clipped into the leg side. Won't go for 4 as around the boundary's edge comes Sam Connors to do the field, and they pick up another single. 1 more to Haynes. He moves to 32, 86 for 3.
You can say buttocks.
You can say buttocks. Yeah. I think more in when he used the word clench as well. So that he was being given some advice on what to do when he was in the plane.
Short of don't get in.
Yes, well that would have been my advice.
Yes.
Although he's the ideal size to go in a small plane. He's a very tiny man. Ross Whiteley just flexes his knees as he waits for Hughes to come in and bowl. That one squirts off the edge all the way along the floor down towards third man when it's fielded by Dustin Melton. He picks up another single to move to 11, 87 for 3. I think he's a good flyer out of the 2 by all accounts, so it'll be quite a test for him, I would suggest. He'll come through though. And he'll make terrific radio out of it. I don't know how he keeps doing it. Oh, that's nice. 87 for 3. Next delivery pushed out to the offside by Haynes. It must be about the noisiest commentary position in the country, this, mustn't it? With lots of people walking past and various noises. The one thing that we haven't had is the meal trolley.
Oh yes, yeah.
Always used to
we
get.
Might not get that.
No, that's a slight worry. But always used to get the meal trolley. Always a very exciting moment in the day. Hughes is in again, and this one's pushed out to the offside where Critchley comes in and does the fielding, beats Ben McDermott to the ball. McDermott will realise soon enough that if the ball's anywhere near Matt Critchley, he will want to field it because he likes to be involved.
And obviously we do have everything open as well, don't we? Doors and windows, so
yes,
that's going to amplify things.
Yeah. Next delivery is defended by Haynes out to the offside. It's Critchley again who does the fielding.
But that trolley is very loud.
It's great, isn't it?
Very, very, very loud.
It is great. I think that because there are no spectators in the stand, the New Road stand, where we are, apart from at the very far left-hand end as we look out on the ground. That makes people's individual voices slightly more amplified as well. This one's whipped away down to long leg by Haynes, fielded by Melton, another single to the total. He moves on to 33.88 for 3 at the end of the over, which cost 3 runs. 2 overs for 3, Aitchison 4 overs for 10, and he's going to continue from the Diglis and the Basil D'Oliveira stand end. Nobody's ever told me why it's called the Diglis end. I don't think anybody knows. Do you know?
Yes, I used to know, but I can't remember.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's not much use.
I think it's to do with the church owning the land.
Well, Église is French for church, isn't it?
Yes, it's something to do with that. Aitchison bowls, new over. Haynes won't get a run here. Turn to mid-wicket, diving stop, and there's no run. Sam Connors, the man who does the fielding. Yeah, I can't remember specifically, but I think they're pretty sure it's something to do with that, where they bought the land off the church or something like that. Anyway,
sacred land.
Sacred land. There's a church involved somewhere.
Right.
Yeah. Well, I know there's a big one over there, but.
I just spotted that.
Aitchison in. Won't get a run here again. Connors scampers in for mid-wicket, denies Haynes the chance for a single, but the manner of the run out for Jake Libby, I don't think Jack Haynes would be tempted to do anything remotely risky now, certainly with only 20 minutes to go to lunch. 88 for 3. I mean, yeah, for those of you familiar with New Road, the spectators that are in today sort of spread out in a kind of a semicircle. There are no fans near the marquee, Ladies Pavilion or the Graham Hick Pavilion stretching round onto the New Road end. There's Aitchison bowls and won't get a run here. There's no bat on it, thuds into the thigh pad of Haynes and trickles out to mid-wicket. And then there's sort of the other side of the sight screen that drapes in front of the New Road stand. That's where the fans start, in front of the hotel, and then the new scoreboard, and then around in front of the cathedral, arching round to the Basil D'Oliveira stand. And it's great to see them.
It is.
Multicoloured tops, multicoloured sun hats. And Haynes is driving, but straight out to Godalman at mid-off, who fields textbook long barrier styly. No run.
Paul's slightly perturbed that I had yoghurt. It doesn't ask if I had any doner meat with the yoghurt though, so I've not tried that. That could be interesting.
Doner meat?
Oh, I'm a big
yogurt.
fan of doner meat. I had some last night for tea, actually.
But not with yoghurt?
No, well, I'm not a fan of yoghurt really, but since I'll be having fruit compote from the buffet breakfast next, I won't.
Aitchison bowls. Haynes is edgy, but again it's controlled, not in the air. Won't go for 4. They'll pull it up just inside the fence. McDermott is there first, and Wayne Madsen follows him from the slip cordon to complete the relay. They're back for 2. 35 to Haynes now. 90 for 3 in the 24th over, coming to the end of it now.
You can see why McDermott hits the ball a long way. He's a big man, isn't he? He's spent a bit of time in a gym.
Yeah, I mean, he's not tall, is he? But
no.
he's wide in the most polite possible sense. Aitchison past the umpire, and this is wide and swings even wider. Umpire Debenham has a look, sort of tilts his head to one side and thinks about it, but gives the bowler the benefit of the doubt. End of the over. 90 for 3. Aitchison 5 overs, 1 maiden, none for 12 now. Haynes 35, Whiteley 11. There's been another wicket, would you believe, Fletch, at it's actually at Brighton, in Brighton, at home, of course it is. Sussex, 61 for 7.
Oh dear.
As EMF once said famously. It's unbelievable.
Isn't it just? Yes.
Yeah. Surrey 58 for 1. That hasn't changed.
Alex Hughes begins a new over from the new road end around the wicket to Ross Whiteley, taken behind the stumps, standing up by Brooke Guest.
Middlesex 66 for 1 against Leicestershire at Grace Road. Sorry, playing Gloucestershire 68 for 1 there.
Whiteley just flexes his knees as he waits for Hughes to come in again and leaves alone outside the off stump.
Yorkshire 36 for 6
Batted.
at Old Trafford against Lancashire in the Roses match.
Something of a recovery, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean they were basically 3 for 6 at one stage.
Absolute mess.
Carnage.
Whiteley waits and defends this up to Finn Hudson-Prentice at mid-on. Quite a deepish mid-on. Matt Critchley in conversation with Billy Godman, no doubt saying, I'll have a go, I'll have a go. Which end do you want me to bowl at, Bill? That one? That one? Either. I'm not bothered. Is he warming up? We'll watch him move his arms around now. That'll tell us. Wants a bat pad as well. Hughes in again, and this one is pushed out into the offside. Around comes McDermott, but of course, I know it was Sam Connors. He was beaten to the ball by Matt Critchley.
And they're 682 for 3 against Durham in the other game in this group. Sir Alistair Cook is out. Tom West is also out of a 21 ball duck.
Getting his eye in when he perished. Hughes in. This one's turned into the leg side. And to Sam Connors by Ross Whiteley. There he goes. Critchley's just windmilled one arm. We're going to see an over or 2 possibly of spin before lunch then. Derbyshire's leading wicket taker, the County Championship Player of the Month for April. Quite right too. Hughes gets a leading edge off Ross Whiteley's bat as he tried to turn it into the leg side. It came straight back towards Hughes along the floor though. That was a decent over from Alex Hughes. He's now bowled 3 overs, 2 of which have been maidens. Conceded just the 3 runs. Haynes 35, Whiteley 11, 90 for 3. Worcestershire. And that scoreboard is magnificent, but I definitely need to go to the optician.
Well, it's never easy in the sun, is it, with yellow?
I don't know, it's just
digital
the fact that they're all
names
blurred
and numbers.
that's worrying me.
Well, there is that. Yeah. I'm trying to be kind, Fletch.
No, I definitely need. My right eye's worse than my left. That's good either. Might be just the way I'm laying on it overnight. Here's Matt Critchley. Bit of leg spin, good to see. Try something just before, 12 minutes to go until lunch, aren't there? But just get the over 8 up a touch as well, with just 25 having been bowled so far today. It's been all action.
Yeah, they've had a few breaks, haven't they, with the run-ups and the discussions with the ball. But yeah, Critch is going to just pep that rate up a touch. Might get we'll get a couple of overs in, won't he? At least.
I thought so.
Might get 3. Interesting to see if he can get anything from this early pitch.
It's not unusual to see him on day 1 before lunch, though.
90 for 3. Here he comes then from the Diglis end with his leg spinners. Onto the back foot is Haynes, and getting a run off his first delivery. Fielded by Melton, who's at deep cover point for the right-hander. They switch round for the left-handed Whiteley, who will try and resist all his attacking intentions.
I was just going to say, do you think
he'll be able
his
to? Instincts.
Do you think he'd be able to? Because he's got the short boundary to the leg side, which is going to be massively tempting for Ross Whiteley.
There are 2 men there exactly for that. So this is a nice bit of cat and mouse here as we tick towards lunch. 10 minutes to go. Critchley bowls. And there's a big appeal, but not too much conviction in that, to be honest.
Critchley gave up very early, didn't he?
Yeah.
Very early.
Looked like it pitched outside leg stump. Onto the back foot goes Whiteley, won't get a run.
I'm sure going back into his stumps is a good idea. It's Whiteley.
One slip in place. Critchley throws himself a catch. Here he comes. Bit more air to this one and drops on a length. Forward comes Whiteley, turns it round the corner to Hudson Prentice. No run. So we've got a long leg, a deep mid wicket who's pushed a bit straighter than usual onto the back foot and back up the pitch from Whiteley. No run. Everyone else is, there's a deep point as well. Everyone else is saving one. Critchley bowls, tickled round the corner. This will be a single down to long leg. In comes Dustin Melton, and the end of Critchley's first over. A couple of runs coming from it. Whiteley has 12, 92 for 3. Haynes has 36. If you have just switched on, you missed a dramatic opening quarter of an hour or so to this match. Darryl Mitchell out LBW to the first ball of the game to Sam Connors. We had 2 drop catches, both off Connors, both by Lewis Deploy at first slip. Libby and Fell. Fell didn't go on, caught behind off Connors. He was out for 12, but Libby was dropped on 4, got himself to 26 and looked in supreme touch again, but he was run out at the non-striker's end and mixed up with Jack Haynes. That's really cost Worcestershire dear. Haynes though has managed to clear his head and stay there. He's looking in good touch too. 5 boundaries and his unbeaten 36. Sam Connors is back into the attack. He's bowled terrifically this morning. A second burst for him before lunch, wide outside the off stump to the left-handed Whiteley, who ignores it. Through to Brooke Guest. 2 slips in place now, with a point, a cover, extra cover, or mid-off really, mid-on, mid-wicket, and there's a fine leg who's kind of a bit more than 3/4 of the way back to the boundary rope. There's a wide third man as well, as Connors sprints past the umpire, and Whiteley on the drive, but hits the man, makes a reasonably satisfying noise out the middle of his bat, but can only steer it straight to mid-on. Who then proceeds with one of the more vigorous ball rubbings I've seen in a while on the front of his shirt there. Terrific effort by Alex Hughes. Connors again. 92 for 3. Bowls, and although it's short, Whiteley is a tall man, so he plays it comfortably, almost rocking forward as he does so. Not quite hitting the splice of the bat, but in full control.
I think it's a good idea to give Connors a little burst, isn't it, before lunch? Having picked up those 2 wickets early on today and been a little unfortunate.
2 for 21 from his 6 overs from his first spell, bowled really well. Definitely with a military-esque haircut, isn't it? Here he comes, up to the wicket and bowls. Whiteley won't get a run here. Oh, he will do. There's a misfield, and this time it's safe to run on a misfield. It goes straight through Finn Hudson-Prentice at mid-wicket, who was maybe looking at the ladies' pavilion, thinking about cake. So close to lunch.
He went at it with his left hand, which may have been the problem there, but either way it was a disappointing bit of fielding.
But unlike the situation with Critchley stopping the covers off Haynes that ran out Libby, that was one of those occasions where it was safe to run on a mistake. 36 for Haynes, who's down on strike and edging, but again it's controlled, not in the air for a long time. If there'd been a third slip or second slip, I don't reckon that would have carried.
No.
They might have stopped it though. As it is, it's gone down to third man for just a single.
Yeah, there's a tremendous amount of pace in the pitch, is there at all? It's not a fast bouncy one, which is why that delivery a little earlier on from Ben Aitchison that really spat up caught everybody by surprise, but we haven't seen a repeat of that at any stage since.
I guess if you think about it as well, Fletch, the catches behind the wicket we've seen that have been dropped have been off full gusto drives, haven't they?
Yeah.
So the batsmen have really given it some, so it is going to carry. But yeah, there's a Bit of softness in this wicket, there's no great pace. End of the over, dot ball to finish. 94 for 3. Haynes 37, Whiteley 13. Worcestershire 5 minutes away from what started as a fairly bruising first session after winning the toss and deciding to bat first. They would have known, Joe Leach and Alex Gidman, the risks involved in that potentially. Be something in it early on. But not a bad recovery, really.
It'd be nice for Derbyshire just to winkle out one more before lunch. That's a loopy delivery from Matt Critchley that's pushed out into the offside by Jack Haynes. He's on 37 from 69 deliveries now, and he faces the next one and just carves that away down to third man for 4 runs. The spin on the ball just took it away from Finn Hudson-Prentice as he chased it towards the boundary rope, but it was always going away from him. And a boundary first off Critchley as Haynes moves into the 40s. He's on to 41 and Worcestershire 98 for 3 now.
Did I just push the mower all over your over then?
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, it doesn't matter. I'm not bothered. Critchley pushed it out into the outside. I don't like to make a fuss. Happy for you. You could do the entire day for me. I still get paid.
Can you unclench your fist then, please?
I still get paid if you just spoke between now and 6 o'clock. Critchley in, and that one is driven. It was a long way from his body, the bat there, and it was parallel with the ground when he made contact with the ball. He wasn't entirely in control of that one, Jack Haynes, but he's still there. This next delivery from Critchley is full, and he pushes it back to the bowler. 2 away from 3 figures for the morning session, which will mark it down as a decent morning for Worcestershire, and 3 wickets for Derbyshire, and they'll believe that they've done alright as well. A little bit of extra effort there from Matt Critchley with a grunt at the end of his delivery as he completed his over with a dot ball. 2 overs for 6 he's bowled from the Diglis end.
Does he ever chuck in a bouncer, Matt Critchley?
Should do, shouldn't he? No, yeah. I don't think so.
The old Marnus.
Yeah. a little leggy bouncer. No.
That was quite funny, wasn't it, when he was bowling to Darren Stevens, Marnus Labuschagne.
Well, the bizarre
game.
Because, well, bizarrely, I mean, Stevens is a phenomenon, isn't he?
Very
absolutely
incredible
phenomenon.
Like, what is he doing?
Top score, and then somebody just shouted to him, he's got Labuschagne out now. What's going on? Came to Derbyshire on loan a couple of years ago, briefly.
Connors, new over, new road end, wide outside the off stump. Whiteley leaves alone, and there's no run. Yeah, I don't know how he keeps going. It's phenomenal.
I did an interview with him after a T20 match at Edgbaston. Must have been his debut, and he said then, I think Kent don't want me. I'm not, there's no new contract in the offing, and this is a shop window really. And then Derbyshire barely picked him after that. Connors
past the umpire. Whiteley leaves alone. He's in lunch mode now, quite understandably. He'll be quite happy to see these
we all are.
next four deliveries sail past his off stump without having to engage.
I can't see it.
Lunch has arrived.
It's in some kind of container.
Brown paper bag.
Well, there's a container.
Hermetically sealed.
Well, I'm not sure about that, but there's definitely crisps and a tangerine. Which I hope it gets slightly more exciting than that, but it seems to be a box, a sealed, not sealed box, but like a takeaway box. It'd be great if it was done on me.
Connors. Oh, bouncer down the leg side, but it's a pretty wretched ball in all honesty. Brooke Guest does well to his right to catch that.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that was all about, that delivery. It was it was hopeless really, wasn't it?
Bit of a grunt, bit of frustration. This will be the last over before lunch.
He often grunts, Connors, as he delivers the ball.
A bit like his namesake Jimmy when he used to serve.
Yeah, he did, didn't he? Yeah. He'd have been a good fast bowler, I think, Jimmy Connors.
Whippy, left arm. Connors outside the off stump. Elaborate lead from Ross Whiteley. Sort of arcs his nose over the ball and then has the bat high above his head. 2 balls to go. Worcestershire won't be bothered about bringing the 100 up before lunch. It's all about keeping it down to those 3 wickets, which they've so far managed to do. 2 balls left of the morning session. As Connors is in, safely forward. Everything behind that one from Whiteley. Tell what his intention is now. Kicks away at the popping crease, so just disturbing his vision there. Last ball then of the morning coming up. 98 for 3.
Been a good morning, hasn't
it? It has. It's sort of
really
swung both ways, hasn't it? Yeah. One way then the other, and in the end I think it's finished pretty much. Both sides will be reasonably happy, I think.
Yeah.
It's been a good old intriguing 2 hours.
Derbyshire with already as many points as they picked up in the entire game at Chelmsford.
It's Connors. Last ball of the first session. It's wide outside the off stump. Whiteley has nothing to do with it. End of the over and end of the first session. 98 for 3. Worcestershire will trot off the field to lunch. And as we just mentioned, I reckon both sides pretty satisfied with how that first 2 hours of play has gone. Derbyshire looked like they were going to be all over Worcestershire in a big way when Daryl Mitchell was out LBW to the first ball of the match, and then they had chances that came and went, with Lewis Deploy dropping 2 at first slip to reprieve Jake Libby and Tom Fell, both off poor old Sam Connors. But Connors got his revenge with Fell a couple of balls later, caught behind for 12, and then Worcestershire really gifted Derbyshire the wicket of Jake Libby, who looked in supreme touch yet again, got to 26 before he was run out backing up at the non-striker's end after a mix-up with Jack Haynes. Haynes driving a ball from Dustin Melton into the covers. Matt Critchley with a scrambling stop. It was, I guess, technically a misfield. Hesitation. Haynes thought about taking the run, then thought not, and by the time he tried to send Libby back, the throw had come in from Critchley and disturbed the bails at the bowler's end, and Libby was well short of his ground, so he had to go. But great credit to Jack Haynes. He's not let that dismissal disturb him. He's cleared his head and he's batted terrifically as well. He's got to 41 at lunch with 6 elegant boundaries. Some of his shots through the covers have been a delight. He's got 41. Ross Whiteley, promoted from all his good work in the second team in recent weeks, he's looked fairly solid too, but understandably playing within himself as he looks to get to the safety of lunch. He's got 13 from 49 deliveries. Connors with a couple of wickets, 2 for 23, the pick of the bowlers for Derbyshire, particularly in that first spell. So that's just about the story of the match so far from a gloriously sunny New Road, at last with spectators looking on as well. That's fantastic to see. We've had a really good morning's cricket. Please do join us for the afternoon session following lunch in around about 35 minutes or so. So until then, cheerio, and we'll speak to you very soon.
Tickets for the Durham fixture, the next game here. Allocation of those tickets will take place either later this week or early next week. So if you're in the ballot for those, you should know by the end of this week, which will be tomorrow, of course, or early next week, allocation of tickets for the Durham fixture here.
Well, at lunch, Worcestershire are 98 for 3, and both these sides will feel reasonably content with their morning's work. Derbyshire lost the toss and bowled first, got off to the perfect start. Daryl Mitchell, LBW to the first ball of the match. Although Derbyshire did drop 2 catches, they got their revenge. Tom Fell caught behind for 12, and then a real bonus. Jake Libby had looked in great touch for Worcestershire again, run out at the non-striker's end after a mix-up with Jack Haynes for 26. Haynes has shrugged off that disappointment brilliantly, though. He's batted very sensibly and serenely for 41 not out at lunch. Whiteley's with him on 13. Worcestershire 98 for 3 at lunch.
Southampton, where Worcestershire declared on 121-3, Northamptonshire 79-1 on red line.
3 years ago, trophy.
You want that, John?
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
that's the name. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, thank you.
Sure, there you go.
Thank you. You just tell the captain so on a good clean fight, and then you say, well, Monday. I want to somebody get followed if you don't do it.
Yeah.
Who did you say? Who did you say I'll put that on? Oh, right. Hold on, and he went home with it. Good work there.
You got a picture of them not wearing the mask.
No.
I'll tell you which is the dress. Who? Big Andy. How? Well,
I think everything is fine. I'll come to a second minute. Everything went with you, Phil? Wasn't it? Yes, easily the best session of cricket I've seen this season. That was very dull. Even the game I did where we also going to rain, but even that was quite hard work. Me or is it Marcus? Well, I did. It was good. And it was
and they get raised 20 grand middle, people wouldn't be so work towards it.
sorted boundaries at side as well.
Yeah.
And down the hill.
Yeah.
It's got to go wrong. No, very good. So you begin at 6 o'clock.
To do when you
I believe I will be, yes.
You resolved your last time, so you have to issue about having too much of but did you get Mike Turner's come
Mike
up?
received the ethics yeah.
He's very good.
Yeah.
I see your knowledge of this was big downgraded.
Well, we haven't had ours, we haven't got ours yet, so I don't know. I know Curtis has got his now.
We've all got a rack.
Who's on the rack with you?
A rack, and a bag of crisps and an apple, and then we've got a cake, which I'm assuming might be tea. I don't know.
150
Hey,
50.
Is the lady come in?
550.
No, that's
Little rack.
Very inexperienced touch yours, eh, David?
Hit the back or whatever, I think.
Like four.
We'll take the 6 and then potentially next game get it to slot.
Well, that's what we took Club. Took Croyd for 39. Next game, Bolorendo was for 77.
Yeah, it's just young. The way now, what do you think, Dave?
I thought he bowled really.
Not bad. Yeah.
Mountain didn't bowl very well.
Why Christian didn't bowl for the first hour?
Well, you've been noticing any over it.
Well, I was such a clever theory going on these days. I may have spelled a bit clever, get him on.
Oh, we don't have you. Fucking play.
The ball was clearly doing something this morning. I mean, essentially, it's there. I would just go down and it's about the age.
Well, no, I didn't. I meant, well, forget COVID. I mean, oh, yeah.
Where's the the boy, when he first arrived, was never in the slip. Correct.
Oh, right.
Prerequisite slip. Yeah, well, it does. I have no idea.
Well, we'll be playing and turn up for a game like that.
Like, so there is brilliant theory.
I'm fine, thank you. So I couldn't answer earlier, I'm scoring the game. Worcester, I'm doing Worcester Derby.
You are, you can get normal by it.
Oh, I'd love to, yes. I won't be back until about 7:30. Oh, really? Oh, okay. Quite ready, yeah?
We play 5 on the Samuel Way. They're all
Just playing
in
twice, is it?
But we haven't had a week off.
Oh, what okay. Oh, I'm like, it's so right. We're not
You're the thing, David. finished it by the end of May, you'd still have 3 months then before you could tell everybody all the fixtures on there in September. Now we're going to go for a 7 months. Yeah, we don't have one. Yeah, everybody has got to do with the 5 and 6 centuries. Yeah, one of them. Yeah.
Household.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. Well, what I meant was, I understand at the end of May, you could then told all spectators who want to go to watch cricket in September that it's like, you know, they ain't going to wait till July until that last game to play. You've got about 6 weeks and you're playing.
how was your holiday then? I remember you told me you booked one, Still looking forward to our weekend away from that. I say weekend, but
Not in it.
well, I'm very pleased to get you.
We're playing Lancashire at Liverpool, I think.
Yeah, I'm pleased to hear that. I mean, well.
Now what appears to be the problem then, sir?
Yeah, pretty much certainly because it's very wicked. Because folks have been wicked in the quarantine and got their rescue. That start, well, I think it's about next week, but I've noticed that all the England are not playing. So they must all be positive. But the Zealanders who are right here, and they're playing in-house friendly, which I think starts today. So they normally set themselves up to so they're probably having a bit of time together before we come down to the fight. But now I'm really pleased with him, and I'm sure he'll be hugely excited. Well, I think so. I mean, it's hard to say. I think New Zealand will be tough opposition. They've got a decent bowling team, so although I'm not sure it's all here, but if they are, they're full straight front. That will be quite a gap. But where folks will be happy, so that's probably
Hi, Al, it's Darren. Yeah.
I don't think so. I mean, they were really, very considerate. Although they somehow imagine they were very considerate. And I would have thought they were going to sort of building what they had before, and that very people sort of
Yeah,
swapping
a huge amount of
around six.
When do you need it for?
Yeah, that's right.
Right, that would be...
So yeah, I think he's a good player. But yeah, I mean, obviously, my impression of him is that he's a bit vulnerable because of the things like that.
Right, okay. Yeah, I'll see what I can do. If I can't do it now, I'll try and do it see. Yeah, we can.
So when you get on the 24th, I think you'll be right. Well, yeah, I'm not sure. Did Jack Russell the last one, or maybe John Lewis?
Well, somebody else could. Was it
Yeah,
Was it crap?
Yeah, just carry it all around. Just so that you can get away with them. Talking about very nice hotel in London for £45 a night between us. Yeah, so I thoroughly enjoyed that. Nice to have a break. I'm not very tired now, that's the only thing. I'm still a bit running to the ground. That's why I need to have a break. That's why I keep going with you. You can line me up. What's over the week? Just normal training in the evening around. Everything on during the day. Yeah, normal next Thursday night next to be happening. So there's no, I don't think there'll be anybody there other than probably four. But the ground is absolutely saturated. I've never seen it as wet as this in the summer before. Yeah, I mean we've had much more rain I think than we've had. But it's we've had a couple of dry days this week and it's recovered amazingly. So it looks normal now. I mean, yeah, I on Saturday when I say you could put your foot on the grass, push it, and water will come up. Yeah, absolutely. And all the time. It's not raining away, it's normally just raining away. So we play the game, so we should never Did you get to play on Sunday? We lost Scotland. We only played the T20, they got 122, we got 7. And it's the slowest, it's a slow wet pitch and a slow action. So it's scoring really difficult. For us, not really. Nobody got a big score. Nick Evans got a few, Green got a few, 15, 20, scores like that. Nobody got a big score. Steph Cumming took 4 hits in a moment. Yeah, he came in at the last minute. Luke Sellers had to drop out because his daughter was at a school where they had COVID. She's not common, but she had COVID. And that meant that he had to go home. So that all happened on Saturday. So he dropped out. And I was like, Steph the wicket took through and 4-16, 4 over. So that's good. We had a bit of run back. George Pritchard got back in. Although I think he'll be fit soon. But he was fine and dropped out. So he wasn't there either. So he's the only regular 13 ball Anyway, we weren't really expecting to be content, they were trying to show them we were playing strongly at the time. I think we released 9 pounds. So, did you play? You were off. So, but it's going to be nice this weekend. When are you going to call? Yeah, but not playing this weekend. We are down this weekend, but I'm going to be here. 4 days, and this is day 1. So, yeah, so I definitely went to the 98. Yeah, especially cricket. I've seen the first time I've seen it. Much better pitch than the one before being first one. Worcestershire Down Mitchell went up 34 of the match, and then Pears and Libby both got dropped, but then they went for that. We had direct hit run out, but in between that, playing with Jack Henry or something, there were quite a few bounces, so it's been very, very entertaining cricket. Yeah, he's got 30 or
JC.
I've got it 41 of them. Alright, what is the second? Because he has got it. That would be a much nicer pitch. Small ground, actually giving an opportunity all to go. So that would be good. Yeah.
Kicking off the day.
Well, he's a very all-hearted bowler.
Oh, okay.
And over the course, he's not shooing for the
Hi Gary, it's Dan. Just a quick call. News have asked me if I can... Hi Karen. Yeah, I'm alright, thanks.
Yeah, no, it's fine. It is, it's unbelievable.
If you have a bowler, you very rarely see them.
Five degrees.
Yeah. We had Kieran Labama one year.
Oh, it was just, yeah, okay, it was flat from that, but I didn't notice whether it went to 0 score when I put it in there.
Oh, right. Oh, yeah, that's a point,
I
yeah.
didn't notice it.
Did he do it during the Essex game?
No, it did it, but it came back straight away. It would go 0 and then kick in again.
I'm really looking to try. I managed to get it back.
Yeah, don't alarm our
I'm
members.
just trying to think whether we had... I don't think we had that board in the Essex game. I think it was Drayton.
Ah, right.
Because the market was so slow.
Well, 2 days it was Drayton.
I think. Yeah, half of the job. Yeah, I just think Harry, I did know a long time. You know, I mean, I think, you know, I just need to go to the game and play with it. And I try to like it. Well, I don't know if I'm going to crack it in completely, but I'm heading in that direction. Well, I don't think I'm going to I'm just really, my first thing was just to lose a job and then see how I do it. Well, I think that's right. I'm not happy, but you know, I just got too many and I hate it when I come so yeah, so I'm not very happy at the moment. No, I just had a wrap. Had a chicken and something wrap. I've got an apple on the burger, so it's much more on the pet.
How's your dad? Hello, brothers. Yeah, how are you doing? Good, yeah. Good. Yeah, busy and that. Yeah.
Martley Creek will go up this weekend. Well, good question. But I don't think they're anywhere near school. I mean, I'm surprised they're not but yeah, I would say, so you write all that out?
Yeah.
Just working. Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what. So, yeah. It's more lovely. How long are you at Thomas for? And then when you're going back to something like this, the Derbyshire situation. I didn't realise that. I don't know how it came up in conversation. It wasn't about you. He didn't have attention. He was working there. I don't know what he did. He's not there now. Well, yeah, absolutely. Well, you're going to have that discipline. Well, I'll tell you what, once it's low, I might give it a call. Yeah, I got to go, yeah, I've got 7 minutes to start. Okay, lovely to talk to you. Have a nice weekend calling on the before. Cheers, boys. Oh, okay, that's fine. There'll be something more stuff. Oh! Your toes.
Session welcome to our umpires, Rob Bailey and Ben Debenham. Billy Godwin leading out the Derbyshire team, and resuming the Worcestershire innings, Ross Whiteley and Jack Pears.
Well, very good afternoon everybody, and welcome back to New Road for the start of the afternoon session. Both sides emerging from the Graham Hick Pavilion. Away to our right here, it's still a lovely day here at New Road on this special occasion for Worcestershire County Cricket Club, with close to 900 members allowed into the ground to watch this match. First time spectators have been here for some 20 months. Of course, spectators have been gradually coming back to county cricket matches across the country in the last week or so, and they've made their way brilliantly to New Road today, and they've seen a very good first morning. It's a morning's action that's fluctuated, swung one way then the other. Derbyshire with the upper hand early on, and then Worcestershire fighting back to reach lunch on 98 for 3 with Jack Haynes 41 and Ross Whiteley 13. We're going to see the first over of the afternoon session, bowled from the Diglis end. Dustin Melton has ball in hand. His figures are 4 overs, none for 25. Derbyshire got off to a brilliant start after losing the toss, Worcestershire winning and deciding to bat first. That was always going to be a tricky time for the first hour or so, and so it proved, as Melton pounds towards us now and bowls, and Haynes won't get a run here out into the mid-wicket region. Finn Hunson-Prentice sweeps in to field. Darryl Mitchell LBW to the first ball of the match, with one that probably would just have taken out leg stump, and then 2 catches went down. Lewis Deploy at first slipped the guilty man on both occasions. Jake Libby and Tom Fell didn't really go on and make the most of his opportunity, caught behind a couple of balls later for 12 off Connors, got his revenge in the end. And then Libby had looked very good in getting to 26, 3 fours in that innings off 34 balls, as Haynes is struck on the pad with one that he tries to turn through mid-wicket. Don't think there was an inside edge on that, but trickled out to point. McDermott field, so there's no run. But Libby was run out at the non-striker's end after a mix-up with Haynes, who pumped one into the covers. It was scrambled stop by Critchley, but then Haynes, thinking there might be an opportunity of running a quick single, then changed his mind. By the time he tried to send Libby back, the throw had come in from Critchley and hit the stumps at the non-striker's end. Haynes is forward, his next one, and out into the covers, and there's no run. But Haynes hasn't been knocked sideways by that. He's regrouped, and he's carried the Worcestershire attack back to Derbyshire. 41 from 77 balls now, with 6 very good looking 4s in that innings. Ross Whiteley came in just before lunch and got to 13 before the break, as Melton bowls full of length, and Haynes jabs the bat down on the ball in time. There's no runs, it squirts out to mid-wicket. So both these sides reasonably happy with their work so far, but a big afternoon here for the home side. And for Derbyshire, Dave Fletcher alongside me in the commentary box here at New Road. They'll know a couple more quick wickets here and they're right back in it, aren't they?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah, that's what they'll be pushing for in this early part of the session.
Melton bowls, and again he finds the man at mid-wicket, Finn Hunson-Prentice. Haynes frustrated in his efforts to get off the mark post-lunch. A maiden to start. 98 for 3 remains the score. Haynes 41, Whiteley has 13.
Sorry Dan, I wasn't expecting a question then.
Well, I thought I've gassed for quite a long time.
Nothing personal, but
to be honest, so was I. I thought I'd better hand to you before my nose hits the keyboard here.
No.
And you didn't bail me out. Well, I had to just bring myself round.
Well, you set off on a
You'll
long,
go, I'm off for a kit now.
a long tirade. Thanks to Tim, who's pointed out that Ross Whiteley and Matt Critchley were teammates at Chesterfield a couple of years ago in the Derbyshire Prem. Whiteley last played for the club in 2017, so it's a few years ago now, and he now plays for Ashcombe Park in the Staffordshire League, which is where Anuj Dahl is a coach of one of the teams, the Derbyshire 12th man, or one of the 12 men. The other one is John T. Norris, who's the strength and conditioning coach, so that could be interesting if we need 2 substitute fielders for Derbyshire. Sam Connors is going to open the bowling and continue his spell from the new road end after lunch, and that one is driven by Whiteley up to Billy Godalming, his skipper, who is at mid-off. Just the 2 slips now for Connors. There's deploy at first and Wayne Madsen at second.
That happened similar to for Worcestershire a few years ago now in a match up at Grace Road, and in Steve Rhodes' time, and they had either they were a man short, they only had 1 12th man, they had 2 injuries.
Got to take 2. Got to take 2. Connors in again, and that was driven towards Godalming, but in steps Critchley to do the fielding.
I mean, I might be wrong, I can't remember what the exact situation was, why Steve Rhodes had to come out and field, but he did. I think it was the Saturday of the game at Grace Road.
I think of the Derbyshire coaching staff, I'd go Ajmal Shahzad as the most recently retired member of the coaching staff to come out and field if required. Whiteley waits and defends the next. Connors delivery straight back to the bowler. Dave Houghton in his whites might be fairly interesting.
Yes, because there's always that element with a wicket keeper. It's like, well, are you any good in the outfield? It's all very well with the gloves and the pads. No, he's fine. As it turned out, he's fine.
A lot of them are, though, aren't they? We've seen Bairstow and various others. Billings, of course. Sam Billings has played as an outfielder. Ben McDermott himself in this game, and Brooke Guest prior to Harvey Hussein's injury. As Connors hits the thigh pad of Ross Whiteley for the first run since lunch, and it's a leg by, signalled by umpire Rob Bailey. Good balance. Lifted the left leg in the air and gave it a good old tap. Ben Debenham, the square leg umpire, swaps over. And the right-handed Jack Haynes, 99 for 3. The first 50 came up in the 11th over, so the second 50 considerably slower. As Connors bowls to Haynes, it pushes this up to Billy Godalming at mid-off, always at mid-off. Billy Godalming, whether it be the right-hander or the left-hander, always at mid-off.
His cap is a few shades more bleached, isn't it, as well?
Yes, him and Wayne Madsen, I think they're the two. I think
the originals, are they?
They've either had them on the back shelf of the car, or they're very old caps. I think they're more likely to be very old caps. Just the old baggy blue caps that Derbyshire wear. Alex Hughes very proudly wearing his at mid-on. As Connors is in again, and it's a full delivery that's driven very nicely by Haynes. He didn't actually get hold of it completely, but that's the 100 up for Worcestershire as the ball is fielded there by Alex Hughes. Haynes moves to 42 and Worcestershire 100 for 3 after 31 overs. So the second 100 took 19 overs to get to, and the second 100, the second 50. First one came up in the 11th over, despite some really good bowling from Sam Connors, who took 2 for 21 in 6 overs. So the bowling at the other end was a little bit expensive.
Yeah, run rate not bad, just bit over 3 and an over, 3 and a quarter over roughly.
No, they've been scoring well. They've been scoring well.
New over from the Diggler's End from Melton, begins with a ball right on the money, which Haynes can't do anything with other than pump out to mid-off, and there's no run. Closing in, 8 runs away from what would be a fourth first-class half-century for Jack Haynes, second of the season.
That should do for him.
Yeah, that'll finish him, won't it?
Well done.
Here we go. Melton bowls, Haynes defends.
In the last match, I had to apologise at the end of the day's play to Matt Critchley, who was out for 49 after we'd discussed how many half-centuries he'd got this season and that kind of thing, and also the partnership with Wayne Madsen ended at 99. We'd absolutely destroyed the pair of them, which of course we can't do, so
Here comes Melton in and played out to cover by Haynes, and there's no run. 84 balls he's been in now, 85 with that dot ball, so not a bad strike rate. 42 runs with 6 fours. Played well, as you mentioned. He's not let the manner of Jake Libby's dismissal play on his mind, not affected him. So often when something like that happens with a key man, you can lose your head a bit, go into your shell and let it affect you, but Haynes hasn't done any of that. He's kind of taken this Worcestershire innings by the scruff of the neck a bit and prepared to be the senior player, even if he's only 20.
What if he's as disappointed as I am that I can't find anybody in the crowd with their top off? It's a sunny day.
It is.
It's a cricket ground.
It's kind of the law.
I can't see anybody with the top off.
There's not even much of a wind either, is there?
No, it's beautiful.
Melton past the umpire, bowls on the drive. Is Haynes will get runs here, might get 4. It's between mid-off and cover, but Godalman will pull it up just in front of the chestnut trees. Well, they are through for 2. Might have had a hand on it there, Critchley at cover. Don't know, might have taken a bit of sting out of that one. If he did, he saved 2 runs.
Yeah, I don't think I'd want to field on this side of the ground, because you end up chasing the ball but knowing full well that you've got precious little chance of getting to it.
Last ball the over. Melton in, and there's a false little dab there from Haynes. He was very close to that. Hasn't played too many of those, Jack Haynes. When he has found the edge, he's controlled it and he's managed to keep it down, but a little bit of a nibble there to finish the over. 102 for 3. Haynes survives. He's got 44. Whiteley has 13. Melton now none for 27 from his 6 overs. Connors will continue. He was terrific this morning, Sam Connors. Might have ended up with 4 wickets on another day.
Got his first 5 of his career up at Chester Street earlier this season. Still very much a fledgling career, 21 years of age, as is Ben Aitchison, a few months younger. Whiteley's on strike. He's got 13, and he drives this for 4 runs despite the dive of Matt Critchley out to the cover boundary. It wasn't Matt Critchley at all, it was Ben McDermott. Whoever it was who dived, they couldn't get there. Actually, Critchley's probably about 3 or 4 inches taller. I wonder if that would have made a difference. Anyway, Whiteley moves on to 17, 106 for 3 with the first boundary since the lunch interval.
First time we get to hear the ripple of applause as well from the members in here today. Terrific to see them all enjoying the sunshine and the cricket at long last. And they've seen some good stuff this morning so far.
Next delivery is defended by Whiteley into the offside, and this time it is Critchley who does the fielding. Yeah, no, it's much better, isn't it? We had the whole of last summer where we didn't see any crowds, and the early part of this season as well. They're fairly desolate places, cricket grounds, with no supporting. Derbyshire was relatively desolate last week due to the weather on the opening 2 days. Got me all excited for a moment there. Bit of Texas, as in comes Connors again. That's a full toss and it's whipped away into the leg side. A long chase around here for Finn Hudson-Prentice. Is he going to put the dive in? He is. That's a terrific stop by Hudson-Prentice out in the deep, but they come back for 3 runs.
Yeah, they've gone a bit early, haven't they, with the
just a touch early, yeah.
With the music ahead of the update at 2 o'clock for BBC Hereford and Worcester's FM listeners. That's it, as if by magic.
I don't mind a bit of Texas.
Disappears. Thank you very much for knocking off the cue so we can hear what's going on here. But if they had a third umpire, they might have checked that for a bit of fielding.
Yes, yeah.
Prentice, because it looked close from here, but
he almost dragged it over, didn't he? Yeah. As well. Kept them down at 3 though. Whiteley moves to 20, 109 for 3 as Connors is in, getting balls to Haynes, who pushes this out into the offside this time, in between the 2 fielders. at point and cover. They've run 2. 2 is all they'll get as McDermott hurls the ball back in. Decent arm for a wicketkeeper. Right over the stumps for Brooke Guest. Didn't have to move a muscle. 111 for 3. 46 to Haynes. Nelson on the board. Again, it has absolutely no effect.
But that's the thing, isn't it? That's the gist about superstition. Is of course it has no effect at all.
But then
and the only way it has an
happens.
effect is because it changes people's behaviour to make it more risky.
I wonder if Haynes will regard this as risky. It's a boundary away from a half century as Connors is into him and he pushes it out into the offside. Wait is the cry as the ball goes pretty much straight to Billy Godalman, coming around from behind the pillar at mid-off.
And if you do walk under a ladder and then a grand piano falls on you,
it's all to do with the ladder.
Then it would have happened anyway.
But it would have happened anyway. Yeah, you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
It's got nothing to do with the ladder part. It was the black cat that you kicked earlier that was the problem.
Yes.
You should never have done that. All that salt that was spilled. Connors is it again, and this one is driven but straight to Finland's Apprentice in the covers by Haynes. So he'll have to wait. Light aircraft attracts the attention of Rob Bailey. He looks up to the sky. End of the over, 111 for 3, 20 to Whiteley, 46 to Haynes. And after a couple of quiet overs to begin with after the lunch interval, Worcestershire's batsmen are just starting to get back into their stride.
It always takes a bit of time after lunch or any break to kind of reset, refocus, kind of mentally in your head start on naught again. 111 for 3. This pair came together on 68 for 3. So not far off the 50 partnership.
Well, no, 62 for 3.
Was it 62 for 3? Sorry, it's my writing.
But yes, well, I'm just looking at it. It's a 49-run
yes.
partnership so far.
Yep.
So you can have to describe the 50 stand here. Or in 5 minutes, depending on which numbers you read. Marvellous.
I write on a time delay. Here is Melton. Bowls. Short, doesn't get up very high. Dug it in, but no more than hip high for Ross Whiteley. He has got a run, I think. I thought it was mostly thigh pad, but hasn't got a run, and leg by. So that'll do. That's enough for the 50 partnership to come up. This is good effort from these two. Coming together at 62 for 3 after the run out of Jake Libby. My writing is terrible.
Well,
it's been terrible for years.
It was all going off then, though, wasn't it? Because we were just about to do an update, and then he got run out, and it was chaos.
Thank you. That's given me a semi-excuse.
Chaos.
Haynes on strike. Melton bowls to him. Won't get a run. Out to McDermott at point, who's enthusiastically in. A flat throw to wicketkeeper Brooke Guest. Got his chance. Fair to say he's been accelerated, Fletch, into the 4-day, into the red ball cricket. I mean, with the
who?
McDermott, obviously, with the injury.
Yes, absolutely, yes. Yeah. Well, he was only coming for the white ball stuff.
Yeah,
Sorry, no, absolutely. He was only coming for the 50 over on the T20.
Melton bowls and played by Haynes up to mid-off.
I think he arrived last Friday. He was in the ground on Saturday having a few pictures taken by David Griffin, but not a white top, although we were told on Friday night by Dave Houghton that he would be available for the championship matches while he's here. Makes sense, doesn't it?
Yeah. Melton bowls and Haynes is forward, no run, out to Critchley at cover. 112 for 3. Well, he's had a good domestic year, hasn't he?
Yeah. A
lot of runs, keeps wickets as well.
Good side, Tasmania. Well, among the leading scorers in the Big Bash as well. Really good signing for white ball cricket, no question. It'll be interesting to see how he goes with the red in this country. Melton, past the umpire, driven nicely by Haynes. Looked a very good shot, but
Not out the middle of the bat, sort of toey sound to that as it went out to mid-on, no run. He bells the Cathedral strike 2. Dave Fletcher leaps from his seat off to do his update for listeners to BBC Radio Derby. We'll have a similar situation for BBC Hereford and Worcester's listeners on their frequencies. 112 for 3. Melton's got a abort here because there's a completely oblivious spectator who's walking, looking like they're staring just at their phone as they walk behind the bowler's arm without any awareness at all. Back to her seat because she's carrying a lunch order. Oh, I know. Yes. Not a spectator, a member of staff delivering some of the members' food to their seats, which you can order with an app. So there is not quite table service, but seat service. But you have to be careful walking behind the bowler's arm, otherwise we could be stop start for quite some time. 112 for 3, 46 Haynes, 21 Whiteley. Connors will start a new over from the New Road end. 10 overs and 2 for 33 for the right armour. Here he comes, bowling to the left-handed Whiteley, who will pick up a single. Got to be quick, and they are quick. The throw comes in. It was nowhere near the stumps in the end. Good backing up by Ben McDermott. Otherwise that might have ended up being 5. But a sharp single brings Haynes on strike. He's a boundary away from his half century. Delay as Connors wants a change in his field. He's sending Ben Aitchison out into the deep at mid-wicket, and he's bringing Matt Critchley out of the covers to mid-wicket, and then Finn Hudson-Prentice up from third man to plug the gap left by Critchley in the covers. Well, Worcestershire have moved on to 113 for 3 post-lunch. Jack Haynes continues to go well. He has 46. He's batted splendidly. And Whiteley's looking good too on 22. Mitchell for Nor out first ball. Fell for 12. And Libby for 26. The men out this morning. And Worcestershire reaching lunch on 98 for 3. Need to rebuild this afternoon. But Haynes is looking very good as he approaches a second half century of the season. 113 for 3 Worcestershire. Connors is in, and that's a bit inside edgy, which is a good thing for Jack Haynes because it takes a portion of his pad as well as it runs out to mid-wicket. Matt Critchley does the fielding. Beautiful day here at New Road still. A few more white clouds in the sky than there were this morning, but still nice and sunny. Haynes flashes at this one, poor shot, and he knows it as well. A nothing shot really, only one that's going to get him out. No foot movement, a bit of a waft, quite wide and short, and he's cross with himself. First real lapse of concentration we've seen in him. He's been out there nearly 2 hours in total. He'd have been really cross if he'd given it away there after all this hard work, and he very nearly did.
It wasn't great, was it?
No. And again he's almost undone by this next delivery with one that comes back into him. He plays no stroke, but it catches the bottom end of his bat and could have gone anywhere, including into the stumps. It trickles down to first slip in the end.
The nervous 40s.
Yes, the last 2 deliveries he's faced and the shots he's played have been completely out of character from what we've seen in the previous 98 balls of his innings. Connors bowls. He'll get runs here. He might even get 4. It's nicely timed. It should be cut off. Probably just 3. It is. As Ben Aitchison trots round from deep mid-wicket. In fact, no, it's only just 2. It's a short boundary on that leg side, so they'd have to run really hard to try and come back for 3. So Haynes finishes the over on 48. Sanitisation break ensues. 115 for 3. Whiteley offering good support so far. He has 22, carrying on his good form. He's brought in from the second team. 2 for 36 from 11 overs from Sam Connors.
Yeah, pick of the bowlers, no question. Sam Connors so far for Derbyshire in this match. Those 2 wickets early that had Worcestershire at 21 for 2, so 115 for 3 is a decent recovery. Dustin Melton, who bowled the first over of the day from the Diglis end, that went for 10 and then was immediately removed, is continuing. He's in now, bowls a ball that is left alone by Ross Whiteley to go through to Brooke Guest.
So that pigeon flies away again. I don't know, maybe I just don't know enough about pigeons, Fletch, but brown pigeons? I haven't seen one before.
Yeah, sort of.
I mean, light tan coloured.
Yeah, it was very attractive, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it made
It's
quite the noise.
the resident pigeon here at New Road.
Yeah,
Nesting just
well, you can
beyond
see where
that.
it normally sits. This next delivery is pushed back by Whiteley to Dustin Melton. Got a terrible mess on that window away to our right.
They're not tidy, are they?
No, they're not.
They're not tidy.
No, flying rats. Apparently. But I don't know much about pigeons either, but you know.
Yeah, I've just
Live
never
and let live, I say.
I've never seen a light brown one. Light brown and white, very pretty.
I think pretty might be over-egging it. It's Melton bowls and is driven by Whiteley straight to Matt Critchley in the covers. Yeah.
So more like that, I'd been straight down to Trafalgar Square and walked.
Covered in brown and white pigeons.
They'd probably cover me in brown and white, wouldn't they?
Sticking bits of corn all over your body so that they came and landed on you. I think it's frowned upon now, isn't it, I think?
Is it?
I think so.
That doesn't surprise me.
Getting a bit much health and safety, I think. As Melton's in, and Whiteley edges this straight to Wayne Madsen at second slip. That's a terrible, terrible shot from Ross Whiteley. I'm not entirely sure what he was trying to do. He was giving catching practice to Wayne Madsen, and it's a first wicket of the season for Dustin Melton. You might have heard the roar in the background. What Ross Whiteley was doing, I've no idea. He's been dismissed for 22 and Worcestershire 115 for...
Yeah, that was, again, really incongruous to his innings, Ross Whiteley. He hasn't really played anything like that at all. I mean, I can't remember him being beaten either on front foot or back so far, and that was really out of character. Just hung his bat out at a really wide one, and as you say, it was catching practice, really.
It was a bizarre shot, wasn't it, really?
You just see them in the mornings, the slip catching drill, just steering it straight to the fielder, Madden on this occasion.
A proper opportunity for him, wasn't it, really, to stay out there for a long time, having seen those 3 early wickets go down, and the half-century stand with Jack Haynes as Brett Dolly-Peter as the new man walking out to the middle. Yes, it made no sense at all, really. I'm afraid poor old Ross Whiteley departs. He made 22 from 63 deliveries, I think.
Because it does look now slightly easier for batting. Now the ball's got softer. What are we, into the 36th over now? So it's not done so much, and the batsmen haven't really looked in any trouble since lunch. Certainly in that period before lunch, Worcestershire wrestled a bit of equilibrium back, but yeah, that was disappointing. He'll be really cross there, Ross Whiteley, with that.
And it now means that Derbyshire will just go slightly more on the attack with the third slip being brought in. Matt Critchley goes into third slip alongside Madsen and Leas deploy as Melton bowls to D'Oliveira, who drives very pleasantly up to mid-on. There's a threat of a shy at the stumps from Alex Hughes, who holds on to the ball. So a partnership worth 53 in the end for the fourth wicket between Whiteley and Haynes, who made 26 of those potentially. So I'm doing maths there. That's a ridiculous thing to try. This one's turned by D'Oliveira for his first run down to long leg, where Sam Connors does the fielding. They pick up a single. Good work by Connors. He's a decent fielder, as so many quick bowlers are these days. Of course, D'Oliveira can also count to 6, or at least he can count to 2, which is what he had to do to make sure he pinched the strike. He's off the mark with that single. Haynes has 48, Worcestershire 116 for 4 now at the end of the over, and that will be a great relief, I'm sure, to Dustin Melton, who in fairness has bowled much better since lunch. 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 4. He was a little expensive with his first 4 overs, costing him 25.
Yeah, Worcestershire have got starts, apart from obviously the first ball of the match to Darryl Mitchell, but partnerships of 21, 41 and then 53, so they've got better, but still nothing innings defining at the moment. As Connors bowls to D'Oliveira, won't get a run here, squeezing it out to mid-wicket. Yeah, nothing at this stage that will suggest that Worcestershire are going to get back full control here after winning the toss and deciding to bat first. But Haynes is still there on 48. D'Oliveira's been in decent touch with the bat this season, as Connors bowls to him and leaves outside the off stump. Mentioned she had plenty of guts up at Trent Bridge in that second innings, in the face of the hostility from Stuart Broad and Luke Fletcher, who did all the damage. Now back at New Road with a chance. Sun's disappeared, hasn't it, for a while? Well, it's much more cloudy.
Top's back on, everybody.
Yeah. Still nice and bright, but there is quite a thick cover of cloud above the ground now, albeit mostly white, left alone by D'Oliveira outside the off stump.
That might help the bowlers a touch, mightn't it, if the cloud comes over?
Yeah. Not much breeze, if anything.
A bronze hue to that big window, the top of that big window on the cathedral. It's nice, that, isn't it?
Connors, a bit of bounce in his run now as he comes up to the wicket. Won't get a run here. D'Oliveira straight to Critchley at mid-wicket.
Well, if I could make a suggestion, a little mobile phone aerial on the top there might be handy, because my room, the reception's very poor.
Is it?
And it's not far from the cathedral, so did a piece last night with Chris Coles on Sports Scene at 6. I had to go into the city centre and sit on a bench to get enough signal for the equipment to work. Yeah, yeah.
Right. How thick are your walls?
It's a proper old school building.
Where are you staying? A castle? D'Oliveira onto his toes, drops it straight down into the leg side. If there'd been a short leg, I'm not even sure that would have carried, because it dropped vertically. There was no loop at all, just went straight down as he rode the bounce from under his armpit.
I'm at the bottom of, is it Friargate?
Friar Street.
Friar Street, is
Friar
it?
Street, yeah.
Yeah, I'm at the bottom of that, which is a very old street, isn't it? Of course, there's some terrific public houses down there, I'm told. Might go in one or two this evening, but yeah. So all the walls are quite thick.
Is one of them.
Indeed, yeah. Good pub.
Connors bowls short. It's not a well-directed short ball. Not at the batsman. He's got time to slap it off the back foot, but hits it straight to point.
Now, is it the Cardinal's hat that's got the oubliette, or is that King Charles, which is a little bit further up, which is like a hole in the ground with a skeleton in it?
Oh,
the old oubliette. We're going in there tonight. Anyway, that's where we're going. Revisiting an old
Oh, crikey. I've been in the, well, I say I've been in the King Charles recently, I mean semi-recently. It's now become ostensibly a pie shop.
That's it, oh, that's even better.
Yes. Yeah. Which is good, and it's, well, again, it may have changed, this is a few years ago.
I don't mind a pie shop. I've been in a few of those in my time. Dusty Melton continues from the Digley centre into the leg side by Haynes, who's become very becalmed the later into his 40s he gets. Or 48.
Because obviously it used to be a restaurant there, a very famous restaurant. But now, yeah, it's mostly pie. It still sells good beer.
Yeah.
And upstairs, last time I went, it's a bit like your lounge upstairs.
Oh, right.
Yes, it's like comfy seats, board games, libraries.
You've never been in my lounge, have you? This next delivery from Melton is pushed out into the outside.
Do you not have comfy seats then?
Comfy seats, but no board games. I don't think. And a dartboard in the kitchen, does that count?
I think it does. Maybe not your lounge then, what would it be? I don't know.
Your games room?
Possibly.
There's no run on that.
Cosy. It's
Right.
cosy, that's how I
Okay.
describe it.
Game of dominoes.
But I don't remember any... Maybe there was a skeleton.
Holes in the ground with a skeleton.
Yeah.
Melton's in bowls. That one off the back foot is pushed out towards the cover boundary. There's a chase on here for McDermott. He'll get there before it reaches the boundary, but they do get back for 2 runs, and Haynes has his half century, and well done him. It's taken him 103 deliveries to get there, but he thoroughly deserves it. He's overcome the run out of Jake Libby and seen a couple of other dismissals, but he's on 50 now from 104 balls, and he's hit 6 4s.
How good did that sound as well with the crowd?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. As Melton's in again, and he leaves this one alone rather extravagantly to go through to Brooke Guest at quite a pace. No, he's batted really nicely, Jack Haynes, and deserves his half century, if indeed you deserve anything.
Well, he needs to go on. He needs to go on here for his side. And he's very unlucky to be out when he got 87 against Warwickshire.
There's a little flex of his knees, and he pushes this next delivery from Melton out into the cover region.
So he got to 13 from his what would have been a maiden 100, and by that time the game had sort of degenerated into a sort of a thrash for bonus points. And I think it was Ed Barnard at the striker's end drove Liam Norwell back.
Haynes defends this next one into the onside from Melton.
Quite sharpish, because Norwell was bowling like the wind that day, along with Ollie Stone. He got a touch on it, deflected it onto the stumps, and poor Jack Haynes. Not quite a Jake Libby situation, but he desperately tried to turn around and get back, and he was out by maybe an inch, if that, probably less than that, half an inch, and he had to go when he was odds on for 100.
What if he was 13 away? It's the Australian unlucky number, and that the Australian unlucky number at 87. We'll see some leg spin from the new road end now, with the introduction or the reintroduction of Matt Critchley. Bowled a couple of overs from the Digley end before lunch.
New road end is Matt Critchley.
Just seen the helmet brought on for Brooke Guest, which was the clue. It was either going to be Matt Critchley or Alex Hughes. It's a bit early in the session for Hughes. Matt Critchley has to go and fetch the little white marker that marks the start of his run up. It's miles away.
What a season he's had though, 19 wickets and what, over 550 runs?
Yeah, century and 4 half centuries.
Had a great game against Worcestershire earlier in the season.
That was the only century that Derbyshire have scored so far this season, which is a bit poor, really, isn't it? This game
you don't
7.
want more than that, yeah. Worcestershire have had 3, but all those came in the first 3 games. Leggy to leggy then, as Critchley bowls to D'Oliveira. Not sure he's got any bat on that as he turns it round the corner. We'll wait for the umpire's signal. Umpire Bailey there taps his knee. Thought so. So leg buys. Back they scamper for 2. Yeah, it was Jake Libby's mammoth 180 at Essex in the opening game. Ed Barnard with his first 100 as well in that match. Critchley bowls, drops on middle and leg, turn of the wrist from D'Oliveira, hits the man just behind square on the leg side, Dustin Melton, and there's no run. And then in the 3rd game here against Notts, it was Libby again with 117. This one is carved off the back foot. Lovely shot from D'Oliveira. It scatters a couple of gulls on its way out to the backward point rope. A bit short and a bit wide from Critchley. Not that wide actually, to be fair to him. D'Oliveira backed away to leg stump to give himself some room, but it was the length really that did for Critchley there.
Yeah.
But nicely put away. D'Oliveira up to 5.
Far too short, wasn't it?
Yeah, 124 for 4 now. Slip goes in. Down the track goes D'Oliveira. Takes the attack back to Critchley. Couple of bounces for 4. Straight over his head. This has got the crowd excited. Something to get enthused about with some attacking shots now. D'Oliveira's had a quick look at Critchley and decided that he's going to try and take control of the situation. The battle of the 2 leg spinners. 128 for 4. D'Oliveira up to 9.
He won't mind too much. Leg spinners don't, do they? If they get whacked, it's just part and parcel of their art. As long as it doesn't happen ball after ball after ball, he won't mind too much.
Especially if he gets him at the end of the day. This one is a bit flatter. Oh, and he almost gets him. That reared up. It was short, and D'Oliveira went to pull it, and it very nearly carried to Dustin Melton in that sort of halfway position back to the long leg fence. Close. Forward comes D'Oliveira to this next one. Won't get a run as he pats it back to the bowler. So maybe that was good thinking from Critchley. The initial thought was, what a terrible ball. But if he's got a man there for that sort of thing, I mean, if it'd come out the meat of the bat, that'd have been over the ladies' pavilion, I suppose, in response to that. But that was close. That very nearly carried to Melton there in that little position. End of the over though, 128 for 4. D'Oliveira still there on 9. Haynes not faced the ball since springing up his half century in the last over.
Yeah, Matt Chris had a real few good days out, didn't he, against Worcestershire up at the county ground. 109 and 84 with the bat, and 5 for 67, and then 3 for 76 with the ball. So it was clearly his best game of the season so far. At the moment 0 for 14 from 3, and Ben Aitchison returns. 5 overs for 12 runs this morning. He's going to be bowling from the Diglis end with a couple of slips in place, and Haynes on 50 on strike, and the first over he wraps the pads inside, oh dear, inside, misses the pads and gets him on the inside of his right thigh. Ouch. And he hobbles away.
Cut back that one, didn't it?
Yeah.
Bit of movement there from Aitchison.
Has been, as I said earlier, been in really good, was in really good rhythm against Durham. Just a little hint of a Merseyside accent. Grew up in Formby. Sort of one of those posh Liverpool accents. As he bowls now and turn it to the leg side. That should get his parents going. Fielded by Finn Hudson-Prentice, and another single to Haynes. He moves to 51, 129 for 4. So it looks like we're going to get. Are we going to get another slip, or are we going to get a third man? Because last time I thought there was going to be another slip. It's a third man, and it's Finn Hudson-Prentice. It comes down to third man, the unmistakable figure with his lustrous hair poking out the back of his cap. As D'Oliveira waits, and Aitchison just guides this one down to Finn Hudson-Prentice for a single. And
there's a bit of the Jason Gillespie's about that look, isn't there?
yeah, it's a bit of a mullet going on. Yeah, he's not having it cut this year, he told me. 130 for 4, incidentally.
Superstition?
Oh, just sheer laziness, I think. No, he said unless it all starts to go wrong and then he'll have it cut. So yeah, it's one of those. I'm going to grow my hair while I'm doing okay. I think it started in lockdown, obviously. As Aitchison is in, and Haynes turns this into the leg side this time. And there's Dahl's on the field in place of Dustin Melton at the moment. He does the fielding out there in the distance on the quite on the mid-wicket boundary, but not far away. Now the third man's going to be Matt Critchley. They're taking it in turns to be third man. It's obviously a bit closer for Matt Critchley to do it than it was for Finn Hudson-Prentice. Despite the fact he's bowling at the moment, or has bowled the previous over from the New Road end. Oliveira pushes this out into the offside where McDermott's waiting. He's been at point for the entire match so far. Ben McDermott on his Derbyshire debut, the 701st first-class debutant for Derbyshire. In this, the week of their the anniversary of the 150th anniversary of their first match in first-class cricket. 2-day game at Old Trafford that they won by an innings back in 1871.
This is their first game here for Yonks as well, isn't it?
I think it's the second 4-day game I've seen since 2016, yeah. This one is defended by Oliveira out into the offside, and that was in 2016. I think. I could be wrong. Quite often am. That's the end of the over. 131 for 4, not quite 150 years though. 52 to Haynes, 10 to D'Oliveira. In the first 4 seasons of their existence as a first-class county, they only ever played Lancashire. That was the only team who would play them. And then Middlesex famously declined to play them for years and years and years. They thought of Derbyshire as a bunch of oiks, essentially.
Dear.
I think Kent were the second first-class team to play them. I had to have checked that with David Griffin before I opened my mouth, but he did a couple of nice pieces with us to mark the anniversary.
Critchley starts a new over from the New Road end, bowling to Haynes, who's forward with a big stride, defending it back up the pitch, and there's no run. Dave is off to update listeners across Derbyshire. Critchley floats this one up, so much so it's a full toss as it reaches Haynes, who just spanks it to McDermott at cover, shortish cover there. In fact, McDermott and Lewis Deploy they're both quite close there, potentially for a catch. Get a single to this next one, Haynes, as there's a deep cover. Finn Hudson-Prentice will field. Haynes up to 52. He's got to go big here, you feel, for Worcestershire. Haven't had 100 since Libby's in the first innings against Nottinghamshire here, and he's come the closest since, Jack Haynes, with that 87 up at Edgbaston. There's a quick single here for D'Oliveira. There's a throw coming in from Dustin Melton in that halfway position round the corner to the leg spinner. Didn't hit the stump, so no problems. I think they probably would have been in. 133 for 4. Haynes on strike. Critchley down the track he comes and plays a nice looking cover drive out to Hudson-Prentice for a single. Moved his feet quickly there, Haynes, and adjusted as Critchley saw him coming. Just open the face at the last minute to get it out of the road of McDermott. This one's a bit edgy, but once more controlled by D'Oliveira. Might pick up 2. No, they come back for it. That's probably a wise decision. Worcestershire's running has been a little bit scatty today. Resulted in 1 run out of Jake Libby and a couple of other near things. That was the right decision to turn down that second then. D'Oliveira We know how quickly he is between the stumps, but he would have been running to the danger end, but not even he fancied that race. 135 for 4 at the end of the over. 41 gone now in this first innings. 55 scheduled for the rest of the day. So another 23 to go before tea. And Aitchison will continue from the Diglis end, and that cuts back into D'Oliveira. There's an appeal, and umpire Debenham again just cocks his head a little to one side and says close but not close enough. Again, a bit of jag there off the pitch. Seen a bit of that mostly from the Diglis end actually since lunch. Might have been a bit high anyway on D'Oliveira. It seemed to catch the flap of his pads as Aitchison, elbows tucked in, bowls. D'Oliveira plays it to McDermott at point, and there's no run. Elsewhere in Group 1, Essex are 124 for 4 against Durham at Chesterley Street. At Edgbaston, Warwickshire 102 for 2 against leaders Nottinghamshire. 135 for 4 here, we know, Worcestershire, Derbyshire. The wickets have been tumbling elsewhere though. As Aitchison bowls. D'Oliveira forward calmly, and there's no run. The Roses match has been absolute carnage for Yorkshire. Well, they have recovered somewhat. They're 73 for 7 now up at Old Trafford. And they were 21 for 6 at Harry Duke, the Yorkies wicketkeeper, is leading something of a recovery. He's got 29. Luke Wood, formerly briefly of Worcestershire, picked up a couple of wickets there for Lancashire. And there were plenty of wickets tumbling at Hove as well. Sussex 111 for 8. Again, that's something of a recovery. They were 67 for 8 at one stage there. 4 wickets for Ben Sanderson. Wayne Parnell has picked up a couple as well. As Aitchison past the umpire, big leap and bowls outside the off stump. D'Oliveira plays no shot. Surrey 125 for 3. Worcestershire 135 for 4. They've lost 1 wicket since lunch. A poor shot really from Ross Whiteley. Looked pretty good on his return to first team action before he rather fished at one wide outside the off stump from Dustin Melton and gave catching practice really to Wayne Madsen at second slip, who's out for a well-crafted 22. Jack Haynes is the shining light though here for Worcestershire. He's still there on 54. He's played absolutely beautifully, brought up his second half century of the season. Brett D'Oliveira is with him on 12. Worcestershire 135 for 4 after losing Mitchell for 0, Libby for 26 and Fell for 12 this morning. 135 for 4. Update for BBC Hereford and Worcester's FM listeners there, just after 2:30. Have another update for them at 3. 135 for 4. Critchley starting a new over, drops it short and pulled into the ladies' pavilion for 6 by Haynes, who was on that very quickly. He's bowled a couple of those sort of three-quarter trackers, Matt Critchley. Brett D'Oliveira tried to do that in the last over but didn't get hold of it, but Haynes was onto it in a flash and landed it about halfway up the wooden benches in front of the grand old ladies' pavilion there. His first 6, he moves into the 60s. 141 for 4.
Good shot. They're having a look at the ball as well now. It was hit with some force, wasn't it?
Someone hasn't picked the splinters out of it, I don't think.
Yeah. They never change the ball on first inspection though, and they're not doing so this time either.
It's just tossed unceremoniously back to Matt Critchley by umpire Rob Bailey. Get on with it, sunshine.
Yeah, get on with it, lad.
Just don't pitch it so shorting. Here he comes. This one is given more air and drops nicely on a length. Forward comes Haynes. There's no run. So that's 1-6 now to go with his 6-4s. Critchley bowls. Again, lots of flight on this loopy delivery, driven back into the ground and fielded on the bounce by Critchley. One slip cries of come on Critch from his teammates, again tossed up and driven elegantly by Haynes. Godleman just tinkers to his left to field. They are through for a single, nicely placed, wide enough of Godleman to afford the single.
That's the Derbyshire's head of cricket, Dave Houghton, who is currently speaking to John Curtis just down to our right hand side. Came out and just had a quick word with Matt Critchley about something during the Ben Aitchison over. He's obviously stayed out because he's having a chat with John now, but I'm interested to know what he said. He'd spotted something.
Critchley throws himself a catch, bowls. D'Oliveira defends out to McDermott at cover.
I'd be pretty surprised if he said drop it halfway down the track so he can launch it over the ladies' pavilion for 6, but
with that short boundary.
Yeah, with the exceptionally short boundary, yes.
Critchley, here he goes, past the umpire, fizzes one onto the off stump. D'Oliveira comes forward, no problems there, out to McDermott again. End of the over, 5 overs done for 25 for Critchley. Not happened for him so far. 142 for 4, Haynes 61, D'Oliveira has a dozen, as we have another sanitisation break.
And we've also seen Alex Hughes depart temporarily for break. Anuj Dal is out on the field. He likes to be involved as much as possible. Nudge means that John T. Norris, the fitness and conditioning coach, or whatever they're called, no, what's S&C? What's the S? Doesn't stand for fitness, does it? Strength. I knew it was something. Strength and conditioning coach. That's why I've never had one, obviously. Neither strength nor conditioning. He's carrying out 12th man duties at the moment. This is the moment you want to see him have to come on and field, really, isn't it? Just for a laugh. He may well be a very good cricketer. I've never seen him. Ben Aitchison's going to continue. I'm prattling on about pretty much nothing because we've just got a slight delay as the field is sorted out. Anuj Dal's gone out onto the mid-wicket boundary for Haynes. He's on 61 as Aitchison bowls to him, and that's very much a leading edge. Critchley will slide in to do the field and they'll get through for a single comfortably enough in the end. Now Dal's called him closer to the bat as D'Oliveira's the next man on strike. Finn Hudson-Prentice just going through his bowling action. Going to our right hand side down at third man and doing a few of those stretches that bowlers do as they prepare to come back into the attack. Ball has been returned now to Aitchison by Dustin Melton. And we're almost ready to carry on. My cue might be a bit loud. I can hear Sally laughing in the background. Sally Pepper. This is going past the edge of D'Oliveira's bat. Good delivery. Good delivery from Aitchison. Perhaps just got it to hold its line there, and not far away from the edge of the bat, but far enough for D'Oliveira to still be there, which is the important thing as far as he's concerned. He's got 12. Haynes 62. 143 for 4 the score.
Yeah, there's still that threat there, isn't there? There's still that one ball, that two balls that can easily do something and get you out.
That little bit of cloud cover as well. Aitchison bowls. This one's turned into the leg side by D'Oliveira. He's run the first one exceptionally quickly, but then he turns and finds Anuj Dal chasing the ball down, and that means that negates how quick he run the first one. There's no chance of a second. Yeah, I've never seen anybody as quick as Dan as Dahl on a cricket field. As he goes out to the mid-wicket boundary once again, because Haynes is on strike. D'Oliveira up to 13, 144 for 4.
Interesting watching him back with D'Oliveira.
Oh, big well, I find it interesting to watch the quick runners bat with the slightly slower runners as Aitchison is in, and that one is pulled in front of square. That's a glorious shot. He was onto that very quickly indeed, was Jack Haynes, and it's 4 runs up towards long on, wideish long on, but he was onto it so quickly, and it was a long way in front of square. Great shot.
I mean, that's what they say, isn't it, Fletch, about the great players? What distinguishes them, what gives them that extra percentile is how quickly they spot length. And I know he's only 20, but
like a flash,
yeah, I think that we've seen the last 2 occasions, haven't we? Okay, it was a long hop from Critchley, but to get in position as quickly as he has for those 2 deliveries, that one there, brilliant.
On 66 now, and he drives but doesn't time this one as he meets it on the half volley up towards Billy Godwin. There's no run. 148 for 4. The second 50 took them, oh dear, well no, the second 50 took them 19 overs, didn't it? Well, this one's speeded up again.
See, you're leading yourself down to mathematical.
That's the last
I never
time.
do that, Fletch, because I always know where that ends,
Yeah.
in a massive abyss.
I did it on a news bulletin the other day. This one's left alone outside the off stump by Haynes. Actually sent the newsreader an apology. Tried to do some maths during a bulletin. No, really bad. We're going to see a change of bowler incident. That was the final ball of the Aitchison over. 8 overs for 21 now. He's bowled Matt Critchley with 5 overs for 25. He's going to be replaced by Finn Hudson-Prentice. Worcestershire 148 for 4.
And from a Worcestershire perspective, always pleasing to see 2 sons of former players batting together. They did for a bit up at Edgbaston in a decent partnership, and they're doing it again here. It was his 4th first-class century, Jack Haynes. He's a bit behind his dad, Gavin, who served the county with distinctions back in the 1990s. He had 27 first-class half-centuries in his time. Thanks to Jedster for that. It's not my research.
Well,
just reading out someone else's work.
Yeah. I always like to do that, pass it off as my own.
Hudson-Prentice will start a new over outside the off stump of D'Oliveira. It's a bit of a loose shot on the back foot, kind of like a shovel cut, but very nearly took the outside edge, and Haynes comes down to have a word with his partner. I mean, I don't know how I imagine a 20-year-old to bat, but it's not like Jack Haynes bats.
No, more like that shot from D'Oliveira, really, because they want to have a go at everything, don't they? They've been brought up with very much limited overs cricket.
Hudson-Prentice turns, bowls, into the leg side by D'Oliveira, no run. He finds the man at mid-wicket. Yeah, but he's clearly a confident guy, Haynes. Seen that just in his stroke play, but also, I mean, obviously the junior in terms of how much he's played and years to D'Oliveira, but he's the first to go down there and just offer a word, just try and refocus the mind of his partner. He played that false shot. This one keeps low from Hudson-Prentice outside the off stump. That's a bit of a depressing sight for the Derbyshire bowlers at this stage. Barely getting above shin high through to Brooke Guest.
Well, I was listening into a conversation at lunchtime.
Were you?
I think that's a good thing to do. Good use of the time. Listen to what other people are saying.
Yeah.
The word on the street is that this pitch will quicken up a touch and will be best to bat on Saturday.
Right. Hudson-Prentice wide outside the off stump. No shot offered.
Well, Worcestershire would be hoping to bat and then hopefully setting something up, wouldn't they?
I guess, yeah.
So I think that partially explains the reason for batting today, because it's not a quick pitch by any means. There's enough in it to keep the bowlers very, very interested.
Well, this is the defining session, isn't it, here? I mean, the morning session, you're expecting it to do something. You might expect to lose 3 or 4 wickets. Oliveira drives, he'll get runs here. Not sure he'll get 4. McDermott gives chase, he hasn't timed it that well. And they don't try anything too risky, they're quite happy to just come back for 2. 15 he has Oliveira now, and 150 is up, as you can hear from the ripple of the members inside the ground today. They've been treated to a fabulous inning so far from Haynes, and some lovely shots from Jake Libby in particular before his unfortunate demise. Hudson Prentice bowls to Oliveira, covers up on off stump, back to the bowler, and there's no run. End of the over. 8 overs, none for 27 now for Finn Hudson Prentice. 150 for 4 coming up in the just before the end of the 45th over here for the home side. Another 51 to go in the day's play.
Rather irritatingly, my computer keeps doing a very strange thing when I try and get the live scores on Cricket Info, but there we are, I've got them now. Elsewhere in this group, Ben Aitchison had to begin a new over from the Diglis end. Essex 133 for 4 against Durham, and Warwickshire 111 for 2 against Notts at Edgbaston. Yeah, Worcestershire 150 for 4 as Aitchison begins a new over, and it's defended by Haynes up to Billy Godalming at mid-off. Yorkshire hanging in there at 88 for 7 now. That's quite a recovery from 20 odd for 6 against Lancashire at Old Trafford. Also in that group, Group 3, Sussex are 118 for 8 against Northamptonshire. They've done pretty well this season. Northamptonshire would have been in the first division if there had been 2 divisions, as Aitchison's in again. That one's turned into the leg side by Haynes for a single down to Sam Connors at long leg. Surrey 133 for 4 now against Gloucestershire at the Oval in Group 2, and at Grace Road, Middlesex 111 for 3. So this is the highest scoring game of them all. 151 runs on the board now for Worcestershire for the loss of 4 wickets. D'Oliveira on strike as Aitchison bowls, and that one as he tries to turn it into the leg side, comes off a pad and just dribbles into the offside when McDermott comes in from point to do the fielding. Dave Houghton now having a word with Finn Hudson Prentice away to our right hand side now that John Curtis has stopped chewing his ear off. Keep spotting people, John, and mask on, straight out. People scattering in all directions trying to avoid him. This next delivery from Aitchison's way wide of the off stump and through to Brooke Guest, who's taken 1 catch today to dismiss Tom Fell, but he did drop Haynes. Tough chance when he was on 10. Haynes is now on 67, so an expensive drop. He just couldn't quite keep the ball in his gloves as he dived down to his right hand side. I think off the bowling of Melton from memory. So Aitchison's in, and it's defended by D'Oliveira.
Was the consensus, Fletch, that was a catch, albeit very hard? My
informants tell me. I've not spoken to anybody inside the ground, but these are people who are watching it on the stream.
Okay.
So,
yes.
yeah. And they'd get a good view, wouldn't they?
Yeah, better than us. Yeah,
absolutely, with the camera behind the bowler's arm. So a tough chance, very tough chance, but a chance nonetheless. 1 of 3 to go down this morning. The other 2 both dropped by Leas de Ploy. Jake Libby and Tom Fell, as this one's turned into the leg side off a pad by D'Oliveira, leg by signal by Ben Debenham. The score moves up to 152 for 4. Haynes on 67, D'Oliveira on 15 at the end of the 9th over, sent down by Ben Aitchison, 2 of which have been maidens. And his figures are 0 for 22.
Haynes wants a drink.
Well, we all do, really, don't we?
Quick rub down with the towel.
Yeah, that'd be nice too.
That's alright, isn't it?
It's a tough life, isn't it?
I'm glad it's not another sanitisation break, only from the point of view is I'm not 100% convinced that's even a word, is it?
Sanitisation?
Yeah, is it?
Yeah.
Doesn't sound like
that's
a word.
The word. That's the word, yeah.
Is it?
Yeah. Yeah. I think so. Hand sanitisation break.
Because it can't really be anything else, can it, I suppose? But just, I don't know. Hudson Prentice again. From the New Road end, wide outside the off stump, and there's no shot and no run. It just doesn't... It feels like, in a way, I'm making it up.
But that's how the language evolves, isn't it, really? If, you know, we make up a word and say it enough times, other people start saying it before you know what's happening. It's in the Oxford English
Dictionary. That's how they do it, isn't it?
Yeah, that's how it works. Yeah.
Ian Dowie did that, didn't he? With
bounce back ability.
Bounce back
ability, yeah. Yeah.
Finn Hudson Prentice. Hare bouncing behind him. And bowls, no run out to point from D'Oliveira. Readjusts his... I'm not going to call it an Alice band. Or is it an Alice band?
Well, I think it might be an Alice band. I think it might be an Alice band. That's exactly
Tucks
what it is.
his hair behind his ears.
Yeah.
He goes.
There's a sight, isn't he?
Sort of whiff of rock star about him. Here he comes, turns.
And tramp.
D'Oliveira, glad you said that. No run out to point.
He's a top man.
A good cricketer as well.
Yeah.
I said it before, I like watching him play.
The athon there's lots of words, you know, like if they hit 4 sixes in 5 balls, it's a 6-a-thon. And the athon word,
that's made up,
yes, I don't like that one really. You know, wide-a-thon, slog-a-thon.
Jonathan. No, that's real, isn't it? D'Oliveira will get runs here. Might get 4. Does get 4. Another controlled edge, but way beyond the fielding cordon, the remit of them. The slip cordon, rather. Down to the third man boundary. 4 more to the total. The 2 batsmen touch gloves halfway down the pitch in celebration. D'Oliveira up to 19, 156 for 4.
It was a one-day shot. There was a proper guide, wasn't it, down to third man, one-day style. It's a one-day-a-thon out there at the moment.
I like this. I like the way this is going. Some Prentice bowls outside the off stump. Again, it's wide. And not tempting D'Oliveira there. Any kind of repeat. 1 ball left of his 9th over. Hudson Prentice. Wicketless so far. None for 31. Sam Connors with that early burst this morning. 2 for 36 from his 12 overs. Those 2 wickets came in his first 6-over spell. D'Oliveira on the drive here. Doesn't time it. Down into the ground. Godleman fields from mid-off. End of the over. Another adjustment of the hairband to end for Finn Hudson Prentice. 9 overs, 1 maiden, none for 31. He walks away out to the deep. 156 for 4. D'Oliveira 19 from 45. Haynes has 67 from 124.
Sam Connors now with 12 wickets for the season at 31. Still a little expensive, but it's a young man making his way. Ben Aitchison's averages increased by 1 or 2 since he began today. As he begins a new over from the Diglis end, bowling to Jack Haynes, who defends it out into the onside. He's got 15 wickets at 15.1 this season. Ben Aitchison deep in conversation with Billy Godleman as he walks back to his mark at the far end of the ground. He's a tall man, 6'4". Sporting family. Sister Holly plays for Saracens. This next delivery is defended by Haynes. Continuing our rugby union at lunchtime. Had a conversation with Bradders. 38 quid. Well, he's also in the GB team for the Olympics. Holly Aitchison. 2 slips in place for Ben Aitchison, who's in now and gets the pad, but there was a bit of inside edge there, I fancy. It was an ooh and an ah, and I think it might have hit him a midriff there. Ouch. Sucks in a bit of air. Does Jack Haynes, and stiff-legged walking towards square leg.
Yeah, again, seen a few that have cut back, haven't we?
Yeah.
Into the right-hander, another one.
Brett Oliveira doing him a great service by walking down the pitch and making sure the bowler can't.
Still not ready, is he, Haynes?
Ready now. It's knocked the wind out of him, that one. As you might expect. That's his bat on the floor. You can hear in the background as Aitchison's in again, and he has a wild swish at that one outside the off stump. One that was going across him and leaving him at the same time, and it was taken low down in front of Leas Deploy by Brooke Guest, diving away to his right hand side. Poor shot, and again D'Oliveira says, no, come here, let's just have a little chat, let's calm down. How are you feeling? Everything is alright, no need to rush. That's good work by Brett Oliveira. Yeah,
that's excellent thinking by his partner.
He taps his bat a couple of times again, and Aitchison on his way in, and that one is driven very nicely out to the cover boundary for 4 runs. So D'Oliveira's words have helped Haynes. He moves into the 70s. He's on to 71 with that drive. And Worcestershire up to 160 for 4.
He's still going to put it there though, then Haynes is going to put it away.
Yeah.
That was good batting, because he'd been shaken up by the one that obviously caused him a bit of discomfort, that jagged back, and then that false shot the next delivery, then the chat, the refocus, and then that nice looking cover drive.
129 deliveries he's faced so far as Aitchison comes in, and he turns him into the leg side for a single to move to 72. 161 for 4 at the end of the over. D'Oliveira's got 19, and Aitchison just basically got to the end of his follow through, turned to his right, or his left rather, marched towards the boundary. A little bit disgruntled about something. Ben Aitchison, the speed he's walking, doesn't look a happy chap. 10 overs for 27 he's bowled. Derbyshire just need a wicket to get themselves back on an even keel here. Having had them at 21 for 2 and 62 for 3, 161 for 4 is a good recovery by Worcestershire. And we're going to see somebody else go in down to 3rd man possibly. Yeah, Sam Connors has gone down to 3rd man. Could have a scoring option for D'Oliveira certainly, who played the ball deliberately down there in the previous Finn Hudson-Prentice over. Alex Hughes has gone into mid-wicket, and it means that Ben Aitchison's at mid-on.
Here he goes then, Finn Hudson-Prentice up to the wicket and bowls. Haynes covers up outside the off-stump, and there's no run as it trickles out to cover. And these two going well, coming together at 115 for 4, so again nudging the 50 partnership, which would be Worcestershire's 2nd in succession. Haynes inside edge onto his boot, rolling out to cover. Once more there's no run. They've had, apart from Darryl Mitchell, who's out first ball a match, they've managed to get decent partnerships together without really kicking on. The one between Jake Libby and Tom Fell is the lowest at 21. 41 between Haynes and Libby. 53 between Haynes and Whiteley. This one's driven out to mid-on. Aitchison fields. Was it 46, is it, at the moment?
Yeah.
46.
Yeah. This is the first over of the second half of the day. 46 gone, I think. Is that right? No, 48. Forget that. Well, that's right. 48.
Yeah, it's
48
left,
to go.
yeah.
Not 46.
Trust your instincts, Fletch. Hudson Prentice bowls. So elegant looking punch off the front foot from Haynes.
Well, I was
up to mid-off.
so
No
impressed
run.
by your maths with all those
What, just then?
stands. Yeah, when you were going through them.
Oh yeah, I've
You were
written
all
them down.
absolute-
I haven't. I've written them down ages ago.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were doing it on the.
Oh
on the
no,
hoof.
Fletch, no.
So I thought, well, I'll have
Did
a go.
I sound like I was?
I'll have a go myself.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll have a go myself.
Well, that's the whole point, isn't it? Sound like you know what you're doing.
Failed dismally.
Yeah. No, I can't do maths on the. I can't do maths live, as it were. That's a lovely shot from Haynes. It was in the slot, and he just leaned on it again. It's just got enough energy to get to the boundary at cover. Billy Godleman gives forlorn chase. Gives up in truth a long time before that actually hits the rope. 76 now for Haynes. His 9th 4 to go with that one pulled 6 over mid-wicket off the leg spin of Critchley. Does some shadow batting while he waits for the ball to be tossed back to Hudson Prentice. 165 for 4. The 50 partnership is up with that boundary. Hudson Prentice bowls. Forward he comes, steers it straight to Critchley at cover. End of the over. Unmaiden, none for 35 now for Finn Hudson Prentice. Derbyshire just seeking a little bit now, wondering where their next wicket is coming from, as we do have a sanitisation break for the players, and the Worcestershire batsmen a chance to have a drink as well. Brett D'Oliveira on 19, Haynes on 76. This pair batting well, the second successive half-century partnership for Worcestershire, as they look to recover to post a competitive score on this surface, which has definitely offered the bowlers something this morning. The view is that it will get better and better to bat on and reach a peak probably sometime on day 3, which is when Worcestershire will be looking to accelerate in their second innings and set a total. Worcestershire 165 for 4, so just the loss of Ross Whiteley for 22, caught at slip off Melton, and rather disappointingly Whiteley giving his wicket away with a poor shot after playing so well before lunch. That's all Derbyshire have to show, because Jack Haynes has batted beautifully. 76 he has, with 9 4s and 1 pulled 6 into the ladies' pavilion off Matt Critchley to show. Brett D'Oliveira has 19, offered very good support. He's helped the young man keep his head tremendously as well, Haynes, but he's batted beautifully. He's closing in ever closer on a century. 76 he has at the moment. Worcestershire 165 for 4 after winning the toss this morning and choosing to bat. Critchley, swapped end. He's going to come in from the Diglis end to Haynes with one slip in place. Haynes stretches forward, won't get a run here as he punches it out to mid-on. Dave Fletcher is
It was all
back.
very efficient that time, wasn't it?
It was, in
Very
there,
efficient.
Critchley bowls short, onto the back foot is Haynes. Again, won't get a run as he hits it straight to Lears Deploy. He dropped 2 catches this morning at first slip. Critchley bowls, gives this one a bit more air, and there's a dive at mid-off. Can't cut it off. Alex Hughes put in the effort. It trickles down to long off to Ben Aitchison. So through they come for a single. Haynes up to 77. D'Oliveira just retakes his guard, just calms things down a bit. Ready to face Critchley. Throws this one outside the off stump, bit wide, a tempter, but D'Oliveira nothing to do with it. Now wheeling in Aitchison from long off to come in at a more orthodox mid-off position. Critchley bowls, it's short again, onto the back foot goes D'Oliveira, they scamper through, they both go immediately, that's the key. It wasn't too far away from Ben McDermott, but enough time for them to scamper through. End of the over, 168 for 4, Haynes 77, D'Oliveira pinching the bowling with that single off the last ball, moves up to 21.
79 balls for the half century stand between these two is very good going indeed, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean it's not been slow, has it today, the run rate?
No.
It kept it ticking over.
Finneran Prentice, who prides himself on being miserly, is going at 3.5 and over. 3 overs for 10 runs in this spell so far from the new road, and it's going to continue in the sunshine here in Worcester. He's still got 2 slips in place, he's got the 3rd man as well. D'Oliveira waits for him and he's beaten by a delivery that went past the outside edge and through to Brooke Guest. First slip, Leas Deploy has his hands on his head. Can't quite believe how that one didn't take the edge of the bat, but it didn't. D'Oliveira survives, he's on 21, Haynes has got 77. D'Oliveira waits and this time gets the ball face of the bat on the ball and pushes it up to Billy Goddleman. Good to see the sun back. I'm sure the crowd appreciated that little bit of respite with the clouds coming over. But it's a far prettier picture. New Road with the sun out. Plenty blue sky above, although there are still clouds in the sky. Hudson Prentice runs away from us. A little step down the track by D'Oliveira. The ball thuds into his pad and they go through for a leg by signal by Rob Bailey, the umpire. Worcestershire to 169 for 4. Hudson Prentice starts scratching away at the footmarks. Always the footmarks.
The problems have been at the other end, haven't they?
Yeah.
That's the first time we've seen any suspicion cast on them at the New Road end.
It said that D'Oliveira had taken a little step down the pitch to that last delivery. Well, Brooke Guest is now going to stand up to the stumps. They've sent Alex Hughes out to the mid-wicket boundary and brought Matt Critchley across from the offside to go in at a more regulation mid-wicket. Also means that the cover has got a little bit straight to Ben McDermott as Hudson Prentice is in at 10 to Matt Critchley. Out at mid-wicket and there's no run. Sam Connors, the unmistakable voice of Sam Connors, urging his fellow bowler Finn Hudson Prentice to pick up a wicket. Could certainly do with one Derbyshire as this next delivery is whipped into the leg side down towards the long leg, all the way along the ground though, fielded by Dustin Melton, but it was off a thick inside edge, which is why Hudson Prentice now has his hands on his head. They move up to 170 to Worcestershire and Haynes to 78. And for D'Oliveira, who was the man who took a couple of steps down the track, Brooke Guest has gone back and they've dispensed with the man on the mid-wicket boundary, though they do have Dustin Melton underneath the oak tree, not the oak tree, it's a conker tree, isn't it? Well, it's chestnut, that's the word the words I was looking for. There's a slight misfield there from this ball played to the onside by D'Oliveira, the misfield by Alex Hughes, but it doesn't cost Derbyshire anything. End of the over, 170 for 4. More tree recognition in a few moments' time with Haynes on 78 and D'Oliveira on 21. It looks nothing like an acorn tree, an oak tree, does it? Oak, not acorn, oak.
Just one left now as well, sadly. Was chestnuts are the marquee.
There used to be more.
Used to be 3
Did
there,
there?
yeah. Sadly, 2 of them have perished. $170 for 4. Critchley to continue from the Diglas end. Haynes on 78. Played beautifully. Won't get a run here. This is full of length, dropping on about middle and leg. Can only just steer it back the toe of his bat towards Critchley. None for 28. So no sign of the fireworks from him with the ball, at least, that we saw earlier on in the season. Next delivery is stroked out to cover, and there's no run. Looked like he's got much assistance from this pitch. It's quite slow, and this one's a full toss, and it's very well fielded on the bounce by Alex Hughes. Spectacular style. He's got both hands diving high to his left.
Don't get much turn if you don't pitch it though, do you?
He struggled a bit with his length.
Yeah.
Being either full or too long hoppy bowls. This one's better. It's a single here. Oh, great work from Hughes again. Down to getting it with his, I assume he's right-handed, is he?
Yeah.
So rather than go with his left, it was that side. He wrapped his right arm round it to grab it almost with the back of his right hand, and then roll over and throw almost immediately. Didn't, as good as it was, didn't prevent the single. D'Oliveira now down on strike. He'll get a single out to deep cover where Dustin Melton is stationed. So just keeping the scoreboard ticking round here. 172 for 4. Haynes on 79. Critchley bowls to him, takes a couple of steps down the track and drives it elegantly out to long off. One more to end the over. Just milking Matt Critchley here a little bit, the Worcestershire batsman. No threat from him so far. 173 for 4 the end of that over. 52 overs gone now. Haynes into the 80s. He's 7 away from equalling his career best. 8 from setting a new mark, of course. 20 away from what would be a maiden 100, but let's not ruin it for him. 173 for 4.
St Prentice begins a new over from the new road end wide of the off stump, taken by Brooke Guest, who's standing up as it was left by Haynes. Matt Critchley, this is the 11th innings in which he's bowled, 11th innings in which Derbyshire have bowled, and he's picked innings so far, other than this one. 0 for 31 from 7, so no doubt be desperate to maintain that run. St Prentice bowls and is driven. Good stop by Critchley. No, Connors, beg his pardon. Terrific stop by Sam Connors, diving to his left hand side. He is a good fielder, and he leapt along the ground.
I reckon he saved 4 there, didn't he? That was brilliant
work.
It
was really moving.
Lovely shot again from Haynes. Slightly on the up.
Just be hoping it's frustrated the batsman and he'll try something that perhaps he wouldn't ordinarily have done had he got 4 for that shot. 2 slips go down, and St Prentice is in, and it's turned into the leg side for a single. Out towards Alex Hughes, who's out on the mid-wicket boundary. Now Sam Connors, after that fine piece of fielding at cover, is dispatched down. No, he's coming back. He was on his way to third man, and now he's come back. He's definitely on his way though. Hudson Prentice had until first innings against Essex picked up wickets in every innings in which he'd bowled. So the first innings against Essex there was only one. So this next delivery is defended by D'Oliveira back to Finn Hudson Prentice. And got some pretty impressive figures up to that point, including career best 4 for 36 in that heavy defeat to Nottinghamshire. Got that up with 4 for 40 in the second innings when they were really piling it on. Needs a ball that will just wobble around a bit. He's in now, and that one is beaten. D'Oliveira, well claimed by Brooke Guest, standing up behind the stumps. Just pushed at that one. Some Prentice got it past the outside edge, but no nick. 59 these two have added now, 174 for 4. D'Oliveira on 22 from 55 balls faced, and this one's turned into the leg side by D'Oliveira, straight to Matt Critchley, almost as if he knew Matt Critchley wanted it to bowl the next over, because he's kept hold of it. That is the end of the over. 174 for 4, Haynes 81 and D'Oliveira 22. Griff's had enough for the time being. He's been sitting in that chair all day, slowly turning red in the sunshine.
Well, it's nice to get the chance to turn red, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Still a lovely, lovely day here.
He was out in all that wind last week. He said it was the most uncomfortable he's been taking photographs.
I can imagine. Not nice, but beautiful here. The weather's held up its end of the bargain, certainly. It should be nice for the duration of this match. 174 for 4 as Critchley starts a new over from the Diglis end. Forward comes Haynes on 81. Just plays it out to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Critchley slightly wide into the back foot goes Haynes. He'll pick up a single. Melton with the flat throw from the cover fence. He's patrolling that short boundary in front of the ladies' pavilion. Trying to think how long that is. It's not more than what, 60 yards maybe, if that. Pretty short. D'Oliveira this time on the drive, straight to the man Hughes at mid-off, at cover rather. Critchley quicker this one, and D'Oliveira stretches forward. Hughes called into action again, and there's no run. None for 32, halfway through his 8th over here. Critchley's back to his mark quickly, wants to get on with it. He bowls to D'Oliveira. He's got a slicing drive away here. Out to Melton once more. Through they come for a single. D'Oliveira up to 23. Played some useful little cameos, Brett D'Oliveira, so far this season with the back. Critchley bowls short, and again lots of time to go onto the back foot and choose his spot, but frustratingly for Haynes, he's hit Alex Hughes at cover. Can't do anything with it. End of the over. 176 for 4, Haynes 82, D'Oliveira 23. He got 31 in that second innings where everything was falling around his ears against Nottinghamshire, and then 67 here against Essex. Good 27 up at the county ground against Derby in the first meeting, game in round number 2. And he's also played an important part with the ball in the early stages of the season as well. Not so much necessarily in the wickets that he's taken, but in the control that he's given his captain.
What a 5-over spell from Finn Hudson Prentice that got 12 runs. Alex Hughes is brought back into the attack from the new road end and bowls to D'Oliveira, who pushes it out into the offside. There's no run. Over 8 at 0. Good to see. 10 overs from tea. So it won't be massively late for tea. Or the tea interval at least.
Have you saved your cake?
No, that's it. Well, do we not get extra cake?
I don't know.
Next delivery from... I thought we got extra cake from Hughes. It's pushed up to mid-off.
I wasn't being, trying not to presume anything. I just thought it was very nice, thank you for what we've got. And then I was sort of 3/4 of the way to the slice thinking, am I going too big too early?
I ate the lot, including the piece of fruit, which is very unlike me. Hughes in again, and this one is pushed out to the offside by D'Oliveira. There's no run. Yeah, I think you're probably right. I don't think we'll get extra cake. Although David Griffin's found a second bag of crisps from one of those spare lunches, I think. Yeah, a couple of spare lunches that were hidden round the corner. Might be a cake in there. Hughes bowls. This is turned into the leg side by D'Oliveira. Hudson Prentice picks up at mid-wicket. It's his 4th over. Hughes conceded just the 3 runs so far. A couple of maidens in there as well. Good control from Alex Hughes. He's yet to pick up a wicket this season, but hasn't played all that much cricket. He's in now and bowls to D'Oliveira, who pushes it out to the offside. He's that naggingly slow pace, Alex Hughes. Can send one down quickly, but for the most part keeps the batsman guessing. Terrific one-day bowler. One of the current Derbyshire lineup, the man with the most first-class wickets, I think. This one is guided down to 3rd man off the bottom of D'Oliveira's bat for a single. The current bowlers may well be the 2 with the most wickets in this Derbyshire lineup. If I can just... Oh, why does it do that every time it does that?
If you click refresh.
No, it doesn't tell me anyway, so that's... Oh, no, it will tell me if I can just... This is terrific broadcasting. Of course he isn't, because Matt Critchley's got over 100 wickets and Alex Hughes has got 36, so I was talking absolute nonsense. 177 for 4. Over to you, Dan Wheeler.
Here he is, Critchley. Bowls, and D'Oliveira will get a single. Comfortable out to Melton at deep point. Didn't he take his 100th wicket in the last game, Critchley?
Yes. Yes. Commentated on it. I should have remembered, shouldn't I, really? But thanks anyway.
It's alright. Thought I'd flag it up.
Yeah, thank you.
Haynes down on strike. 82. 18 away from the big one. Critchley bowls to him. Forward he comes solidly. Out to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Has to put all that thought way out of his mind. 6 runs away from setting a new personal best. This is a full toss from Critchley. Driven. Only got a single though. Nicely done by Melton. Got to him quickly, picked it up, and then a rapid throw. It was almost too high for Guest. Had him stretching high to his right to take that. I think Hudson Prentice needs to be alert to that, potentially as backup option. Critchley bowls onto the back foot. It's D'Oliveira stroking it out to Hughes at cover. It's far enough away from his left hand side to come through for a single.
I say I commentated on it. I was told when he'd got 99 and completely forgot for the next wicket that it was his 100th. Yeah. Yeah. Sharp piece of work.
Critchley bowls, and on the stretch is Haynes. He's opened the face slightly, increased the angle, which means he got time just to come back for 2. He does. Again, it's a very muscular throw from Melton. Whizzed in from the fence. It is a short boundary there, but nevertheless you've got to be careful when you try and weigh up the risk management of coming back for a second. Haynes got it right there. 85 he goes up to with that couple. 182 for 4. Critchley bowls to him on the drive this time. Straight to Hughes at cover. End of the over. 9 overs, none for 38 now for Matt Critchley. 85 for Haynes, 26 for D'Oliveira, 182 for 4. These two came together at 115 for 4 when Ross Whiteley was rather tamely out, caught at slip, giving catching practice to Wayne Madsen off Dustin Melton. He'd played well to get to his 22. It's a bit of a surprise that he played such a loose shot not long after lunch. But Haynes has kept on going, and with D'Oliveira have taken Worcestershire into a good position here, but Derbyshire will know a couple of quick wickets and it can swing back towards them.
Can Alex Hughes find that wicket? Begins a new spell, or new over rather, from the New Road end, and it's defended by D'Oliveira.
You do wonder though, from a Derbyshire point of view, Fletch, that where is the next wicket going to come from, in a sense, because
Well,
it does look easy, the ball softer.
The last 2 wickets have been a Whiteley giveaway, really,
Yeah.
and the run out.
Yeah, that's true, yeah.
After that initial burst from Sam Connors first thing this morning, as Hughes sets off again. This one is driven up to Billy Godleman at mid-off. There's no run, so he's down to a single. Solitary slip now. Wayne Madsen standing there at slip with his arms folded. You wonder how he's going to see the ball if it comes off an edge, because Guest is standing up to the stumps as this one, he just leans back and cuts it away down towards backward point. McDermott goes off to do the fielding, and he eventually finds the ball under his feet.
Yeah, it's tough, isn't it, because in that position, fine slip, when the keeper's standing up to medium I mean, it just literally comes straight at you, doesn't it? Straight between the eyeballs.
You've no chance of spotting it.
I mean, if you get it, it's pure instinct, I think.
Yeah.
He managed to hang on to something.
Alex Hughes isn't happy with something. He wants Wayne Madsen standing closer.
Is that possible?
Yeah. Oh no, he's coming out of slip now, and he's going to go into a fairly short, straight mid-off.
Come and get hit here instead.
Yeah. So he's standing on the next strip to the left as we look, right in the batsman's eye line. Jack Haynes is on 85 at the moment. He turns this into the leg side. Alex Hughes goes ooh as it comes out of the middle of the bat.
I mean, it's decent thinking. I mean, Godleman's got to try something, hasn't he?
Yeah.
I mean, there's not much threat from the ball. The pitch not doing much. The ball's soft now. Batting looks a lot easier than it did this morning. So yeah, try some field.
183 in. It's played off the back foot up to Matt Critchley at mid-on, who immediately starts polishing the ball, then realises how old it is and stops. Gives up. Hughes places it very carefully in his hand and then sort of disguises it for a short while before he delivers it. That's an inside edge on the drive up to Critchley once again. Another decent enough over from Alex Hughes. He's conceded just 5 runs from 5 overs as the all-rounder, who, if he continues to bat at 9, I think that's a little bit low personally, but he was the ultimate indignity. A man who's got 6 first-class centuries, ended the over incidentally at 183 for 4 just before I had a nip next door. 6 first-class centuries, was going to bat 9 down at Chelmsford and came in as a night watchman. Just the 6 first-class centuries.
Outrageous. Players having a sanitisation break and a drink of water. They come around quickly, don't they? I was wondering whether it was another hand washing interval, because the last one seemed to be not that long ago, but yes, the players with the bottles coming off now. Quick drink for Messrs Haynes and D'Oliveira. 183 for 4. So 68 for this 5th wicket now between these two, building on previous partnerships. 53 for the previous one before Ross Whiteley was out. So Worcestershire are stringing good partnerships together here, and they are slowly putting themselves into a really strong position. 183 for 4, but it's still on that knife edge because Derbyshire know a couple of wickets here could really change it. That's a terrible ball from Critchley, that's being polite. Half tracker, and D'Oliveira will be quite cross. He hasn't hit that for 4. He's managed to hoik it out over mid-wicket. Obviously didn't come out anywhere near the meat of the bat as he rehearses what he wanted to do, which is probably put it in the River Severn somewhere. So just 2. 185 for 4. Critchley bowls again. It's quick and dragged down. A single here though as D'Oliveira had come out the bowler, adjusted and turned it off his hip down to Sam Connors, who's fielding it fine leg, who's come in 20 or 30 yards by the time D'Oliveira's made contact with it. D'Oliveira up to 30 with that couple, and then that single. Haynes a couple of steps down the track again with a nice looking drive out to long off. Nothing risky there. Seen that one pulled 6 from him off that long hop from Critchley. D'Oliveira is the one that's gone aerial down the ground, and he's cut beautifully off the back foot this time. Brett D'Oliveira. There's a dive at backward point, but it's gone straight to the fence. Nice placement again. D'Oliveira looking good here. Critchley's bowling has not been great. Finn Hudson-Prentice no chance at point of cutting that off. This one again is short, and Finn Hudson-Prentice this time does very well on the bounce one-handed, because that was awkward too. He did have the backup of Melton behind him. 1 ball left of the Critchley over. 191 for 4. D'Oliveira waits. Will get a single. Nice calm stroke out to long off to end the over. Critchley's getting a bit of tap here. 10 overs, none for 46. Haynes 86, D'Oliveira 35. 2 runs away from a new career best, Jack Haynes. 38 overs remaining in the day, so 6 overs to go before tea. So yeah, we should get to tea a little before 4 o'clock, so it won't be too late. As Hughes starts a new over from the New Road end. Keeper standing up to D'Oliveira, fired in towards Midland leg, turned out towards deep square leg, where Melton has stayed from the end of that over. 1 more to D'Oliveira. Yeah, beautiful day, and the sun is literally shining on Worcestershire here. 193 for 4. They've recovered very well. Jack Haynes 86 and Brett D'Oliveira have 36. They've taken the score from 115 for 4 onto 193 for 4. Just the loss of Ross Whiteley after lunch, caught at slip off Dustin Melton for 22. But Haynes is 1 shy of equalling his career best and 14 away from what would be a maiden first-class century. He's batted absolutely beautifully. Worcestershire, after winning the toss this morning and deciding to bat first, 193 for 4 in the 59th over. On the drive here is Haynes. He's timed it so well, Godleman can't get all of it. It's a tumbling stop as he loses his cap in the process, and they're back for 2, and that is a career best for Jack Haynes. He moves past the 87 he made at Edgbaston. 88 he has, 12 away from 100. Got time to get there before tea. Hughes waits for him. Bowls to get another run here off his hip, flick down to long leg, through they come. Wayne Madsen is in at that short mid-on position for that last delivery. He's now moving away from that in the line of sight of Jack Haynes. He's now going back to first slip for Brett D'Oliveira. 196 for 4. Hughes past the umpire and bowls, steered with all the time in the world from Brett D'Oliveira down to third man. Brings Haynes down on strike. 89 from 163 balls. Hughes bowls to him. Haynes forward, pushing it up to mid-off. Godalming fields, no run. End of the over. Hughes 6 overs, 2 maidens, none for 10. Worcestershire 197 for 4. Haynes 11 away from 100, 89. D'Oliveira 37.
Yes, they could do with the wicket here, Derbyshire, couldn't they? I've just been talking to Sally Pepper. She's doing one of those things where you get 3 ingredients and throw them into a pan and do some cooking, that kind of thing.
Oh yeah. Tea at my house then.
Well, yes. One of the things she was talking about was some spinach. She said Dawes' spinach was wilting, which is never a good thing, I don't think.
No.
So Derbyshire, never mind the spinach. Derbyshire are just wilting a bit here, aren't they? They're going to bring Wayne Madsen onto bowl. That's how much they're wilting.
Well, they have to try something different, don't they, Fletch? Because Critchley's not looked threatening at all. In fact, it's the opposite, really. When he's bowling, it's looking like the scoreboard's going to really fly around. Not got it right today. He may come back stronger in this match, of course, but so far with the ball, not been at it. So why not try something a bit different?
Yeah.
Because there's not many other options for Godalming here. Ball is soft, not doing much. It's pretty easy to bat out there now on a placid pitch. Far cry from the fireworks of this morning with that early moisture.
Well, I thought we completely dispensed with a slip, but Matt Critchley's just moved around to go in at slip for Wayne Madsen. He's one of those bowlers, Wayne Madsen, who thinks he's going to get a wicket every time he delivers the ball. He got 2 for 19 in the second innings against Notts, and he's capable of picking up a wicket. This one gives a bit more, gives a bit of air to, and it's played straight back to him by D'Oliveira.
Well, it often happens, doesn't it? You get a part-time bowler, or certainly not a front-line bowler. Batsman just relax a bit.
D'Oliveira goes back into his crease and cuts this one away to Ben McDermott, a backward point. 197 for 4. Wayne Madsen with 35 first-class wickets at 52. This one is pulled rather agriculturally by D'Oliveira out to the mid-wicket boundary, where Sam Connors does the fielding away in the distance. 198 for 4. D'Oliveira up to 38. Haynes. Well, they probably wanted to bowl to him in the hope that he does just drop his guard a little bit here. He's got a new career best of 89 not out, but of course the big prize is still 11 runs away. What will he do here? Madsen bowls to him and he pushes it out to the offside. They think about a single. Billy Godwin hurls the ball in. It misses Brooke Guest by a country mile and is well backed up by Finn Hudson-Prentice. That was an astonishing piece of cricket. Everybody's concentration has dropped apart from Haynes. He's on 89 still. This one is given a bit more air from the very round arm action of Wayne Madsen. Haynes pushes it out into the offside and it's the end of the over. Just the 1 run from it. D'Oliveira moved up to 38. Haynes remains on 89, 198 for 4.
Yeah, only 2 people switched on in that last passage of play, and they're the 2 most important people, the batsman and Finn Hudson-Prentice, backing up. Did a great job. Must have thought, crikey, I wasn't expecting that wild throw from the skipper. But yeah, Haynes has just got to get that tunnel vision now and play for tea if necessary. It's only, what, 4 overs away now. It's so hard, isn't it, trying to ignore your score, ignore all the thoughts associated with what's only 11 runs away. Just try and focus on every single ball on its own.
A bit more Critchley coming up. The only bowler, the only person who bowls, I use the word bowler very lightly, is the left arm of Leas Deploy.
Worth a shout.
I don't think anybody else. Billy Godleman, I've never seen him bowl in the entire time I've been covering Derbyshire.
Well, Critchley, as Fletch said, is going to continue to swap ends. 10 overs, none for 47. A run here for D'Oliveira, might be 2. He's quick, yeah, he's going to come back for 2. A little dab down to third man. Ben McDermott does it, and the 200 is up for Worcestershire, securing their first batting bonus point. And the way it was going this morning, it looked like maybe they were not going to get many more than 200, or that would have been a good score, but 200 for 4 is an excellent recovery. D'Oliveira drives the next one up to Finn Hudson-Prentice at mid-on. D'Oliveira into the 40s. Played with lovely hands today, D'Oliveira. Great support for Haynes. Onto the back foot this time. Will pick up a single with an elegant looking drive out to the deep. Sam Connors is there. 200 coming up in the 61st over. Overs and 1 ball to be precise. 239 minutes. This one spins and turns away from Haynes. There's a yelp from first slip. Wayne Madsen. I don't think he was that close to it, Haynes. He got out of the road pretty quickly. That one's a bit more interesting as he comes forward on the drive. Seemed to spin a little bit as well, not taken cleanly by Guest. Maybe this is Critchley's end, who knows? Haynes again, just slows him down a little bit. Goes for a walk, back he comes. Critchley bowls. Haynes right over this, nose over the ball as he comes forward. End of the over. 11 overs, none for 50 now for Critchley, but few things happened in that last over for him. 201 for 4. Haynes 89, D'Oliveira 41. Mitchell for 0, first ball of the match. Fell for 12, Libby for 26, run out in a mix-up with Haynes, and Whiteley for 22. Whiteley the only man to fall post-lunch. The other 3 going this morning. 115 for 4 has now become 201 for 4.
I was just checking to see the 7 bowlers have been used now, including Wayne Madsen, who continues from the Gliss end, and the first delivery of his new over is pushed back to him by D'Oliveira. McDermott, Guest and Godleman have never bowled in first class cricket. This next delivery is tossed up by Madsen. It's driven. Deploy comes in to do the fielding, but can't get there quickly enough to prevent them from going through for a single. 202 for 4. D'Oliveira on to 42. Ben McDermott's never bowled. So the only one who has bowled in first class cricket who hasn't bowled in this match, as this one is driven again up to Leas Deploy. He's fielding at mid-on, but he's left-handed, so as he comes to the ball he's sort of got to turn his body a bit. Might want to swap with Ben Aitchison, or he might not. 203 for 4. The person who hasn't bowled yet is Leas Deploy himself. This next one is dropped short and cut away. It's going to go for 4. That was a horrible delivery from Wayne Madsen. Dropped short. D'Oliveira cut it away for 4 runs and moves to 46. 207 for 4 now. As he approaches his own half century, will become only the second player in the match to get there, but these two have done a terrific job. And again it's cut away, but this time straight to Dustin Melton, and they go through for a single. 208 for 4. D'Oliveira to 47. Haynes on 90. Batted really nicely, but was dropped. when he was on 10. This one's 10 into the leg side a little uppishly to begin with. Off the bat, straight to Alex Hughes, who does the fielding, hurls it back to Brooke Guest. And it's the end of the over, 208 for 4. Haynes on 90, D'Oliveira on 47. Madsen now bowled 2 overs for 8. Matt Critchley 11 overs for 50. So again, a little expensive. Somebody races on to give Wayne Madsen his cap back. I'm going to continue with Matt Critchley. As I say, 11 overs for 50, a little expensive.
Here he is then. Short, cut away by D'Oliveira. More runs here, at least 2, maybe 3. And he's going to settle for a couple out to the deep cover point boundary. D'Oliveira in sight of his second half century of the season. Forward to this next delivery, won't get a run here. Out to McDermott at point. Critchley short and shovelled round the corner by D'Oliveira. Hasn't got much on that, but all he needs for a half century. Terrific work from Brett D'Oliveira. Acknowledges the applause on all 4 sides of the ground, and a terrific innings from him. 91 balls he has faced. Great support he's given to Jack Haynes. 5 4s in his half century so far, a second of the championship season, and his 10th in first class cricket.
Only his 10th? I'm surprised.
To go with 800s he's got as well.
Ah, okay.
Well, he had that purple patch at the top of the order when he was opening the innings, scoring a lot of runs. He's on the drive here, waiting for this one from Critchley. Spanks it out to long off, fielded by Lewis Deploy. One more run to D'Oliveira, moves up to 51. Haynes has 91. One more over to go after this before tea. Haynes thinks about coming down the track but stays in his ground, watches it closely as it passes outside the off stump. End of the over. So there might be some chat between it's one way, I think, principally Brooke Guest, the Derbyshire wicketkeeper, to Jack Haynes, as they were sort of walking side by side on each side of the pitch from one end to the other. Haynes was having a walk towards D'Oliveira to have a chat. Seemed to be Guest said something, I don't know, he might not have done, but maybe trying to get inside Haynes' head. 9 away. Derbyshire need to try anything they can at the moment.
When Madsen, third over of this spell, loops one down towards D'Oliveira, who defends it straight back to him. Final over before the tea interval, this one. So we approach 10 to 4. Madsen's in again, that's almost a full toss, almost Yorks D'Oliveira. They've got 2 men close in on the leg side, Hughes and Critchley. They're crouching down now as this next one is turned into the leg side to Critchley, who's the straighter of the 2. Carries the ball all the way to Wayne Madsen and suggests something. Do you really want somebody out on the mid-wicket boundary, I think is the question. So, Sam Connor's out there in the distance. This moves in about 5 yards. Madsen bowls, defended by D'Oliveira, who's got no intention of doing anything before tea, and quite right too. He's on 51, Haynes 91, 213 for 4, a 98 run partnership so far between these two. As Madsen's in again. This was turned into the leg side by D'Oliveira, who will pick up a single this time. He moves to 52 to 14 for 4. 2 deliveries to go. One delivery to go, beg your pardon, with the partnership worth 99. It's turned into the leg side by Haynes, and that will be T, with Worcestershire going along nicely on 214 for 4. Jack Haynes on 91 and Brett D'Oliveira on 52, and they have added 99 runs for the 5th wicket so far. Just the 1 wicket to fall in the afternoon session, rather. Ross Whiteley caught by Wayne Madsen off the bowling of Dustin Mentham for 22 almost 2 hours ago. Seems like an age ago. Derbyshire bowlers just go around and give each other the old fist pumps as they leave the field, but the star of the show this afternoon without any question is Jack Haynes, career high of 91, and he'll be looking for his first class century when we return after tea.
Essex 186 against Durham.
Well, good afternoon everybody, and welcome back to New Road for the start of the third and final session of this first day of the County Championship match between Worcestershire and Derbyshire. It was arguably maybe Derbyshire's morning, but ever since lunch it's been pretty much one-way traffic to the home side. Just lost the one wicket of Ross Whiteley in the session after lunch and before tea, and it's been all about young Jack Haynes and whether he can get towards a maiden first class 100. He's 9 runs away from that at the moment, resuming 91 not out. Brett D'Oliveira has given him terrific support. He has 52, 214 for 4, so 99 these two have put on for this 5th wicket. The opening over of the evening session will be bowled by Matt Critchley, who's not had a memorable day so far with the ball. This is his 13th over, none for 55 so far. D'Oliveira looking to get forward, does, and pick up a single here out to deep cover. Through they come, and the applause that will ring out around the ground here from the 900 or so members that are back at New Road today will signify that they recognise and acknowledge the 100 partnership between these two. Fantastic stuff for Worcestershire.
Brilliant effort by these two.
Haynes, 91, waits for Critchley. Won't get a run here, will he? No, it's a rolling stop to his left from Hughes at cover, and there's no run. Already got a new career best here, Jack Haynes, surpassing the 87 he made up at Warwickshire. Hits Hughes again at cover to this next delivery. Played really well at Edgbaston, very unlucky to miss out on potentially getting 100 there. Run out at the non-striker's end. Forward he comes, defends his next delivery. Certain amount of significance in this innings as well, because he ran Jake Libby out at the non-striker's end, but not quite as unfortunate as his dismissal against the Bears, where it was his fault really, if you're going to blame anybody. The hesitation as he drove one from Dustin Melton into the covers that was fielded by Critchley, and Libby couldn't recover his ground by the time Critchley threw the stumps down, but he's put it out of his mind.
If you're going to blame anybody. It sounded like you were blaming somebody there.
I think Jake Libby might want to blame somebody.
Well, he might do.
Maybe not. They won't mind if Haynes can go on now and get a big score, more than he's got already. And the way he's batted, he's showed that he's got a clear mind, hasn't let it worry him. 215 for 4.
Wayne Madsen's going to continue from the Diglis end with plenty of overs still to go until the new ball's available. So they're hoping that the golden arm might work here. It's bowling to Brett D'Oliveira. Gives that one a bit of air, and D'Oliveira defends it straight back to him. Over 8 +3, so they can faff about all they like this afternoon. Spin at both ends. Next delivery from Madsen's defended by D'Oliveira straight back to him. Gets through his overs exceptionally quickly, does Wayne Madsen. Next delivery, third, and that one is cut down towards third man. Good diving stop. Got it with his left-handed, Ben McDermott, and keeps them down to a single. Good bit of work from the Australian, making his Derbyshire debut today. We'll see him bat at some point. Goodness knows when, though, because Worcestershire will just bat and bat and bat and bat Derbyshire out of the game. That will be the plan. Haynes back on strike, defends the ball back to Wayne Madsen, who's already 4 deliveries into his first over after tea. Turns and he's straight back in again, gives the batsman no time to think, as this one is turned into the leg side for a single. Hudson Prentice does the fielding. Haynes moves to 92, 217 for 4.
Yeah, I was going to say bat once, bat big, but yep. I think if they're going to do that, then Haynes is going to have to go on and get a massive score.
Yeah.
So's D'Oliveira.
No reason to suggest that they won't, as this one is played nicely off the back foot, out towards the cover boundary. In comes Dustin Melton to do the fielding, and that's the end of the Wayne Madsen. Over 3 runs from it. Worcestershire 218 for 4. Haynes up to 92. D'Oliveira at 56.
Wonder how nervously he teed Jack Haynes, if at all.
Yes, I don't think I'd have eaten
No.
anything.
Not sure I would either, no.
Unless it was a particularly nice bit of cake. And I might have been tempted, but if it was mainly yoghurt and that kind of thing, well, no, I'm alright, thanks. I'm in the middle of the beginnings here.
Critchley to continue. It's short and lots of time for D'Oliveira to back away and carve it out all the way along the ground, out to deep cover where Sam Connors is fielding. Yeah, I didn't manage to finish my cake at tea time. I was multitasking.
Were you?
On another job, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Another
Sorting
job.
out the breakfast show for tomorrow morning. Critchley bowls, short. Onto the back foot goes Haynes. There's no run.
Successful?
Yes. Successful in inverted commas.
Okay. Excellent. Excellent.
As Haynes comes forward and punches it out. People I spoke to were excellent.
Yeah.
Talking about,
So you'll be doing a package later on, will you? On your laptop?
I won't, no.
Oh.
No.
I have to do my own clips.
Haynes on the drive. He might pick up 2 here, will he? Yes. He had to stretch for it, Jack Haynes, outside the off stump. But back they come for 2. Again, Connors out in the deep. .94 now, Haynes. Short, cut away. Will only be a single. 5 away now. Down to Connors. Yes, I think just a quick word with a few supporters. Very nice people giving me their time.
They're all thrilled to be here.
They were, yeah, understandably.
Yeah.
D'Oliveira strokes it out to point. I'll scamper through for a single. Yeah, all obviously desperate to see Jack Haynes go on and make 3 figures.
Well, of course, a lot of you have to go out after the close of play and get some more of them, because he'll have got there by the time it goes out in the morning.
That's true.
You've not thought that one through, have
well, the thing is, I notified the real professionals back at base, and I said, look, some rank amateur has been asking these questions. It might be a bit dated by tomorrow morning. If he gets 100, they'll sort it out. They'll make me sound coherent. In fact, I won't be on it at all.
No,
So
you won't.
everyone's a winner.
Yeah. People always worry, I wonder who did this? The magic of radio. Wayne Madsen to continue, loops that one towards D'Oliveira, who defends it straight back to him. 2, 2, 3 for 4. D'Oliveira 57, Haynes 95. So what a grunt from Wayne Madsen as he releases that one. Bit of an effort ball, possibly, from the off spinner. 2, 2, 4 for 4. 58 to D'Oliveira. Haynes, I'll risk this. 5 away as he pushes this one up to mid-on. You've got him every single delivery until he gets his 100 now, because he's within 4. He's moved on to 96. 225 for 4. Next delivery from Madsen is turned into the leg side by D'Oliveira for a single. They're milking him now. 226 for 4. D'Oliveira 259. 96 to Haynes.
Can he do it then? 1 hit away from what would be a maiden first class 100 as he waits for Madsen, who bowls to me, throws it up. He'll get a single out to mid wicket. He's going to chip away. He's actually been pretty good in the 90s. He had that one little blip, didn't he, where he was caught by one in the midriff that jagged back, and then had a wild waft up to the next delivery, but not even sure he was in the 90s at the time.
Madsen bowls to D'Oliveira, who pushes it out to the offside. I'll do D'Oliveira and you do
I like
that.
this.
Good
Yeah.
We'll do it like that. D'Oliveira's pinched the strike anyway. So he moves on to 60, and Worcestershire to 228 for 4. The new commentary style.
I think we could start something here, Fletch.
Instead of an end, you take a batsman.
Yes.
That'd be quite exciting, wouldn't it? It'd fall apart fairly quickly, I think.
I think it would.
If there wasn't so much on it for Haynes, if they were just sort of both in the 30s or something, you could just imagine getting
I think it would get messy.
Hopelessly wrong. Hopelessly wrong. But convention has it that the whoever's going to get the century, whichever batsman, whichever team they plays for, their commentator should be commentating at the time.
Doesn't always happen though, Fletch.
No, it doesn't always happen, you're right. But that's the convention, it's all for the archive. Here's Matt Critchley in and bowls a very full delivery to D'Oliveira, who pushes it out into the offside. He's thinking about a second, but thinks again. It's fielded out there by Sam Connors. He moves to 61, 229 for 4. And I know about archive because I've just gone through the Derbyshire archive for their 150th anniversary. And even though we haven't got a very big archive, there's a lot of it.
97 then Haynes, 3 away. Critchley bowls, he pulls it! Oh, he's caught! He's caught him! Down at deep square leg, what a catch from Dustin Melton! A grab high to his right, and Jack Haynes has gone 3 short of a maiden first class 100. Heartache for him, but he gets a consoling tap on the back from his partner Brett D'Oliveira. He'll be crushingly disappointed, but he shouldn't be. He's batted so well, and out of this huge disappointment for him, let's hope he can find some comfort, because he's played brilliantly, but he just saw that long hop from Critchley, his eyes light up, and he just didn't have enough elevation on it. It was going for 6, but it was just too flat, and Melton was just too tall, and in the end it was a fabulous catch because it went quickly. It wasn't one of those looping parabolas that he had a time to get under and think about it. It was nearly straight at him, and to be fair to Melton, that is a very, very good catch. Such a shame though for Jack Haynes, falling 3 runs short. It is a new career best, but right now that'll be of little consolation, but a terrific innings nonetheless. 229 for 5. The new batsman is Ben Cox.
I'm afraid that was a horrible piece of cricket all round, really, apart from the catch, wasn't it?
Yes,
the ball was shocking. The shot was equally poor.
Just picked him out, didn't he?
He's just had a rush of blood, really, when 3 more singles would have done him, which is what he'd been doing through the 90s. But the catch from Dustin Melton was sensational. Out on the mid-wicket boundary. He's a tall man, and well, he plucked it out of the air. Terrific effort from Dustin Melton, who is a good fielder. These quick bowlers are, aren't they, these days? It never used to be the case, but they are. And it's Ben Cox.
114, that Stan was worth.
Good maths.
I've had time, Fletch.
Critchley bowls a flattish delivery to Ben Cox.
There we go, Critchley's got his wicket as well.
Which yes, he's got a wicket in every single innings he's bowled in. Yeah, that might just help him. 1 for 62, his figures from 14.5 overs. That one hits very firmly the middle of the bat.
Here we go again at this really delicate stage of the game, because that wicket, new man in, how often have we seen it? 1 wicket and is followed quite quickly by another, suddenly 6 down.
Cox waits, drives this one out into the offside. There is a man behind the pillar, it's Finn Hudson-Prentice. The longer Cox is on naught, that's what they'll be trying to do, trying to build up a bit of pressure on the new batsman. Final ball of Critchley's 15th over. Bowls it to Cox, who pushes it into the leg side this time, and in goes Dustin Melton, but round from behind the stumps couldn't Brooke guess the end of the over. 1 run, but perhaps more importantly for Derbyshire, 1 wicket, and the context of the game as well. Poor old Jack Haynes, 97 he made from 187 deliveries, 1 6 and 9 fours. He's gone, and it's just given Derbyshire a little bit of renewed hope, because having been persisting with spin from both ends with Matt Critchley and Wayne Madsen. They're now bringing Ben Aitchison back from the Diglis end, now that one of the two ends has been opened up by the fall of the Jack Haynes wicket. Really unfortunate for the young man. He batted really, really nicely. Was dropped on 10. Very sharp chance to Brooke Guest down to his right, but other than that, impeccable. One false shot, as Dan said, outside the off stump after he'd been hit by one from Aitchison that jagged back. But, well, he'd be in the changing room kicking himself, I would have thought, at the moment.
Aitchison from the Diglis end bowls, wide outside the off stump. D'Oliveira shoulders arms. There's nothing to do with it through to the keeper.
There was no sign of a wicket, was there?
No.
No sign of any problems for the batsmen. They were milking the two spinners, just pushing the ball around.
I mean, if we're being super critical, I mean, okay, Mitchell first ball of the match, couldn't do much about that. It was a good ball. Fell got a goodie, didn't he?
Yeah.
But
Libby's self-inflicted run out. Whiteley catching
Whiteley,
practice.
not great shot.
Yeah.
And then Haynes, straight to point. That's next delivery, no run. I mean, he must have thought, as soon as he saw that come out of the hand of Critchley, and there's a long hop, it must have been a point in his, where he just thought, that's it, that's the one. He just didn't quite get it up enough, not enough elevation. I mean, it was the right shot in a sense, but needed to come out the middle of the bat, and then he would have brought up his 100 with
going
a 6.
Up now, wouldn't it, if he got it out the middle of the bat?
Yeah. And this is edgy on the drive. That would have been interesting if there'd been a gully there. It was in the air quite a while, but it'd just be a single. Melton's done some very good athletic work in the deep, this time running round to third man. Just a single. Two batsmen have a chat. Ben Cox with a chance now to carry on the good work of Haynes and co. Has one unbeaten half century this season, the second innings saving the game against Derbyshire up at the county ground in round 2. Another match that Worcestershire looked like they were not going to get out of jail in. Cox will edge this one. There's no flourish, there's no expansive shot, he's just kind of pushed at it. It was in the air again a little while, and Melton employed down at third man once more. Would that have carried if there'd been a...
No, I don't think so.
Don't think it would have, would it? A gully wouldn't have been interested, I don't think. Again, soft hand, he didn't go at the ball, Cox.
That's the key, isn't it?
Yeah, they've done that very well, the batsmen today. D'Oliveira now, suddenly the senior man, 62, down the leg side, has a little bit of a waft, doesn't make contact. And he'll be thinking, now the pressure's on me, now the onus is on me to do what Haynes couldn't, go on and make 3 figures. No rush here for Worcestershire, plenty of time. One ball left of the 70th over. Aitchison, big leap as he comes into bowl, and firmly behind this is D'Oliveira. Back up the pitch, end of the over. 2:31 for 5. D'Oliveira 62. Cox has 1 from 5 deliveries. Haynes out for 97, bringing a terrific stand for the 5th wicket to an end on 114 between him and D'Oliveira. But good partnerships, the partnerships that have started. That's the first one that's really kicked on. We've had partnership of 21, 41, 53 and 114. And again, this game is right back in the balance here. Both teams could finish in the driving seat yet. Critchley bowls. This one rears up a little bit at Cox, who stays on his stumps almost. Just watches it closely onto the face of his bat and drops it into the leg side. Critchley bowling in his sunglasses here. He's got the towel hanging out the back of his trousers. Bowls, this one's wide of the off stump. Hint of turn possibly, a fraction, but well wide of the off stump. Cox goes for a wonder. Critchley bowls to him, solidly forward again, out into the covers, and there's no run. One batting bonus point in the bag for Worcestershire, eyeing a second one here. It's within touching distance. 250 is the next target. Derbyshire need one more wicket for their second bowling point. Cox will get a run off the inside portion of his bat as he stretches forward. Fielded by Madsen. And they come through for a single. Cox doubles his score. Oliveira lets this next one from Critchley pass harmlessly outside the off stump. End of the over, 232 for 5. An update for BBC Hereford and Worcester's FM frequencies on the way, and AM frequencies for that matter. Live County Championship action for you here on the BBC Sport website and app. And we're live too on the stream of Worcestershire County Cricket Club too. They're good to have you with us, whether you're watching or listening to us. Richardson strides in now past the umpire, and that very nearly tickles the outside edge of Cox's bat. That moved a lot after it passed the bat, has to be said. First glance looked like he may have edged it, such was the deviation, but big movement there past the batsman. Cox just retaking his guard. Been a bit of seam around all day for the bowlers. Cox will turn this to the onside, straight to mid-wicket. New ball due in nearly 9 overs time. So we'll have something like a good hour or so at Worcestershire with the second new ball. Yeah, such a shame that Jack Haynes couldn't convert that career best into a first-class 100. He batted so well before he picked out Dustin Melton in front of the ladies' pavilion off Matt Critchley, 3 runs short. But it was the end of a brilliant knock and a terrific partnership of 114 between him and Brett Oliveira, who's still going sublimely on 62. Ben Cox is the new man. He's got a couple to his name. Mitchell for naught, Libby 26, Fell 12, and Whiteley 22. Whiteley the only man to go between lunch and tea. Worcestershire 232 for 5, but this game still very balanced indeed. 232 for 5 in the 72nd over. Aitchison ready to go. Batsman is now past the umpire. Bowls. This is uppish from Cox, but it's away from Critchley at cover. come back for 2. That was one of those occasions where it was a good job Cox didn't hit that more truly, actually, because had he done so, I think that would have flown straight to Critchley. As it was, the bat rather turned in his hands as he made the drive. That killed the pace and took it away from Critchley. Just had a tap of the pitch, whether that just held up a little bit for Cox. Maybe he's threw the shot a bit early. Not sure. And he picks up 2. 2.34 for 5. Won't get a run here. Turning it to mid-wicket. End of the over. 2.34 for 5. Aitchison 12 overs, 2 maids, none for 31. So wicketless so far today after coming into this game with that career best 6 for 28 against Durham in the last round. Critchley, who hasn't bowled well at all really by his own standards this season, 1 for 63, so he maintains his record of taking at least 1 wicket in every innings he's bowled this season. What a good campaign he's had so far for Derbyshire. And they will know another wicket or 2 here quickly, particularly if one of them is D'Oliveira, and they are right back in this game. At the moment, Worcestershire have the edge, but it can change very quickly. Fletcher's back with us.
I'm back. Matt Critchley with that wicket. As I just heard you mention in there, down a wicket in every innings he's bowled in. From the new road end, pushed out to the offside by D'Oliveira, goes through for a quick single. Get there comfortably enough in the end. It's Anish Dal who does the field and substitute fielder. He's on 4. Leas Deploy, who's gone off to put the fielding pads on, I notice, away to our right hand side. He's just popping them on now, so Dal on as his replacement. D'Oliveira's moved to 63, 235 for 5. So all of a sudden 240 for 7, and it's a huge difference, isn't it? Huge difference. So a lot on the shoulders of Brett D'Oliveira and of Ben Cox, who's on strike now. He goes back into his crease and forces that out towards the cover boundary where it's fielded by Sam Connors out there in the far distance. Towards Komet Bard, Alzara Joseph, Joe Leach and Dylan Pennington for Worcestershire. We saw what Joseph could do up at Derby. That was his debut. This one is smacked straight back down the ground for a 1 bounce 4 by D'Oliveira. Got hold of that one. And it crashed into the advertising boards down below us, as you'll have heard through the effects microphone. In fact, it looks like it's gone through them because he's having to step over the advertising boards. His Hudson Prentice. It looks a little bit awkward there as he gets back onto the field of play. Good shot from D'Oliveira. It moves to 67, 240 for 5.
Not sure there was a graceful way of retrieving that ball, was there really?
No, it didn't. Certainly didn't look like there was. D'Oliveira waits and pushes this out to the offside. They go through for a quick single. It's to the left hand of Alex Hughes, who has to pick it up and then throw it and twist his body around, so the single was always on. You need a left-handed fielder there for that particular shot and return. 241 for 5, D'Oliveira 68.
That's good batting, isn't it, from D'Oliveira? A lump down the ground for 1 bounce 4, and then a cheeky little single darting into the offside. Take the strike.
Cox pushes this out into the offside. First dot ball of the Matt Critchley over. Conceded 7 from the first 5 deliveries. 1 for 70 his figures now. 16 overs and 5 balls bowled. He's in and bowls to Cox, who pushes it out defensively on the offside. It's the end of the over. 241 for 5. Cox on 5. D'Oliveira on 68. Now, Leas Deploy has returned. He's got his cap on. He's carrying a helmet, and he's clearly got the fielding pads on as Dahl leaves the field. Don't think we're going to see Critchley continue by the look of it, unless he's going to go in a short leg, but good luck with that. So 2 helmets behind Brooke Guest now, as Aitchison will continue. Perhaps we're going to see Hudson Prentice. Oh, that's interesting. I thought it might be Sam Connors. One of those two, I think. Perhaps even Dustin Melton after his wonder catch.
Here comes Aitchison though, pounding in from the Diglis end, and onto the back foot goes D'Oliveira. Won't get a run, finds Critchley at cover. 2 slips, point cover, mid-off, mid-on, and 2 men deep on the leg side. 1 at mid-wicket and 1 at deep backward square. There's a 3rd man as well. So lots of runs to work into on the leg side for D'Oliveira here. Got to be tight with his lines here, Aitchison. He's not just going to concede easy singles. Outside that off stump, tucking up D'Oliveira. A good line and length with this one. Fields on his follow through. D'Oliveira 68, and this is his best of the season, beating by 1 his effort against Essex in the first innings here in that high scoring draw. Aitchison bowls to him. Rides the bounce outside the off stump down to Critchley, and there's no run. Does Critchley do everything in his classes? Fields and bowls them, doesn't he? I see.
He doesn't bat. No. I don't think I've ever seen anybody bat in sunglasses, have you? It would be unusual. I would imagine somebody must have done.
I think somebody must have done.
Really need them now, don't they?
Aitchison bowls D'Oliveira, and it's the D'Oliveira, Aitchison, Critchley show at the moment. Those 3 are the only ones involved.
Just Aitchison, D'Oliveira, Critchley-a-thon. You missed the perfect opportunity there.
Did. I was thinking show. I was thinking, you know, primetime BBC One.
Yeah. Bit of a game show.
Yeah.
Bit of quiz, a few quiz questions. Perhaps some water. I don't know.
Some gunge.
Yeah.
Aitchison past the umpire. Bowls driving. Is D'Oliveira a bit edgy, but all the way down to 3rd man along the ground. Melton tidies up. Come through for a single. I mean, not quite crackerjack standard, obviously.
I don't know.
No, but maybe even Saturday morning. There's no real Saturday morning TV anymore, is there?
No, they don't do that. No.
Come on, get up. It's 9 o'clock. What's the rush? Well, it's Aitchison, D'Oliveira and Critchley. I missed last week. Come on.
It's on the iPlayer.
Is it? Yeah. Cox will get a run here, possibly 2. He timed it nicely out beyond the right hand side of Alex Hughes at mid-on, so he's got a bit of trekking to do, so back they come for 2. End of the over, 2:42 for 5. That double takes Cox up to 769 to D'Oliveira's name. Yeah, you say what's the problem, cash on iPlayer,
Yeah.
and then stay in bed, wouldn't you, I
Yes,
suppose?
I would, yeah. There'll be nothing on tomorrow
See,
afternoon.
the internet, you see, nothing ever good came of the internet, did it?
No. Although that is how I'm getting these scores. Yorkshire recovered from 21 for 6 at one point. It's going to be Fields Apprentice.
Not 500 for 6 now, are they?
No, but they did make it all the way through to 159 all out, which is
Not bad.
okay. I suppose Lancashire 7 without loss in reply at Old Trafford. Elsewhere in this group, Group 1, Durham at 1 for 1. Having bowled Essex out for 182 at Chester Street, Warwickshire 172 for 3 against Notts at Edgbaston. Bangladesh are playing Sri Lanka, I had no idea. Sussex were dismissed for 175 by Northamptonshire at Hove. The visitors now 16 for 1. Surrey at 204 for 5 against Gloucestershire at the Oval. And Middlesex at 182 for 6 against Leicestershire at Grace Road. Worcestershire 244 for 5 here at New Road as Hudson Prentice begins a new over and it's pushed out into the offside by Brett D'Oliveira, fielded by Wayne Madsen. That's what fooled me just for a moment there. He's fielding at backward point now with a solitary slip at Lear's deploy in his fielding pads. He's trying to work out why he went off to put them on. because it wasn't used in the previous over and it's not been used in this over as any kind of short leg. He's got the helmet out there as well behind Brooke Guest. Oliveira waits, and that one gets a little bit of extra bounce there, does Finn Hudson-Prentice. He has a go at it as well. Oliveira misses it, plays underneath it, and it goes through to Guest, but we've seen two balls now today with a bit of extra bounce, one from Aitchison and that one from Hudson-Prentice, but other than that it's been relatively placid as far as bounce is concerned. Certainly the conditions of the ball, well, it was moving around a bit this morning. Derbyshire haven't been able to do too much with it since, as this next one is left alone by D'Oliveira outside the off stump.
Well, D'Oliveira is doing his best here to try and put some of the pressure back on Hudson-Prentice. Those first two balls on over, kind of a case in point. The first ball he gave it the charge, came out of his ground by 2 or 3 steps, and I guess Hudson-Prentice, the next ball, saw that, so that's why it was a bit shorter, a bit more at him, and then D'Oliveira again tried to get something on it, lift it over the slip. Just trying to mess with the bowler here.
This next delivery from Hudson-Prentice gets an inside edge into the pads of D'Oliveira. Dribbles out into the offside. That game between Bangladesh and Sri Lanka doesn't start till tomorrow morning, 8 o'clock. It's a day-nighter in Dhaka. That's quite exciting. Like a test match. And Ireland's women beat Scotland's women. That game took place this morning in Belfast, very early. In comes Hudson-Prentice in bowls. This one is played into the leg side. Alex Hughes runs around from mid-on to do the fielding, but they're through very comfortably indeed for a single. 245 for 5. D'Oliveira on 270. Imagine that the Derbyshire bowlers would prefer to bowl at Ben Cox while he's early in his innings. He's marking out his guard, turns round and is almost spooked there because Brett D'Oliveira is standing right behind him. He sneaked up behind him just to punch his glove. Now he's gone back to the non-striker's end. A lot of glove punching going on these days, isn't there? Fist pumps and Cox waits as Hudson-Prentice bowls and it leaves it outside the off stump. Finn Hudson-Prentice has got one of those names as he completes his over at 245 for 5, Cox 7, D'Oliveira 7. He's got one of those names where I almost feel obliged to mention his first name as well. Every time you talk about him, he is Finn Hudson-Prentice, he's not Hudson-Prentice.
I know what you mean.
It just sort of flows a little better. Fielders on the bowling side, Derbyshire, are just having their hands sanitised by the substitutes. Now Sam Connors is going off, perhaps to pop his bowling boots back on. So John T, the strength and conditioning coach, completes the sanitisation process. Matt Critchley's back. Hello. This time from the Digley. So they're determined that Matt Critchley is the match winner here by the look of it. They keep swapping ends and giving him spells. He's got 1 wicket for 70 so far in 17 overs. There's that bowling coach, Ajmal Shahzad, just walks in front of us, looking at his mobile phone. So waits for Critchley to set this field. Leas de Bloy is in the fielding pads still. He's now at extra cover. He must be wondering what he's doing. Put them on ages ago. So he's a close-ish catcher at extra cover. There's a cover as well. There's a backward point. There's a long off. There's quite a deep mid-on. Couple of men on the leg side.
Critchley bowls, cut away by D'Oliveira. Only be a single though.
Haven't spotted him.
To Melton.
Yeah, out on the cover boundary. Now then, here we go. It's for the new batsman. That's what it's for. That's what the fielding pads are for. He's got the helmet. He's going to be feeling happy with him about life now, isn't he? Leas de Bloy.
Coming in to short leg for Ben Cox. 1 slip. As As Critchley bowls to Cox, safely forward. There's an immediate no from D'Oliveira, but then rather disconcertingly for Cox, he started to run towards him a little bit for the first 2 or 3 yards. Got back safely though. 2:46 for 5. Cox forward carefully, defending back up the pitch. 4 runs away from the second bonus point here, Worcestershire. 20 overs left in the day after this one. Critchley throws this one up and forward comes Cox, no run. Trickles back up to the bowler. Innings of 37, 23, 2, 11, 0 and 19 since that innings of 60 helped save the game against Derbyshire early in the season. Got a single here, slight misfield by Melton. He's had an excellent day in the long grass for Derbyshire today. There'll be a quick swap in the field. Melton will stay on the point boundary.
Short leg will stay in as well.
Anish will be dispatched out to the acreage at deep mid wicket. Lots of chat, still not quite satisfied Derbyshire here with this field, and now Melton's coming in. Not to the circle, sort of 3/4 of the way back to the cover boundary. Critchley's happy, and we can crack on. He bowls, and D'Oliveira is forward. Inside edge back up the pitch. A lot of effort and fuss for the last 3 over. Crikey! There it is. End of the over. 2:47 for 5. Critchley 1 for 72 from his 18 overs. D'Oliveira 71. Cox has 8.
You've got to keep the batsmen guessing though, haven't you?
Yeah.
That's what it's all about. Keep them guessing. That's the way you're going to turn up next. But we've got a conversation with Rob Bailey, the umpire at the moment. Not sure what that will be about. Certainly not to do with light or anything like that. Rob Bailey with his hands on his hips as he enjoys the conversation with Godwin. Now Godwin and Hudson Prentice in conversation because the over rate's +3, so they can chat to their heart's content really. Dustin Melton's coming in to a more conventional mid-wicket kind of position, and well, it's not that conventional anymore. No, it is, because he's moving back. He was a very straight mid-wicket, now he's just a mid-wicket, but he's quite close in on the leg side. Batsman Ben Cox wasn't quite ready as Hudson Prentice set off there, so he just steps back and forces Hudson Prentice to come back in again from the new road end instead into the leg side. If it had been square there, it would have been straight to Melton, but they pick up a comfortable single. Now Melton trots back out to the mid-wicket boundary. 2:48 for 5, Cox on to 9. John T's doing his drink carrying duties for the time being. S&C. In his Derbyshire whites. And Hudson Prentice is in again. Now this one's gone straight up in the air. It's going to be caught by Alex Hughes, and it is. And Brett D'Oliveira goes very tamely indeed for 71. It was a complete miscue from D'Oliveira, and it just looped straight up into the air, and Alex Hughes takes the catch at mid-on, and Derbyshire have a second wicket since tea. Worcestershire 2:48 for 6.
Yeah, those are the terrific innings from a Worcestershire batsman. Again, he leaves the field with a sense of disappointment and feeling a bit underwhelmed, really. Not only by the fact that he couldn't go on and get 3 figures after batting so well and looking so untroubled, but also a whiff of not a brilliant shot, it has to be said. He looked to try and pull it. It was onto him quite quickly and came off the splice part of his bat, really. And
miscue on that, complete miscue.
Just sort of clothed it really to Hughes at mid-on. So he's gone. So Derbyshire, again this terrific match so early on in the game, swings back, and they will now sense that they could potentially wrap this Worcestershire innings up quite soon.
Steady.
Well,
Steady.
new ball just around the corner.
Well, that's true.
2:48 for 6. 2 new men at the crease. Cox, okay, he's faced 26 balls, but he's got 9. Barnard, who missed the last game, one of the latest players to be rotated out for a rest in Worcestershire's crazy busy schedule. But already shown this season what a terrific batsman he is.
The schedule, I mean, yes, the schedule is quite hectic, but this resting, this rotation of bowlers, it's a fascinating topic, isn't it? It really is. Sam Connors was rotated the other week as Hudson Prentice goes in from the new road end and to the new batsman Ed Barnard, that's what I'm trying to say. Push it out into the offside. He was left out at Chelmsford on rotation. But they had the week before off. So he effectively missed 2 weeks cricket and a 2-week rest. I didn't quite understand that. Ben Aitchison was left out of the game at Chelmsford and played in the seconds. Here's Hudson Prentice into Barnard, who's beaten as he plays forward at that one, goes through to Brooke Guest.
Well, Worcestershire had no break there, they've just gone straight through.
Oh, they've not had a break yet
No.
at all then? Oh, right, okay. That must be fairly unusual, is it?
Yeah, they've just gone game after game after game.
Yeah, Derbyshire missed out the week before last.
They've got Durham
Got 3 successive home
next
games,
week,
haven't
yes,
they?
3 successive home games to finish. Durham next week, and there's a break, isn't there, for T20.
Yeah, Stilbury's played at the back foot up to Billy Cole at mid-off by Barnard.
And they play their last game against Warwickshire here early July. Well, sorry,
Right.
early July, second week in July.
Derbyshire, because of that break that they've had, play a game against Notts at Trent Bridge at the end of June, I think it is, and then play Essex at Chesterfield in July. Next week it's Warwickshire at Derby before June the 9th, I think, the first T20. This one is driven handsomely by Ed Barnard for 4 runs out towards the extra cover boundary. It looked like he bowled short of the crease there, Finn Hudson Prentice. It didn't help him in any way whatsoever. It was a glorious shot by Barnard to get off the mark. He's on 4. Cox has 9. 252 for 6, which means that Worcestershire have their second batting bonus point. Derbyshire having claimed their 6th wicket. Remember, Brett D'Oliveira was out. We've got 2 bowling bonus points.
Well, Worcestershire have been quite upfront about their rotation policy from the word go to cope with the schedule. I suppose players like Ed Barnard, who's such a dynamic cricketer, he plays all forms of the game for Worcestershire, all-rounder of course, so he bats a lot, bowls a lot, gets through a lot of work, and by his own admission, sort of in the Durham game, he was starting to feel it a bit, and running through treacle a little bit, so
Yeah.
they took him out of the firing line for Nottinghamshire, but they've all had a rest at one time or another. Josh Tongue has had a lot of injury problems, came back in for 3 games, he's been rested. Alzari Joseph, he's playing his final game for Worcestershire in this match. He sat out the Durham game. Joe Leach sat out the Derby with Warwickshire. As Cox comes forward to his first delivery from the new Critchley over, won't get a run as he finds Alex Hughes at cover.
Yeah, I think the bowlers,
Pennington's been in and out.
Hudson Prentice and Critchley played the only 2 who played every game.
Critchley bowls, Cox forward, and there's no run. Yeah, there's no Worcestershire bowler who's played every game. Yeah, not even Leach. Pennington in and out, Morris in and out, Joseph, Tongue as I mentioned, Barnard have all been rested. This is slapped by Ben Cox for 4 over Sam Connors, who was fielding at mid-on, so plenty of space once he'd cleared the fielder. Over there at mid-on. Helpful spectator sitting in the first row does the fielding for Sam Connors.
Are they allowed to?
I'm not sure, Dick. Well, here we go. Maybe it's going to be clean now, look.
That's good. It'll have to be.
Yeah, it will be. There we go. So that little dose of public information. Fletcher moves away to update listeners across Derbyshire with the latest. 13 threatening to edge their way back into this game, 2:56 for 6. An update to listeners across Herefordshire and Worcestershire on the way. Critchley bowls wide outside the off stump, started wide and stayed wide to Cox. That's that short leg appears to deploy in his peripheral vision. First slip as well. Critchley in his sunglasses, bowls. On the cut goes Cox. Can't have been a million miles away from that. Well taken by his opposite number, Brooke Guest. Cox rehearses the shot. And wide outside the off stump, left alone. End of the over, 2:56 for 6. Cox 13, Barnard with that lovely cover drive has 4. Just gone 5 o'clock, 18 overs left in the day, so won't be too long finishing beyond 6 o'clock. Derbyshire well ahead of the run rate, over rate at the moment, +3 the scoreboard says. Critchley's got through 19 overs, 1 for 76. Hudson Prentice starts his 15th over. Won't get a run here, Ed Barnard. Turns it towards Dustin Melton at mid-wicket. And there's no run. Connor's still the most successful bowler in terms of wickets, 2 for 36 from his 12 overs. One for Melton, 1 for Critchley, 1 for Hudson Prentice. To go with that run out of Libby and the dot ball into mid-wicket. The men out. Darryl Mitchell, first ball of the match for naught. Fell for 12. Libby for 26, run out, backing up Jack Haynes. Well, this game's slightly back in the balance now. Worcestershire 256 for 6. Brett D'Oliveira, the last man to go, clothed the short ball from Finn Hudson Prentice to Alex Hughes at mid-on. Didn't really get it at all, looking to dispatch it into the Graham Hick pavilion off the upper portion of his bat and loop the catch to Hughes. Out for 71. He'd played brilliantly. Earlier Jack Haynes looked like he was odds on for a maiden first class 100, but he perished in the deep as well off the leg spin of Critchley for 97. But what a knock he delivered for his county. Brilliant stuff. 256 for 6 Worcestershire in the 79th over.
Beautifully done.
Hudson Prentice turned at the top of his mark. Away he sprints again. Bowls, forward comes Barnard. Won't get a run here. Out to Critchley at cover. Not quite. I think the crowd that's been in today is slightly thinned out now.
Yeah, a little bit.
Tiny bit. Not quite so many.
You wouldn't want to leave though, would you?
No. I mean,
unless you really had to.
Yeah, I mean, it's brilliantly poised, this game. It's been a terrific first day. 256 for 6.
Looks like Bet Brooke Guest is going to come up to the stumps for Ed Barnard.
I mean, if Worcestershire can get just beyond 300 for maybe, 7 or 8, trying to post a competitive total. Barnard won't get a run here. Driven out to mid-on. Enthusiastic fielding from Hughes. hurling it back to the wicket keeper. End of the over. 15 overs now, 1 for 43 for Finn Hudson-Prentice with his 2 maidens. 256 for 6, but of course the flip side, as we've been saying, Derbyshire will know. New ball due, over after next. They could knock over these next 4 wickets potentially quite quickly. Be batting tonight and have Worcestershire all out for 270, 280.
I'm sure that's their aim. Critchley is going to continue. He's got 20 wickets on the season now. Finn Hudson-Prentice 16, Ben Aitchison 15 in the bowling stakes for Derbyshire as the first delivery of the Critchley over is pushed out into the offside by Ben Cox, and there's no run. Hudson-Prentice 16 wickets at 26. It's decent for an all-rounder. This next delivery is defended by Cox up towards Billy Godwin. Is at a very wide-ish. It's sort of at mid-wicket, a straight mid-wicket really, because there is a deep mid-on out in the distance as Critchley bowls again, and this one's left alone by Cox outside the off stump. Hudson-Prentice with a batting average of 16.75 as well. Hasn't really hit his straps as far as batting is concerned so far this season. He's fielding out at deep backward square leg, and the short leg Leicester Ploy has gone to leg slip as Cox waits, and this one is cut away out towards Melton. Again, he's got good hands out in the field for a big man. Gets down, both hands to it, tumbles, throws it back, and they go through for a single. Cox moves to 14, 257 for 6. He really is a terrific fielder out in the deep. He's got a very, very good arm. He's got a bodybuilder's arm, I think. He's a big man, Dustin Melton. As Critchley comes in and bowls a full delivery. This time he has to move to his right again, does Melton. He gets there and hurls it back in, but they go through for another single. Barnard moves to 5, 258 for 6. Cox back on strike. Critchley gives that one a bit of an extra tweak, I fancy, out of the back of the hand, the leg spinner, and it goes past the edge of Cox's bat. He didn't really play at it though. Through to Brooke Guest, and as a result the over comes to an end with Worcestershire on 258 for 6. Cox has 14, Barnard has 5. Helmet's being taken away because Sam Connors is going to come back on, because the new ball is now been taken by Derbyshire. So a new ball taken. And Sam Connors, who picked up 2 wickets with the first ball earlier on today. Darryl Mitchell first ball of the match, and Tom Fell for 12. Also has dropped a couple of catches, Derbyshire, early on today, which didn't help their cause too much. But the new ball's been given to Sam Connors, and as a result the fielding pads have disappeared from Leicester Ploy's shins, and he's taken up his place at first slip.
Here we go then, key moment in the match now. New cherry in the hand of Sam Connors, 4 wickets away from wrapping up this Worcestershire innings down the leg side. It's a disappointing start from Connors. 258 for 6. And can he replicate that first 6 over spell he had this morning where he was terrific? Should have had 3 or 4 wickets really. Catches weren't taken.
Kirk's asked me a question to ask you, so I'll do it after this delivery.
No. Has he?
Yeah. I don't know if you'll know the answer. You
Probably
may,
not,
you may,
Kirk.
you may not.
I'm not confident on his bowls. Up onto his toes goes Barnard. Won't get a run, straight to cover.
Can you ask your colleague
to shut up?
I think that's you. No. Well, I thought I wasn't going to read it out if he said anything like that. Don't worry. Do you know how long ago New Road was flooded? When it was last flooded?
Yeah, that would have been, where are we now? I can't remember the date. It's May, isn't it? So it would have been earlier this year.
Yeah, there was some doubt about the initial games, wasn't there? There was talk of
going to Kidderminster.
Yeah.
as Connors bowls down the leg side, and it's taken by Brooke Guest. Yeah, so that was been April. So yeah, it was sort of February, March is usually the flood season here at New Road. That's if we haven't had a particularly terrible autumn or start to the year.
It seems amazing that after all the rain we've had over the past few weeks, that the pitch appears to be playing so well, which it is. Or, as I fear, it's because we're not bowling too well. Well, Derbyshire are still battling hard here with 6 down.
Connors bounding in, bowls. Safely behind this is Barnard. No run out to cover. Yeah, Tim Packwood and his team do an incredible job getting this this area fit for play. I know they've done a lot of work on the drainage, which has really helped.
But even now, if you look down at the patch of grass immediately below us, it still looks quite heavy, doesn't it? It still looks, I mean, there's no blame attached to anybody, clearly, because it's just the situation of the ground, but it is incredible how they managed to get it playable. It's a pretty big occupational hazard, being groundsman here. Forward comes Barnard, won't get a run here down into the leg side. Kirk just finishes off centre. I guess you can't judge a pitch until both sides are batted on it.
True,
which is
true.
Sort of true.
But if you see some of the scenes, I mean, in a way they are spectacular, the scenes when this place is flooded. The drone pics of just how extensive and bad it is. And to see the turnaround so quickly, relatively speaking, how they get it fit for play, it's incredible. But yeah, it's definitely earns his money, put it that way. It's just looped up into the leg side by Barnard. Not sure there was any inside edge onto that. Didn't matter anyway because there was no short leg. End of the over. 2:58 for 6. Cox has 14. Barnard has 5.
Apologies to Drew Walker, whose tweet I missed some time ago. He says he didn't understand what and why Derbyshire were doing what they were doing with the bowling. You've got to back your wicket takers, Connors, Aitchison and Finn ahead of Madsen and Alex Hughes, even if overrated against us, which it wasn't, in fairness. It's going to be Dustin Melton, isn't it, from the Digley sent, and then that was 52 minutes ago. Within 5 minutes he sent haha, what do I know, as Derbyshire picked up a wicket. So cricket makes fools of us all. 2:58 for 6. Some of us more than others, sadly. Dustin Melton, who's got 1 wicket, he's now got an average. That average is 3 figures, and he'll want to remedy that as soon as he possibly can. He's bowled 9 overs, 1 for 31, and bowls a full delivery. Just gets his toe end to it as it's driven back towards him by Ben Cox, who picks up 2 runs in the end. Could have been quite a nasty blow to the big left toe, but he seems okay, Melton, which is good news. 260 for 6. Cox on to 16. Yeah, so it was a little baffling mid-afternoon, but then they get the wicket from the poor Critchley delivery, and it's all on again as Melton bowls down the leg side, or on towards the leg side. It's flicked away one-handed by Cox for a single. Connors does the fielding down at long leg. Cox moves to 17, 261 for 6. Good contest between bat and ball, that's all we ask for. And this certainly is that.
Had it today, haven't we?
Yeah, it's been a great day's cricket, ultimately. You can get 6, 7, 8 wickets, especially when the side that won the toss decides to bat. Then they're almost expected to get 300 in the day, aren't they, really? So as this next delivery just wraps Barnard up a little bit. So he's trying to play it into the leg side, but one-handed. Nothing like the shot he's just practiced, which always makes me chuckle. He's on 5. Cox has 17, 261 for 6.
Again, that bit of seam movement though, isn't it, into the batsman, which
Yeah.
you've had pretty much all day, mostly from that end.
Melton in again. Barnard goes onto his toes to force it up towards mid-off, where it's fielded nicely by Billy Goldman. Tumbling, lost his cap. But he did stop the ball, which is the most important thing. Durham are recovering nicely at 26 for 1 against Essex, still trailing by 156. Lancashire making a mockery of Yorkshire's 159 all out. They're 41 without loss after 12 overs, so they're only trailing by 119 at Old Trafford. As in comes Melton again. That's clipped into the leg side a little bit uppishly. Ben Aitchison goes down to try and stop it with his right hand, and it sort of bounces over it, so they're going to come back for a couple of runs here. In fact, they're going to get 3. Barnard moves to 8, 264 for 6. The other game in this group, Warwickshire 196 for 3 against Nottinghamshire, with the new ball due any moment now. Surrey 240 for 5 against Gloucestershire, Middlesex 210 for 6 against Leicestershire, and Northamptonshire 40 for 1, trailing Sussex by 135 at Hove as Melton sets off again from the Diglis and is pulled around the corner, in fact very square, for 4 runs. Really nice shot from Cox. He moves on to 21. 268 for 6 at the end of the over. Barnard on 8. That was a beautiful shot. In fact, he knew it was 4 from the moment it left his bat, because he never even looked. He knew there was a gap square, and he knew he'd hit it square. That was a really fast, as good a shot as we've seen all day, really.
Indeed, there have been quite a few to choose from, particularly from the bat of Jack Haynes earlier today, but that was a great sound as well off the middle of the bat. Real crack out to square leg. Almost a 360 pirouette from Cox there. Barely, no one moved a muscle. Everyone knew that was 4 from the split second as soon as they heard the crack off the bat. 268 for 4. Connors to continue from the New Road end. He's in and angles it into the pads of Barnard, who says thank you very much. Just times it nicely away and helps it out towards the chestnut tree for 4.
I don't think you can bowl there to any batsman worth his salt, can you, really?
No.
Connors knows.
Yes, John, I won't be tomorrow, I'll be in Sunday.
272 for 6. Barnard into double figures with that boundary. He has 12.
Taking the 3rd man out and they're putting him into mid-wicket and putting somebody on the mid-wicket boundary. So Finn Hudson-Prentice on the mid-wicket boundary, and Ben Aitchison comes into mid-wicket.
As Connors past the umpire bowls. Again, it's down the leg side. And this time it's not very full, so passes the batsman hip high down the leg side, so he doesn't make any contact.
They're still reasonably attacking with a couple of slips with the new ball. They do have 2 men on the hook, one down at long leg and one on the mid-wicket boundary. They might slip in a short delivery here. Sam Connors, although you wouldn't say he was express pace. The academy graduate.
Here he comes, bounding past the umpire. It is short of a length, but Barnard's a tall man, and he can ride that nicely, and he's got time as well to just open the face and guide it down to 3rd man where there's nobody.
Well, there was the previous delivery. That's where Ben Aitchison was. That's a really fine piece of batting from Ed Barnard. He knew that the man had been taken out. There's always one fielder less than you'd really like as a captain, which is the beauty of the game, of course. So you can't plug all the gaps. And that was really nicely played by Barnard.
Yeah, no great pace in this pitch, so he's got time to do it even with the new ball. This one squares him up a little bit from Connors. He'll get more runs here though. Not Connors' day so far in this spell with the new ball, but definitely turned the batsman round a bit, outside edge but all the way along the ground. He'll come back for 2 towards 3rd man again. 278 for 6. Barnard up to 18 useful runs. Cox has 21. These two have already put on 30. edged, and I think that's just dropped short of Wayne Madsen at second slip. Don't think it carried. Again, it was well played by Cox. He didn't go at it hard. Good delivery from Connors. And made sure that it was always dying as soon as it left his outside edge, Ben Cox. But that was a close one. Bouncing just in front of Madsen. And they come through for a single on the misfield.
Yeah, I think it was short, wasn't it?
Yeah, just, I think.
To the edge of Barnard's bat.
Sorry, it was Barnard, wasn't it? Not Cox. Cox is now facing. Connors is in. And this is turned down to long leg for a single.
Don't admit things like that.
Oh, no.
That's why I just threw Barnard in there. not in a bid to make you look foolish or anything,
No,
just so that we just moved on.
Yeah.
But you were right, you were wrong. We've all done it, blimey. It's only 13.
I'm just amazed I've turned up to the right place, to be honest.
I wasn't sure you were turning
No,
up at one
exactly.
point. I was slightly concerned, but you got here in the end, didn't you?
I did, yeah.
Yeah. I was here yesterday.
I guessed with the parking, and then for some reason I didn't go with my guess. So I went into the main gate.
Oh no, you're not allowed in there.
Well, I figured I probably wasn't.
Then it's the one-way system again, isn't it?
Yeah, fortunately it was all green.
Well, that's that.
So I just
don't
whizzed
think
round.
that's ever happened to me.
No, happened very rarely to me.
Dustin Melton bowling to Ben Cox, who's on 22, and Cox cuts this one away for 4 runs. Nice shot, too short from Dustin Melton, and cracked away. It flashed past the right hand of Ben McDermott and raced to the boundary. Yes, it is short, but that would have gone for 4 runs to any boundary. Beautiful shot from Cox. He moves on to 26, and Worcestershire to 284 for 6. What's he going to do with this next delivery? Dustin Melton in bowls a short one. It's pulled around the corner this time, and it's going to be a couple of runs. And it's gone straight through the legs of Sam Connors and dribbled into the rope. That's a poor piece of fielding from Connors, who's usually very dependable down there at long leg. Perhaps thinking about his previous over, perhaps thinking about his next over, and he just didn't quite get hold of it. Dribbled through his legs and into the boundary rope. So 4 more. He's a little unfortunate there, Dustin Melton. He's now conceded back-to-back boundaries to start this over. Cox has moved on to 30. Worcestershire to 288 for 6. Melton 1 for 49. 2 for 48. Connors, hands on hips, not very happy with himself. Away to our left as Melton is in, and that one had a bit of venom in it. That was a quick delivery, and it's a little bit inside edgish out into the leg side where Aitchison does the fielding. Can happen to a bowler that while he's busy down on the boundary, not busy down on the boundary, thinking about what he should be doing, what he's just done, and as a result, complete misfield. He's already shown in this innings how good a fielder he is. There'll be no consolation to Melton, who is guided down towards third man, and Finn Hudson Prentice by Cox for a single. Cox moves to 31, 289 for 6. So 12 overs to go after this one. Derbyshire will want another couple of wickets, I fancy, if they can possibly find them. Worcestershire would be more than happy to be 6 down at the close. As things stand, Barnard with his bat raised, and he drives one-handedly out towards point, where it's fielded by Ben McDermott, diving to his right. I haven't seen any of the batsmen have their bats checked today. That was a big thing, wasn't it? Last season and the season before, with the little gauge that the umpires carry around. Seen it in one match this season, I think, but other than that, it seems to have gone out of fashion.
Or maybe they've got the message.
Well, true enough. I've got an email from Norman Graham. Always exciting. This one's left alone outside the off stump. I mean that, Norman, I wasn't being facetious there. End of the over, 289 for 6. Norman says, you recall at the Chelmsford game that he contributed a few points about wicket blotters and early floodlit cricket at Bramall Lane. He did. His father was a groundsman, as well as Norman himself. He's found a few newspapers in his files, and he's got a couple of scans he sent me, and that's good news. The floodlit match at Bramall Lane was 7 aside. He's talking about the blankets that they used and the roller to dry pitches. He said that was earlier than he remembered. He's the ex-Chesterfield and Chelmsford groundsman from the 70s and 80s. I'll have a look at those a little bit later, Norman. Thank you very much indeed. I always appreciate seeing photographs and old images. David Griffin posts them on a regular basis, and up-to-date images, of course, but a lot of old images. I do like the historical photographs that David Griffin tweets out of a morning soon after 7:30, and about every 10 minutes for nearly an hour. Terrific stuff. 289 for 6. There, I've said it.
Connors. 12 overs left in the day. Here he comes then, Connors from the New Road end, still in bright sunshine, and that very nearly chopped onto his stumps by Ben Cox. They'll come through for a single. Oh, that was close.
It was, wasn't it? Your confidence has been knocked now, though, hasn't it? I can tell.
Yeah. 290 for 6. I might just refer to them as the batsmen.
Yeah.
The batters, and leave it at that.
Bowlers in, batsman's played it into the leg side. Thank you very much. If you want to know who it is,
this is Barnard.
Check out the stream.
There's no excuse, because Barnard is taller, isn't he? And he drives this next delivery up, but it hits the stumps at the non-strikers end, ricochets off at 90 degrees, and that will enable them to come through for a single.
Yeah, poor old Alex Hughes, he was ready to chase that one to the boundary and had to slam the brakes on there, didn't he? Do a complete U-turn and go back and retrieve the ball. Couldn't do so in time. Checks the sun before returning the ball to Sam Connors. Not very considerate.
Outside the off stump, the next one is Connors. No run. Slight issues.
Oh, have you?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I can, if you need to sort something out, I can...
No, it's fine, because I don't actually know what the answer is.
Okay.
Because the work I did at T, the files are too big to send back to the office via email.
We do it on WeTransfer then.
Well, yeah, except I've recorded it on my phone with a separate app, which I don't think is compatible.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Connors bowls, and one run here to Cox, out to mid-wicket. Finn Hudson-Prentice swoops into field. So yeah, I'm thinking...
Is it not an iPhone though?
It is, but I've done it on...
Can you not do it on PNG?
Voice record. Yeah, well, I should have done. I didn't think about that.
Oh, right, okay. So that's schoolboy error, really.
It was really, because it's my go-to. I always do everything on that particular app. Shouldn't really.
Well, no.
I just made more work for myself, because now I'm going to have to edit it and then send it. Connors in, and that's cut away by Barnard. Will it be 4? There's a sliding effort on his knees out there by the third man, who's Ben Aitchison, and can't get it. It's 4. Good effort though. The two batsmen bump gloves as they pass each other. Barnard up to 24, 296 for 6. So another boundary away from a third batting point here, Worcestershire.
Well, I've just seen someone put their top back on, which means we have had a topless spectator today, so I'm happy.
I'd be surprised if there was nobody today. Such has been the glorious nature of the weather. Another run here, outside edge all the way along the ground. Madsen gets a right hand to it, but can't stop it cleanly. So through they come. End of the over, 297 for 6. Cox 33, Barnard 25. So almost another half-century stand here. 49 these two have put on. Worcestershire really are stringing the partnerships together after that early loss of Daryl Mitchell to the first ball of the match, and Tom Fell out for 12. That was 21 for 2, but since then they've found some stands, and this one keeps low from Melton as he begins a new over from the Diglis end. Just troubled Barnard for a split second as he thought it was going to bounce into his arc as he aimed a back foot drive around the point region, but quickly had to readjust. So apart from 21 for 2, there's a partnership of 41 for the third wicket, 53 for the fourth, 114 for the fifth wicket, and Barnard cracks this one beautifully off the back foot. That was the sort of shot he was looking at to the previous delivery before it didn't get up as much as he thought. That one was in his arc, and he's spanked it away to the fence. The 300 is up. Stylish way to do it. Third batting bonus point in the bag for Worcestershire. Terrific shot from Barnard. He's up to 29 now from 32 deliveries. He's gone on along at a terrific lick. Cox has 33, and that's the 50 partnership as well. What sort of response has Melton got here? He's in past the umpire and bowls outside the off stump. Good batting from Barnard, not getting carried away. Just lets that one go through. She'll be ticking off these overs now. 11 including this one to go. They will want to keep that wickets column at 6 if they can. Get up towards 340, 350. That'll be a terrific day's work, and they would have taken the spoils, but things can change very quickly, as we know and as we've seen in this game. This next delivery is left by Barnard outside the off stump. Through it goes to Brookguest. It's been a really intriguing and fascinating day. Derbyshire took a grip of it early on, and then Worcestershire have wrestled back control slowly but surely, thanks to a brilliant 97 from Jack Haynes and a terrific 71 from Brett D'Oliveira. Both will be disappointed, Haynes especially obviously, but they couldn't go on and convert it into hundreds. Melton bowls wide outside the off stump again. It keeps touched low, but wide enough not to cause Barnard any embarrassment. And now Cox and Barnard are doing their bit in the lower order. Cox has 33 from 48 balls. Barnard 29 from 34. They've struck 9 boundaries between them as well. 5 for Barnard, 4 for Cox. And they've recovered really well after being 21 for 2. After the loss of Mitchell, first ball of the match, and Fell for 12. Barnard tightly together as he comes forward in defence to this last ball of the over from Melton. 12 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 54 now. The right armer's figures. 3:01.46. We'll be updating BBC Hereford and Worcester listeners shortly at 25 to 6. Worcestershire ending this first day strongly. 301 for 6. Ben Cox 33, Ed Barnard 29. Both of them have batted sensibly and played some terrific shots in building a partnership again in excess of 50 for the home side. The highlights for them so far: 2 tremendous innings, one from Jack Haynes, out for 97, agonisingly close to a maiden half century, and a terrific knock too from Brett D'Oliveira, who's in sight of a ton himself but perished on 71. Recovering from 21 for 2 after the loss of Daryl Mitchell to the first ball of the match. Tom Fell out for 12. Jake Libby run out at the non-striker's end in a mix-up with Hayes this morning, out for 26. But Haynes and D'Oliveira have batted absolutely supremely today to put Worcestershire in the box seat here, it has to be said. Cox and Barnard going well towards the close. 10 overs to go. Worcestershire 301 for 6. Derbyshire for their part will know, of course. 4 wickets is all they need to wrap this up. And with this new ball, makes that more of a possibility, you would think. But the way these two have coped with it so far, again, it's got that hue of a bit of a grind here for the visitors, as Cox just dabs it out to deep point for a single. As Worcestershire will reflect on some of the shots that were played, and it could have been even better. I mean, Mitchell, LBW, not much he could do with that first ball, but the Fell got a good delivery too from Connors to be caught behind, but everybody else contributing to their own downfall, you could argue. Libby through no fault of his own, but a right mix-up with Haynes as he was run out the non-striker's end. Whiteley, rather fended one, gave catching practice to Madsen at slip off Melton after playing so well for 22. Looked really good back into the first team for the first time this season. Haynes hitting one to deep mid-wicket to Melton off a Critchley long hop. There's Hudson Prentice bowls, and they'll get a single here, dropped into the offside by Barnard. Through they come. D'Oliveira clothing one to mid-wicket, trying to pull a short ball from Hudson Prentice, out for 71. He will, if he had the chance again, he'd play a different shot, I reckon. So there's been definite elements of the batsmen contributing to their own downfall today. So Worcestershire will kick themselves a little bit for that, but 303 for 6 is still a healthy position, particularly if they can limit the damage now to the close. Hudson Prentice in and bowls down the leg side, and they think about taking a leg by. Good work from Brooke Guest, who throws it with his gauntlet still on, which is never easy. Doesn't hit the stumps, but Cox had just about regained his ground anyway.
I wonder which poor soul the Derbyshire press team will throw to us tonight.
Who's your money on? Connors? 2 wickets?
Well, I know, but we have spoken to him quite a lot this season.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
Hudson Prentice past the umpire, bowls wide outside the off stump. Cox ignores it. End of the over. 16 overs for him now. Hudson Prentice, 2 maidens, 1 for 45. Worcestershire 303 for 6. Cox and Barnard both in the 30s now. Cox 34, Barnard exactly 30.
Hudson Prentice is always a good interviewee. I'm actually throwing out tips to people listed back in Derby. Yeah, he's always decent, I would say anyway. Who's coming on? Ben Aitchison is returning from the Diglis end. Of course, a quick 4 wickets from somebody here, and
exactly.
Banging contention, absolutely banging contention. They'd have to get it in the next 9 overs, so whoever it is has got to act pretty quickly here. I'm sure they'll come up with somebody. 9 overs to go then. Ben Aitchison from the Diglis end in and bowls to Ed Barnard, who pushes it up to mid-on.
That'll be for tonight's Fletcher-thon.
Yeah, Fletcher-thon. Yeah, well, I'll still be here at 7 anyway, so do a few bits and pieces. John Curtis is returning. He's not happy that it's on Zoom. He's on a mission. Here comes Aitchison again, bowls to Barnard, who just guides this down to third man where Finn Hudson Prentice is waiting. They pick up a single. Barnard, he sort of sneaked onto 31, hasn't he?
Yeah.
In no time at all.
Yeah. He's played a couple of good shots, some lovely drives, but he's kind of nudged and found the gaps and run well. and yeah, got himself up to 30 without really noticing.
29 of the half-century stand between himself and Ben Cox. Cox with 24 of those runs. This next delivery from Aitchison is wide of the off stump and goes through to Brooke Guest. No extras in the current half-century partnership, which is relatively unusual. The bit where on the scoreboard where it says last wicket, bless them, they've got everything on there apart from the last bit of Hudson Prentice's name. But my word, there's a lot of letters on there.
That's a fabulous effort.
D'Oliveira, Court Hughes, Bolt, Hudson, P.
Tice,
yeah, P. Tice, I think, and just sort of runs out of space as Aitchison is in and balls. That's clipped nicely by Cox into the leg side. They'll get a couple of runs here as Dustin Melton, who hasn't found himself out in the vast acres too often today, finds himself just there, and they go through for 2.
See, that's commendable, because it's much better, even if you have to abbreviate names, than just Court 8, bold 10.
Oh yeah, no
you're thinking, oh, what does that mean?
Yeah. Well, court 18, bold 33 in this instance.
Yes, I'm old school.
Aitchison is in and bowls. That one is pushed into the offside by Cox. 306 for 6. A couple more wickets and Derbyshire will say they've shared the day. 6 down. Worcestershire will say they were more than justified in batting first on winning the toss this morning. It's been that kind of day. Pretty much glorious sunshine throughout, with a crowd in at New Road. It's just wonderful. Wicketless Aitchison perhaps doesn't think it's that wonderful as he's turned into the leg side by Cox, who has to run around Aitchison and returns for the second run. Despite the throw from Dustin Melton, he actually fell to the ground as he released the ball there. 2 more runs to Cox. He moves on to 40. Worcestershire are 300. No, he doesn't. He moves on to 38. Worcestershire are 308 for 6. Barnard has 31. 8 overs to go. So around about half an hour or so's play left in the day, and that timing will be pretty decent, considering we had a little stoppage this morning for footmarks at the Diglis end. Dustin Melton not happy with them, with a little bit of a finger issue for Wayne Madsen at one point. 8 wickets as well, all on top.
Hudson Prentice starts a new over, a wide outside the off stump. Barnard leaves alone, through it goes to Guest, and there's no run.
You keep doing your editing, go on.
No, I'm not editing, I'm discussing, thinking, trying to get to the bottom of why it's not sending.
What kind of...
Because my colleague...
Well, I tell you what you can do. I've got a lead that go into your ISDN and go into your phone if you can play it back to the studio at the close of play.
Could do that, yeah.
Just a thought.
That might be a thought.
Just a thought.
Hudson Prentice sprints up to the wicket now, wide outside the off stump, and swings wider through to the keeper, and there's no run. It's strange because I send longer interviews back all the time, like I'll do the post-match stuff and go, and it's never a problem. So I don't quite know why sending 3 smaller segments is an issue, but it is apparently. Hudson Prentice bowls, and they'll pick up a quick single here. Good running from these two. Barnard saw that there was an opportunity to drop and run, and Cox was alert too. And there's no problem if you both go on the G of go, or the Y of yes, or the A of are you crazy? Whatever it is, as long as you both go, you've got a chance. And he's quite a long way back there, Sam Connors, at mid-on. He's the only one really patrolling anything close to saving a single on that leg side. Everyone else is spread. Another single here to Cox this time, out into the offside. Melton, the fielder.
It's part of that never enough fielders to cover every little gap, is it? If he just dabs and runs anywhere square on the leg side, he's going to get a single.
Because the fielders are
2 men are back.
down at long leg and deep square leg. Connors has got all that area on his own, from mid on all the way round to the wicket keeper pretty much on his arc. Hudson Prentice bowls. Nice looking drive by Barnard. It's a little check drive really. No great flourish, but man, that's flown out of the middle of the bat. And away it goes through to extra cover for 4. Terrific shot. 314 for 6. Barnard up to 36 with that little check drive through extra cover.
David Griffin's been a bit mischievous with his latest tweet. Not many press boxes with a better view than the one at New Road. He's never seen so much his way.
Another single here, dropping it into the offside. Barnard will pinch the bowling. 37 he has at the end of that over. 39 to Cox. 315 for 6. 67 this partnership worth now.
Yes, it's becoming a bit irritating for Derbyshire, isn't it? These two batted nicely.
7 overs to go.
Certainly Ed Barnard with his 37. Oh dear. Bradders is looking inquisitive.
Lurking.
Yeah.
He's got a solution to my email sending problems.
Ah, that would be good, wouldn't it? Aitchison from the Diglis end bowls to Barnard, who pushes it straight back. 2 elsewhere in this group. Durham are now 33 for 2, trailing Essex by 149 at Chesterler Street. Warwickshire 222 for 3, I beg your pardon, against Notts and Edgbaston. Lancashire have lost their first wicket in pursuit of a first innings lead. They're 71 for 1. They only trail Yorkshire by 88 though at Old Trafford. So Aitchison, former Lancashire player of course, is in, and that was guided down to third man by Barnard for a single. Hudson Prentice does the fielding. 38 now to Barnard, 39 to Cox, 316 for 6. Surrey are 263 for 5 against Gloucestershire at the Oval. Northamptonshire 64 for 3, trailing Sussex by 111. And at Grace Road, Middlesex 234 for 7 against Leicestershire. All games available via the BBC Sport website and app, of course. As Aitchison is in, that looked like a slower delivery. Looked to just roll his fingers over the ball there, and Cox was equal to it as he pushed it out into the leg side for a dot ball. I was going to say a single there, but it clearly wasn't a single because they didn't run. 316 for 6. That's the very definition of a single, the running bit. Finn Hudson Prentice is playing with his hair. Come on, Finn. You're better than that. He's down at the third man. It is getting quite long now, though. Down the back, out the back of his cap as Aitchison bowls to Barnard, who pushes it straight back to him.
I think I've just sent my most helpful text of the day to my colleague Ali in the office.
Okay.
The shrugging shoulders emoji.
No, I'll find that bit of kit. It'll be somewhere. I'll have it somewhere.
I've got one more. Idea.
Okay. Do like a man with an idea. There's Aitchison. Has he got an idea? He's in and bowls. That one is clipped very nicely off his toes by Cox for a single out to square leg, where Melton does the fielding. Cox moves to 40. 317 for 6. Durham just lost a third wicket. They're 33 for 3 now in reply to Essex's 182. 149 behind still. So an early getaway for our commentary, the BBC commentary team at Chesterler Street, you would imagine. 13 wickets falling in the day. Just 6 have fallen here as Aitchison is in and bowls. That one is pushed up off the toe end of the bat by Ed Barnard to end the over with a dot ball. 15 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 41 now, 0 for 7 in his 2 overs with the new ball from the Diglis end, and with 6 overs to go It's a hand sanitisation break. There ought to be some music.
I was going to say, that's exactly what I was about to say.
Should be, shouldn't it?
Yeah.
It is A, and then we can play the music in.
No, not that one.
Almost like the, I don't know. Yeah, but there should be some music for the hand sanitisation, but then we don't have to say it. Anyway, they've gone round everybody. I usually do mine at that time, but I sort of got out of the habit of doing it, really, once I discovered it. That the problem was airborne.
You haven't touched anything though, have you?
No. Touched those crisps at lunchtime. That's a bit of cake. I like the smell of it though.
Do you?
Don't you?
It's got a fragrance. It depends what it is.
No, this is pure alcohol, this one.
It is? Oh, crikey.
Alcohol hand sanitizer. What percentage of alcohol?
150.
It smells like it. It's got, wow. That's quite strong, isn't it? It's clear the nostrils anyway. Evaporates, leaving the skin dry and feeling soft and smooth. Thank you.
Leaving the skin removed?
It doesn't feel, the skin doesn't feel any softer or smoother.
Funny that.
And when you have a little, excuse me, a little cut on your finger and you rub that on, blimey, you know about it.
Smell it now, it's gone to my head. Hudson Prentice, whether it is, I don't know, it could be Hudson Prentice, could be anyone, like the whiff of that hand gel. It is Hudson Prentice, I can see him through the haze. 3:17 for 6. Barnard 38, Cox 41. 6 overs to go, including this one. So, won't be a million miles after 6 o'clock, the scheduled close.
No, we won't, will we? I've just been told I've got a 6:35 slot.
Hudson Prentice bowls. Another run here for Barnard, just casually dabbing it out to McDermott in the deep at cover. Lots of singles out here for the Worcestershire pair. Work it into the gaps. 3:19 for 6 in this lovely evening sunshine here at New Road. It's been a beautiful day right from the word go on this special day for the county, of course, with members allowed back in to watch for the first time in 20 months. And they've had a terrific day's cricket to enjoy, that's for sure. Hudson Prentice bowls, won't be a run here. Cox can only steer it out to Sam Connors at mid-wicket.
I think 6:35 slot's good news for the publicans of Worcester, rather than a 5 to 7 slot.
Yes. Annoying though if you finish at 6:06 though, isn't it? Or
well, I've got to do the post-match, and I've got to do my clips as well. So, yeah.
Driven by Cox. Hudson Prentice tries to get his boots in the way. I think he might have got a slight deflection on it, but it's gone out to mid-on anyway, where the skipper will field, Billy Godleman.
You know the emojis? There's a laughing, crying emoji that's like straight, and there's one on a tilt. Is there a difference between the two?
Laughing my head off.
Is it?
I don't know.
No, I mean I'm not young. I'm not.
You're asking the right. Yeah, I'm not street really, Fletch. I wouldn't know.
I think you're more street than I am.
Hudson Prentice bowls, driven up to mid-off. Godleman will field as he rolls to his right. Commando style.
I think there's an emoji for that.
All I know, I wear out the thumbs up.
Well,
I use the thumbs up a lot.
Now apparently that's very middle-aged because the kids aren't using thumbs up anymore.
Oh, what are they using then?
Well, they're just using the letter K.
Oh, right, because they can't be bothered to write O. Right. Defended by Cox, out to Critchley does the fielding at cover this time, no run. End of the over. 18 overs gone now for Hudson Prentice. 2 maidens, 1 for 54. Cox 41, Barnard 39. 319 for 6 with 5 overs to go today.
I've written lengthy text messages or WhatsApp messages to my 21-year-old son and received the letter K back on a number of occasions, which was quite slightly irritating.
Yeah.
I've gone to the trouble of explaining all sorts of things to him. K. Yeah, thanks for your input. Ben Aitchison from the Digley set bowls to Barnard, who just turns that nicely off his hip down towards fine leg for a single.
How do you reply? Do you say, well, at least have an O?
No, I don't. Pointless. Because then he just leaves me with the grey tick, or the 2 grey ticks instead of them turning blue, because he can see that. You have to write sufficient that he has to open it to get a blue tick.
Yes.
And I can only talk about this now.
So you know that. You're not that non-street, are you?
Well, I know when somebody's read a message, yeah, absolutely. That is irritating when they've read it and they don't reply. Turned into the leg side by Cox, who moves on to 42, 321 for 6. But I'm some distance out of the loop, if there is a loop. I couldn't work out who that was shouting. That didn't sound like Hudson Prentice. Sounded more like one of the 2 slips with a South African twang. 7 here. Really? 72 these partnerships worth. Oh, I'll tell you what, there was almost 7 here as Barnard goes for quite an ambitious shot outside the off stump. Too close to him really to cut. That's the shot he was attempting. It goes through to Brooke Guest. He won't be best pleased with that particular shot. I think Ben Cox has just told him to calm things down. 6 down at the close will be a decent return for Worcestershire. 7 or 8 for Derbyshire. That's how I'm gauging this day's play. For what it's worth, as Aitchison bowls, it's pushed out into the offside. It's fielded by Matt Critchley, who's got through some work today. In very short spells. From either end, so they haven't settled on a leg spinner's end yet. Just the 2 slips now. Man at third, man out on the cover boundary. There's a long leg. The mid-on's quite deep. As Aitchison bowls, that one has turned up to the mid-on. Alex Hughes comes steaming in, but by the time he gets there, they're through comfortably for the single. Now, is he too deep? Who can tell? Another 1 though to Barnard. He moves to 41, 322 for 6.
Come on, fellas.
Do you do one at 6 o'clock an update?
I do, yeah. 6 o'clock, and I don't think there's one at 6:30. I think it's just 6. Or is it 6:30? I think there is. If I'm around at 6:30.
If you're around,
if I'm around at 6:30.
Yeah.
If I'm in the vicinity.
Yeah, fair enough. Aitchison to Cox, who pushes that one up to mid-off. It's the end of the over. 42 to Cox, 41 to Barnard, 322 for 6 now, 4 to go. These two have added 74 runs so far for the 7th wicket, which is must be the 2nd biggest partnership, is it? Of the
Yes, it is.
Yes,
53 was the
nicely
second biggest.
So that was the one between
Whiteley and Haynes.
Yeah. So Haynes and D'Oliveira put on 114 for the 5th wicket for Haynes hold out.
Hudson Prentice into Barnard, won't get a run here, down into the offside. 4 overs to go, including this one. Can they get the 9 runs they need between them to get to 50 each? Cox 42. That's not right, is it?
No.
There you go. You see, I've stayed away from it all day.
15 runs there.
Exactly, 9 and 8. Here's a run here for Barnard. Just a single though. On the slide is Sam Connors.
You had me going for a moment there.
To be honest, I'm surprised. That's the first mathematical error I've made.
That's a good effort, 6 o'clock. Good effort. There we go. Just to prove it's 6 o'clock. The bongs.
42 apiece for Cox and Barnard. 323 for 6 Worcestershire as the clock strikes 6. Driven on one knee nicely by Cox. He'll come back for 2. Open the face of the bat to get it square of the wicket through point into the space. Fletcher's off to do his thing at 6 o'clock. for the good folk across Derbyshire, listening to us on BBC Radio Derby. Here, we'll be updating listeners to BBC Hereford and Worcester shortly. Hudson Prentice bowls, forward comes Cox. All the way along the ground now, out to point, there won't be a run. And Worcestershire will just think, get to the close, 6 down, and that's it, and a pretty good day. Well, a very good day actually, winning the toss, deciding to bat, always risky with the tricky conditions early on. Pitch has been under cover for a while, all the rain that we've had recently. Been a while since we've had a county championship match here, of course. So with some trepidation that Joe Leach would have chosen to bat first, but the decision's paid off and been vindicated. This is edged, but along the ground there's a dive by Lewis Deploy at first slip, but he can't do anything about it, and it whistles past him down to third man. There is somebody there, Dustin Melton, but he's too wide, and Cox goes up to 48 with that boundary. Again, he doesn't push hard at it. We've seen a lot of those today that have taken the outside edge but haven't carried. The question about whether he should have been stopped is another one, but no hint of a chance there. Cox 2 away from a half century. And here comes Hudson Prentice wide outside the off stump. End of the over. 3 to go. 329 for 6. Cox 48, Barnard 42. Hudson Prentice 19 overs now, got through some work today. 2 maidens, 1 for 61. Aitchison looks like he's going to continue wicketless today, which is a surprise given his form coming into this match.
You done your 6?
No, not yet.
Oh. Aitchison at the Diglis end, turned down towards fine leg by Barnard, who moves on to 43, 330 for 6.
I will throw this Satsuma at you and I'll have to go on.
Yeah, fine. Yeah. Will I not hear the cue? That'll be just as big a clue,
I
won't
suppose,
it?
yes.
That'll be as big a clue.
Yeah.
Potentially.
Well, who knows though? I don't know whether you will.
Well, I should do, shouldn't
Well,
I?
I know, but sometimes I don't. That's what I mean.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, well, you don't get the cue until they say
A couple of times today
the
where...
word Wheeler.
Yes, or even at the end.
Aitchison in, left alone by Cox to go through to the keeper.
$330 for 6, Worcestershire closing in on the close. There's 3 overs to go, including this one. Ben Cox and Ed Barnard have batted splendidly to post another half-century partnership for the home side. Cox has 48, Barnard has 43. The stars of the day, Jack Haynes out for 97, narrowly missing out on a maiden first-class 100. Great knock too for Brett D'Oliveira, he made 71. Worcestershire going well after winning the toss and deciding to bat this morning. Decision vindicated after a tricky morning session. 330 for 6 in the 94th over.
Nice. Very nice. I would just question closing it on the close.
Yeah, well, to be honest, that's the most sensible thing I've said today. I've had closing it on the close, getting closer to being close.
Here the bowls to Cox, who pushes it straight back to him.
An edgy edge. So I think I've had a lot. I've had a lot where I've gone, what are you talking about, man?
You do it all the time. Not you. One does it all the time. It's yeah, occupational hazard when they suddenly throw to you and you think, I've no idea what I'm going to say, really.
No.
Which happens on a regular basis. There's Aitchison. Penultimate ball of his over is pushed up by Cox to Billy Godleman at mid-off.
I mean, some would say, if you want the cricket, you'd be listening.
Absolutely.
wouldn't you?
Yeah.
So does that make updates into FM programmes redundant? I don't know. Not my decision.
Not that, I mean, I know Hereford and Worcester and Radio Derby have both come off medium wave.
Yes.
Which is
sadly,
a shame.
Yeah.
Which is a shame. So it's our duty to spread the gospel. Final ball of the HSN over. Oh, beats Cox outside the off stump. Good delivery. Good delivery. 2 overs to go. 330 for 6 Worcestershire. See, this is the bit that puzzles me about the over rate. I really don't think it should be on the board anyway, and I've said this many, many times in commentary, so I won't bore you any further with that. But it says +3, and yet it's 6 minutes past 6 with 2 overs to go, so how can it be +3? Surely it's all negative now.
I don't know.
No,
I can't believe it's actually. It can't have stayed at +3 because, I mean, Critchley's bowled a bit, but we've had pace for quite some time.
Yeah, I mean, Madsen rattled through a few, didn't he? And he does rattle through them. But I know you're right.
Last over of the day from the New Road end for Finn Hudson-Prentice bowls into his 20th over now, and turned towards point by Ed Barnard for no run.
Potentially cruel to ask him to speak to the press, but he's very good. Just saying. Still nothing from the powers that be.
Well, I think we might have Jack Haynes, but I don't know yet. Hudson-Prentice bowls, and this is edged down. It'll be 4, will it? Yes. Melton, as I mentioned, is wide at third man. And had there been a second slip, that would have been a regulation stop for him because it wasn't a catch. But Barnard, with that slightly fortuitous 4, because it's a big thick inside edge, moves to 47. So both within a hit here of a half century. Barnard will be feeling refreshed after missing the Notts game. And he's batted very nicely. Wants to be taken seriously as a batsman, and his maiden 100 in the opening game is certainly posting the numbers, and this one is punched off the back foot out to McDermott on the deep cover fence. 48 apiece now, Cox and Barnard. 335 for 6. 3 balls left in the penultimate over of the day. It's a black-tipped gull sweeps across the ground and goes up over the hotel out towards Cripplegate Park. Black on his wings. Black winged. See, I've gone already. Just give me some maths to do.
Black.
It's a bird.
It was a bird, definitely.
Dot balls next over. I was thinking aircraft. No, that sounds like, no, can't be that. It's definitely a bird.
A black-headed gull, but not a black-tipped one.
No, it's a new species.
Yeah.
They're big round Worcestershire.
It's been so close to the sea.
Yeah. Well, there's water over there. What do you want? They'll get a single here. Quick run here. Shy at the stumps. No, it's good running from Cox. Adamant as soon as that left his bat. Screech of yeah. And Barnard was on the same wavelength through they came. Cox is 49. 336 for 6. A few hearty souls have stayed the distance today. Still dotted around the ground here, seeing it through to the end, which is pretty close now. Won't get a run here, Barnard, as he looks to try and fidget a single off that last ball of the over from Hudson-Prentice. Can't do it. 20 overs for him today. 2 maidens, 1 for 67. His work today is done, and so is Derbyshire's as a whole, nearly. 1 more over to go. 336 for 6, Worcestershire.
Ben McDermott would be good, wouldn't he, as well? We haven't spoken to him yet.
No.
Just saying. Ben Aitchison to bowl the final 6 deliveries of the first day of this championship match at New Road. First one for 20 months with spectators in. And they'll be pleased with what they've seen from Worcestershire. 336 for 6 as Aitchison is in. And that's edged and caught. And that will be the end of the day's play. Cox goes for 49. And Derbyshire pick up their 7th wicket at the beginning of the final over of the day. It's the first wicket of the day for Ben Aitchison as well. And poor old Ben Cox, he looked odds on to get a half century. Brooke Guest takes a fairly straightforward catch, and 336 for 7, Dan.
Yep, disappointment again. The third Worcestershire batsman will trudge off with more than a tinge of disappointment after Haynes went for 97, D'Oliveira for 71, and Cox, as you just heard, on his way for 49. He played really well, but just couldn't quite get to the close. Worcestershire will start again tomorrow, 7 wickets down. Derbyshire 3 away from wrapping things up, but I think Worcestershire will feel happy about their day's work after winning the toss this morning, and with this pitch that obviously hasn't been used for a month or so. It's been under cover for a long time. They would have expected a tough examination this morning, and that's what they got, slipping to 21 for 2 in the early stages, but some lovely batting, first by Jake Libby before he was unluckily run out in a right old mix-up with Jack Haynes at the non-striker's end. Libby, terrific work from Critchley in the covers, running on a misfield, never a good idea. Critchley throwing down the stumps and Libby short of his ground after being sent back by Haynes, who wanted a run initially. But Haynes shrugged off that disappointment. To credit, he's only 20 years of age. He batted with supreme maturity, didn't let the disappointment of Libby's dismissal affect him at all. He played some wonderful strokes in getting to within 1 hit of what would have been a maiden first-class century, but a long hop from Matt Critchley did for him, and he hit it straight to Dustin Melton, who did pull off a very good catch to his right-hand side. It was flat and fast as he was looking to lift it high into the ladies' pavilion, which was the shot he was after, but not enough elevation, and Haynes sadly going for him, 3 runs short of a ton, but nevertheless posting a new career best. Brett D'Oliveira also batted extremely well today and looked in no trouble at all, getting to 71 before a false shot did for him as well, going for a short ball from Hudson Prentice and mishitting it straight to mid-on, where Hughes took the catch. 19 short of a ton, D'Oliveira, and then a terrific partnership late on by Ben Cox and Ed Barnard just before the close, what turned out to be the last ball of the day. Cox feathering one behind to Brooke Guest for overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 56. He was terrific in his first spell this morning with the new ball. Melton 12 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 54. Hudson Prentice 20 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 67, kept running in all day, as did Ben Aitchison, who got his reward with the last ball of the day. 17.1 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 45. 6 overs for Alex Hughes, and none for 10. Critchley, not his day, did pick up his wicket to maintain his record of picking up at least 1 wicket in every inning so far this season, the leg spinner. 1 for 78 from his 20 overs, and then 5 overs of occasional spin from Wayne Madsen for 17. So Worcestershire will bat tomorrow, looking to build on their first innings 336 by bagging at least 1 more batting bonus point if they can. Derbyshire, of course, will be looking to take the 3 quick wickets they need to get batting themselves. So from New Road, thank you very much for your company today. Brilliant day off the field for the county, with the 900 or so members back in to watch cricket here for the first time in nearly 2 years, 20 months since spectators were allowed in, of course. It's been a long wait for them, but they've been treated to a terrific day's cricket. 336 Worcestershire for 7. Please join us tomorrow from 5 to 11. But from Dave Fletcher and from me, Dan Wheeler, from